Chapter 1 was saved by JK. Clothing long-legged schoolgirls lost their first kiss. Slightly damp alley, the air is filled with a faint smell of mold. A 17 or 18-year-old teenager was blocked by 4 or 5 yellow hairs in the corner, the mouth of the bad words. Boy, how do you look like a sissy, the old man to see you just do not feel good. Sieson sniffed, bit hard on the back teeth groove, but very powerless, because he grew up physically sick and weak, cannot fight, and the family is powerless, only a divorced mother, from which cannot afford to mess with these punks. Hands tightly grasping the chest of the shirt that has been washed yellow, eyes closed waiting for the other party's fists and feet. Just bear with it, it'll be fine, he mentally admonished himself. But never thought that one day, someone would come to his rescue. Hey, you guys, let go of him. An extremely nice female voice rang out diffusely, with some crispness and pleasantness. It was not difficult to distinguish that the owner of the speech should be a young and beautiful girl. Almost all of the yellow hairs all stopped moving and looked in the direction the voice came from. Even Sieson, frozen, turned his head, his pitch-black pupils contracting slightly. Only to see the entrance of the alley stood a beautiful woman wearing a black JK uniform with long black hair, big breasts, thin waist, long legs, face painted with exquisite makeup, long shiny soft hair down her shoulders. The whole person is like a poppy blooming in the dark night, emitting a seductive fragrance. She looked at the yellow hairs as if they were looking at garbage, the corner of her lips hooked in a smile. Step by step approached, small leather shoes stepped on the stone floor, issued a clear rhythmic sound. A few boys were mesmerized by her beauty, ignoring the coldness in her body, and couldn't help but gulp, their gazes gawking wantonly, even showing some sort of dirty look. Sia's heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to break out. He opened his mouth. Girl, go away and leave me alone. He opened his mouth and said, girl, go away, don't mind me. He was slapped in the face by the nearest yellow hair. Siason's face was hit to the side, the crisp ringing sound was chilling, and his white face was instantly red and swollen. And shortly after the slap fell, Siason hadn't even regained his senses from the pain, only to hear yellow hair's mournful screams ringing out, and by the time he reacted, the 6 punks who had originally surrounded him flew backwards to the end of the alley in unison, wailing. Siason stared at all this, until he saw a long and slender hand reaching towards him, and then his whole body was dragged into a warm and fragrant embrace. The soft touch made Siason's body stiffen, and he hastily retreated, but he was thumped against the wall by the girl. The girl didn't seem to notice the ambiguous gesture of the two from the beginning to the end. She stared at his swollen face, her brows lightly frowned, her tone was not too happy, such a perfect face, it was even ruined by the beating. Really damned. Subsequently, her delicate little hand with a warm fragrance was like a boneless up and down caressing his cheeks. Her sight stared at the face without turning away, as if admiring a piece of artwork, except that it was a crippled piece of artwork right now, murmuring softly, well, sure enough, my choice was right, this face is really beautiful, I like it. The girl lowered her eyes, her long curled eyelashes covering the hidden haze deep under her eyes, but the corners of her mouth lifted up in a treacherous arc. Sia was a little hairy by her look, but the girl helped himself. His heart has been initially established a trace of trust and dependence on her, so he thought it was his own illusion. To her mouth said like, Siason thought he heard wrong. There is a kind of in the clouds of unreal feeling. Since childhood, the boys bullied him, girls dislike him sick and weak, and now someone actually said like him? It's because they don't know what he's really like the first time they see him, right? Thinking like this, the happy mood that had just risen dropped. Not long after, the girl's soft body and light fragrance left, Siason's heart flashed a moment of loss. Only to see the girl approaching towards yellow hair again step by step. This time the clattering of the leather shoes carried some kind of horrible flavor, as if death was approaching. The corner of her lips are still hooked and the previous smile is not different, but let the body pain. A lot of yellow hairs struggle to get up, but the legs are soft to get up, can only lie down backward, while begging for forgiveness, said, right sorry. Voice shaking like a 150-years-old man. Afterwards, as if remembering something, turned his eyes to Siason, praying mixed with orders, I'm sorry, let us go, we will never bully you again. Ha! But was shaken by a cold heave from the girl. The girl's red lips tugged slightly, grinning an extremely good-looking arc, released you guys? The yellow hairs nodded frantically, but she did not know from what place slipped out of a delicate folding knife, clang open, in the light of the dazzling cold light. A pity, who let you destroy my favorite things, beg him also useless. Said crouched down, in the palm of the fan slapped yellow hair directly and ruthlessly stabbed a knife, suddenly blood splattered, ah! Sharp screams cut through the silent neighborhood. Siason stared at this scene in a daze, frozen, not because of fear, but he saw all that blood. The blood in his body actually boiled a little. He felt that his state was not quite normal, but under careful consideration he didn't feel anything wrong. The bullies became so miserable, he felt that it was right to relieve his anger. After all, he wasn't a saintly mother. If it wasn't for his physical reasons, he would have wanted to do so, breaking the hands and feet of the bullies one by one. The howling continued, ah. My hand, ah, bitch ah. Yellow hair just cursed and got stabbed again. No longer daring to scream, he quickly fainted from the pain. JK girl slowly and methodically pulled out the knife, took out a pad to wipe clean the blood, the pad casually thrown, in the other yellow hair trembling under the eyes of the rise, turned toward Sia and walked back. Sia looked at some bloody scene a glance, worried, girl, thank you for helping me, just these people after I am afraid they will find you trouble, you can rest assured, today's matter is I do it alone, it is none of your business, just still do not know what is your name? He said seriously, my name is Sia Sun. If it was in the past, he would never have so much to say. In front of other people, he has always been silent, but in front of this girl who helped, the only girl who helped him, he could not help but say more, just worried that he would not be able to see her after leaving. As a result, the girl listened to what he said, snorted a smile, onion-white forefinger suddenly covered his beautiful lips, gently shushed, don't say anything, I just like this face of yours just, when it's quiet it's the most beautiful. They are almost the same height, such a wallop of his posture casual and handsome, so that Sia has a feeling that he is all she has. Obediently, he closed his mouth and blinked, his breathing slowed down a lot because, for fear that his breath would burn the girl's delicate hands. His eyes once again fell on the side of the girl's face, the perfect side profile curved elegantly, with a high and straight nose, and slightly pursed vermilion lips that seemed to be permeated with an icy chill. When he was sizing up the JK girl, the girl was also sizing him up, because this male growth was just too good looking, boy female looking, skin as white as snow, yet because of the stiff eyebrows and nose, it didn't look too feminine, and the lip shape was also very pretty, slightly thick, and seemed to be very kissable. Yan Shui had never seen such a good-looking boy, she who had never been interested in anyone, for the first time, she was interested in this boy, and wanted to collect him. And, with such a face and lips, so close, an impulse arose within her that she couldn't help but kiss it. Chapter 2 I will be responsible for you repair. The moment the warm lips came up, Sia's head boomed, all of a sudden became blank, do not know how to react, can only be like a zombie, straight against the wall. He struggled a bit, saw that he could not resist, and had given up. This sickly body is so chicken, even a girl's strength is not as good. 3 minutes later, because he couldn't change his breath, Sia-sun's handsome face was suffocating, almost suffocating, but luckily, the JK girl noticed and hurriedly let go of him. She hooked her lips, brother, can't even kiss? Although it was a teasing tone, a look of satisfaction flowed from her eyes. On top of that, a certain morbidly greedy gaze flashed in those glazed eyes. It was just a blink and disappeared again, as if it was an illusion. Sia was like a little daughter-in-law in front of the girl, stuttering and unable to speak as she was told what was going on, and because of the girl's words, there was an indescribable feeling of discomfort in her heart. Glancing his face slightly to the side, he happened to turn the red and swollen side towards the girl. When Yan Shui saw the red marks on that, her eyes narrowed slightly, bursting with a hint of danger. Such a perfect face, but to have it turn out like this. It seems that the 2 knives that were just stabbed at that person were still too light, and should have chopped off the entire palm, only to be worried about scaring her prey again. Those punks had already run away with their bloodied companions by this time, only to feel that there was some kind of flooding beast behind them. In the alley, there is only Sia-san and JK beautiful girl. She raised her hand and cupped his chin, forcing him to turn back. What, angry? No. Sia squirmed and denied. Yan Shui looked at the boy's stubborn expression, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. TSK, how can you be so cute even when you are angry? Sia. Cute would not be an evaluation word that a boy would want to hear, but coming from a girl's mouth, it inexplicably felt like his ears were burning. The girl suddenly said, sister's name is Yan Shui, the first time I kissed a boy. This answer, are you still satisfied? Sia pursed his thin lips and didn't say anything, but the blush on his face became more and more obvious, making Yan Shui unable to resist reaching out and touching it. Really good. Sia-sun. Why did he feel like he was being teased like a pet? Sia Shui lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes covered all his thoughts, and when he raised his head, his eyes regained their clarity, a few moments of seriousness and a little bit of anger, but his hoarse voice made the words not at all convincing. Miss Yan, thank you for saving me today, I owe you a favor, but you just couldn't forcefully kiss me, I am not a casual person. Hearing this, Yan Shui laughed, her smile seductive, but just now your reaction did not look like this. The end of the voice rose. Sia, I didn't. Yan Shui stretched out her slender onion finger and pressed it on Sia's mouth, stopping him from retorting. Well, I will be responsible for you. She said this as a matter of course, not as a question, but as a notice, and before Sia could refuse, his palm was taken up and he walked towards the alley. Where to? Sia gasped slightly, staring at the girl's slender and slim back, asking. Said to be responsible for you, of course, is to take you to the medicine. Xia inwardly tangled for a while, but still refused. Thank you for your good intentions, but I'm a boy, how can I let a girl be responsible? Yan Shui footsteps do not stop, slender straight legs across the big step, voice lethargic and diffuse. If you mind this, then change to you to me responsible for good. Xia. This girl, the brain circuit is really special. But feeling the temperature coming from his palm, that soft and boneless hand wrapped around himself, Xia said no more words of refusal. In fact, he has always wanted to make friends, but unfortunately his nature will not go to take the initiative, and those who see him bullied even more afraid to come close to him, as far away from him as possible. He simply cannot make any friends. So now there is such a person close to her, although I do not know what her purpose is, whether it is really because of this face of his, even if there is some greater conspiracy. Xia do not want to refuse, even if it is a moth to the flame, he will try. So after that, he kept quiet and let the girl lead him. More than 10 minutes later, Yan Shui led Xia into a nearby pharmacy to buy wound ointment and cotton swabs, and then applied the ointment for him on the park bench. While doing all this, Yan Shui's eyes stared unblinkingly at the teenager in front of her. Xia's skin was very fair, as smooth and clean as jade. His features were exquisite, with a straight nose and a detached and indifferent air between his eyebrows. A pair of eyes were as deep as the sea, and the pupils seemed as dazzling as obsidian. When applying the medicine, Yan Shui nearly lost control of her greed for his good-looking face a few times, but fortunately she was able to restrain herself in the end. Chapter 3: Unexpected Kiss. Schoolmate actually confessed to him? At night, the dimly lit rental house, the next door is still uninterruptedly strange sounds. Xia lying in bed, used to feel that these noisy sounds difficult to sleep, but this night, the mind recalls the JK girl's appearance. The original silence of the heart has so a trace of restlessness. Although the other party did not explicitly tell him whether or not he was a friend, but she saved him, kissed him, cared about him, this should be considered a friend. In addition to the relationship of friends, Xia did not dare to think more deeply, because that is out of reach for him. And that girl is not only beautiful dressed but also very rich, how can she really like him? Although he knew that, his heart was still a little hard to bear. In a strange city, Xia has no relatives and no friends, alone, lonely and tough, but this night, because of the appearance of JK girls, Xia's heart began to gradually have a change. The next day, Xia got up early, washed up and casually bought some breakfast to the school. Beijing University is the most famous university in the city of A. The students inside are either high achievers or wealthy, and Xia belongs to the first kind. He is an art candidate, painting major, when in their city with the first grade in, but those who bullied him is still looked down on him. Think a boy and mother, sick and weak, went to the art of this road is more not like a man. Xia has experienced countless cold words and taunts since he was a child, has long been accustomed to, and he did not take it to heart. He traveled through the campus, washed white shirt in those bright young masters and young ladies, compared to seem out of place, but his back straight, steady pace, as if the surrounding noise has nothing to do with him, his own world is quiet and beautiful. Suddenly, around the corner, a girl in a white dress with her head down walked in a hurry, coincidentally colliding with Xia. Xia's body is not very hard because of the other party's impact backward step. See, the girl is also going to fall back. He rushed forward, quick and fast arm around the other side of the waist. But he overestimated his own strength again, actually pressed the other party to the ground, coincidentally kissed on the girl's chin. The warm and soft touch made Xia slightly stunned, but quickly reacted and wanted to get up, but when he saw the girl's face, he froze again, and surprise flashed in his panicked eyes. Yan Shui. Yesterday, when Yan Shui left, she only told him that she was also a junior at Beijing University, and was actually his schoolmate, so he didn't expect to meet her so soon, and in such a way. Xia looked at the girl's beautiful face, light pink lips, and his heartbeat continued to accelerate. The girl's beautiful face was extremely red, like a rose, and when she heard his words, her eyes with some vapor trembled lightly, and a few wisps of treachery crossed. Well, you get up from me first. I am sorry. Xia looked like he just reacted, and hurriedly got up from the girl. The skin he just kissed involuntarily surfaced in his mind, as smooth as silk, and his ears quickly reddened. Reaching out his hand, he tried to pull the girl up. The girl saw the boy's white and slender hand, the glazed eyes flickered slightly, a slight difference flickered. But still, without any difference, she stretched out her hand, and her fingertips touched the teenager's somewhat calloused hand, as if there was an electric current that slid from the place of contact to her heart, causing a trace of morbid madness to flash through the girl's slightly drooping eyes. Yan Shui elegantly got up and let go of her hand, her pale pink lips gently opened and closed. Thank you. Xia wanted to say no need to thank, but the words reached his mouth before realizing that something was wrong. How she was overly polite today. Cast an inquisitive look at the girl in front of him. She was wearing an ankle-length white dress today, her makeup was light but very beautiful, her temperament was gentle, and she was a bit different from yesterday. But the identical looks made Xia feel that he was overthinking. Yan Shui noticed the change in his line of sight and looked frankly at him, blinking, the corner of her lips hooked into a loose smile. What are you looking at? Do I look good today? Xia retracted his gaze, a little bit of consternation, shook his head and quickly nodded again. His voice was low, all good looking. This look is gentle like a puppy. Ha! Yan Shui did not seem too satisfied with this answer, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she took a step closer to the boy. Xia was forced to take 2 steps back until she was against the wall. Xia was walloped again, for the second time in his life. A familiar scene, only the scene was wrong. The scent of the girl's perfume hit his nose, with a blood-boiling effect. Xia couldn't help but hold his breath, so nervous that his whole body stiffened. Why is she leaning so close to herself? Is it like yesterday? But this is a school, people pass by any time. Although it was clear, but I don't know why, but Xia's heart rose a trace of anticipation. He felt dizzy and didn't know what he was doing. The girl's beautiful face came closer and closer, but when she was about to touch his lips, she inclined her head, and her lips brushed against his cheek, bringing a shiver down his spine. Then he only heard her whisper in his ear full of teasing, "Hey, what are you thinking? Think I will kiss you?" This bad teasing tactics, and yesterday that person is the same, what seems to change a person's feeling, in this moment dissipated, Xia and shy and angry as his own. Obviously do not want to think more, also know that such a person he cannot match, she is good to himself at best play, but a heart still for her wildly beating. Yan Shui, don't tease me anymore. I can't afford to play. Xia took a deep breath and looked seriously at the person in front of him with a touch of sadness in his eyes. He grew up with no friends, no one liked the sickly and weak him, and now that such a person appeared who took the initiative to approach him to be nice to him, he really couldn't refuse. Yan Shui looked at the boy in front of him with a serious attitude, a hint of darkness swept across the bottom of his eyes, and shallowly hooked the corner of his lips. You think I'm playing with you? Xia raised his eyes, looked at the girl in front of him with delicate and charming eyebrows, helplessly said, Isn't it? Xia clenched his fist. He was really afraid that he could not control himself, he was afraid that he would sink, afraid that she would leave. What makes you think so? Do you have anything worth playing with me? Xia bitterly pulled the corner of his mouth. Yes, I have nothing to take out. No, you look to my liking. Yan Shui interrupted him and said straight, I didn't play you, I like you. When Xia incredulously digested this sentence, the girl's figure has long disappeared. He froze and stood in place, always the 2 days like a dream, never have friends of his, who knows only 2 days after the beginning of the university, there is a girl confessed to him. She said he looked to her liking? Doesn't she mind that she looks soft? Turning the corner, the smile on Yan Shui's face gradually disappeared, stopping at the moderate curved lips. The flirtatious gesture of the previous moment had all been converged, and replaced by a gentle serenity, as beautiful as moonlight. But also because too perfect, but embodied a point or two of false to, like in the face welded a layer of mask. Wherever she passed, she attracted the attention and comments of passers-by. Goddess Yanyu is also too beautiful, I'm going to faint. Worthy of being the school beauty that has dominated the entire school for these 3 years, this face value. If I had such a good-looking girl to sleep with me, I would die. Che, just you? Look at you, you dare to fantasize about our goddess, you're looking for a beating. I'll beat you up so much that your mom won't even recognize you. Ego, I'm wrong. The surrounding coaxing, Yen, you are lazy to lift the eyes, these boys in her eyes is like garbage, only that one clean and handsome boys, only worthy of entering her eyes. Chapter 4 Sister to go to his house after injury. Yan's mansion, located in the center of the city area, covering several hundred acres, is the largest residence of the rich and powerful in the city. Outside the door, a man in a black tuxedo respectfully welcomed Miss Yen family to the door. Yen Yu still maintains the gentle demeanor and asks before entering the door, has sister returned? The housekeeper respectfully replied, second young miss came back at 6, only to go out again. I see. Yen Yu finished and stepped into the hall with an elegant and calm pace, only where others could not see, her smiling eyes revealed a hint of coldness. In the unoccupied room, she made a phone call. Over there, big miss, we found that those people have found many people, it should be that they want to take revenge on that boy tonight, do we need to settle it? Yen Yu's red lips spit out cold words, no find more people. The people over there were puzzled, what does Missy mean by this? Yesterday was not trying to save the hero, although the second young lady was first, but it is not so bad to get the other teenager killed. Then I heard Missy's words that were a little bit conscientious but not much, be careful not to really hurt him, but if my good sister shows up, you know. Sia went out of the school and went home as usual, taking a detour to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. The school is not unable to live in the school, there is also a cafeteria, just not the kind of person he can go, withdrawn nature makes him do not like crowds, much less good at socializing, but in fact, the most important one, is that he does not have money. The school has some subsidies for poor students with good grades like him, only the meals in the cafeteria are too expensive, still not enough, out to live and eat just barely enough, but pocket money and whatnot, so he would go to a crowded place to set up a stall on weekends, painting portraits to earn some money. Buying some green vegetables, he paused for a moment as he passed the fish and meat stall, but in the end he walked by without looking away. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and he had almost forgotten what it tasted like. Siasen comforted himself with the thought that he could hold out a little longer, and when he had money, he could eat as much as he wanted. But when will he have money, he didn't know. The night gradually darkened, Siasen walked alone in the dimly lit streets. This time of year occasionally people pass by, just the more you go into the alley, the less pedestrians. I don't know whether it's because the previous experience of being bullied too much has left a shadow on the psyche or what, he always felt that there were people following him behind. He didn't dare to turn back, his heart thumped, his feet accelerated, wanting to go home quickly. When he passed a street lamp, Siasen saw a shadow at his feet, gradually becoming longer and longer, and was exceeding himself at a very high speed, which means that there is someone behind him running towards him. At this time Siasen can no longer pretend that he did not find anything, a heart hangs in his throat, and he just wanted to start to run. The familiar voice came. "Hey, what are you doing walking so fast?" It was Yen Shue's voice. But compared to the last time, this time the voice seemed to be a bit hasty. Sia did not put this slight change in his heart, and after knowing what kind of person was following him, the fear in his heart receded like a tidal wave. He stopped walking, turned back, and said, somewhat incredulously and with a bit of anger, "Why are you? What are you following me for?" Being followed and terrorized in this kind of dimly lit alley, no matter who it was, they would be angry. Sia's hand carrying the bag is still a little shaky now, left over from the panic he just felt, but in front of a girl, he doesn't really want to show this, so he hides his hand back a little. However, the more you don't want to do anything, the more you will be found something. Yen Shui line of sight to look at his moving hand, leather shoes clattering approaching, backlighting, that pair of white and slender long legs tonight by black silk cover most of the, but in the light but more wavering eyes. Sia swept to quickly avoid the line of sight. Yen Shui smiled and said, "You're not scared of me, are you?" "I'm not," Sia subconsciously retorted, but under her gaze as if penetrated, can only be stiff to change his words. The night is being followed, a normal person will be afraid of it, who knows whether the other side will be a psychopathic homicidal maniac. Who knows Yen Shui this time to see him more direct, a jump into his arms, soft razor grabbed him by the collar, good voice became muffled, through the chest cavity, perverted homicidal maniacs. "Ha! You can really brainstorm." Sia has not yet had time to blush because of the girl's sheepishness. He smelled a smell of blood, the bag carrying vegetables in his hand fell to the ground at once. He was busy holding the girl to slide down the body. "What happened to you?" He saw that Yen Shui's raised white cheek was stained with some blood beside it. In addition to that, her hands were also blood. "Why do you have so much blood?" Too late to ask the reason, he hurriedly said. "You wait, I will help you call an ambulance." At this instant, Sia did not know where to get the strength, one hand to help the girl against himself, the other hand to go to get a cell phone. Just the hand has not yet touched the trouser pockets was intercepted by a warm little hand. "Do not need." Sia anxiously reprimanded her sentence, "Or so don't try to show off." Said to pull out the hand, who knows that the girl looked weak, strength than the sick and weak he is also much larger. The bottom of the head to say something else, but on the woman's deep glazed eyes, with the dim light and the blood on the side of her face, threw a hint of bizarre. "You are the first boy who dares to speak to me like this. If it were anyone else, they would have broken their arms and legs long ago, except that you are lucky to have a good face." The woman stretched out the tip of her tongue and flicked the corner of her mouth, uttering words that gave a creepy feeling. Sia's back was a little stiff, avoided the topic, asked, "Then do not call an ambulance if you call your family. Where is your cell phone?" Sia guessed that she should have gone to fight somewhere again. She is like this, then those people she beat up should be worse than her, worried about the trouble to not call an ambulance or the police. Yen Shui suddenly let out a muffled laugh at this, making Sia a bit puzzled. Yen Shui narrowed her eyes slightly. "My parents went abroad for vacation. I am afraid that they will not come back for 8 or 10 years. And the one at home she didn't mention, that person should be more expecting something from her." "Ah? Then Sia for could it be, there are other people at home? This girl is wearing a lot of money, either rich or expensive, driver maid or bodyguard or something should have it." And Yen Shui apparently did not have the patience to listen to him beep, directly grabbed his collar, forced him to have to lower his head even more, tilted his head, and he was face to face, the tip of the nose against the tip of the nose. Listen, this injury is all for you to suffer. Yesterday, those people looking for someone to revenge on you, was I cleaned up. There are a few who do not know the dead life. Go to the hospital, wounds will surely be seen by the doctor. You were sure to make a big deal out of it? Xia froze and shook his head. Yen Shui then loosened his hand, hooked his lips, gently blew next to his cheeks, his eyes flowed, his voice was weak with a crispy, very good, then take me to your home. Chapter 5 Help School Sister Deal with Injuries. In the rental house, Xia felt that the temperature tonight was a little high. Otherwise, how come he was blushing and still hot and sweaty? Yen Shui lying on the worn-out sofa, slender jade legs in this dimly lit room, but white like it will glow like, her eyebrows wrinkled, looking at the narrow room undisguised I dislike. You, this place is a person to live it. Xia went to the toilet to beat some fresh water and served it in front of the girls. Smell is not angry, cheeks some red, not quite dare to look up to see the girls, because the skirt is originally short, she lies a little. He lowered back, sorry, I can only live in such a house. The girl did not expect him not to be angry and apologized, in her heart, although she was not happy with him in this kind of poor housing environment, but the boy's reaction made her satisfied, her beautiful eyebrows raised, and she sat up from the sofa. Stretching out her jade hand and cupping the boy's chin, gently picking it up, the corner of her mouth hooked with a charming smile, looking down on him with a slightly oppressive posture, half compulsion, or you follow me, be my person, I will let you live in a big house, how about this proposal? Xia looked at the girl's delicate and beautiful face and couldn't help but gulp. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before, her features perfectly matched the look of the ideal goddess in his mind. He was a little nervous, but did not avoid her touch, even let her fingertips rubbing on his cheeks. His heart was beating fast, but had his own dignity, refused. No, I still like to rely on myself to change the status quo. Being his refusal for a moment, Yen Shui's weak and pale face changed, some grim, so that Xia froze for a moment, but only for a moment, and as if nothing happened. The girls are still smiling, relying on your own? Yen Shui snorted a laugh. Then it is estimated that in 10 years you will not live in a big house. Just based on the fact that he was bullied twice in 3 days, this situation, even if he had money, he could not keep it. Either he was paid protection money or treated the injuries of being beaten. She could not figure out why he rejected himself. Is it not good to be her person? Really want to directly tie him up and lock him into his own private villa, so you can watch his face every day. In fact, if it is not this face peeled off will not have the life force, is not good to look at. She would like to peel off his face to make a specimen. This is the best behavior, but there is something missing. Like now, this face on this body is the most perfect. In a short moment, Yen Shui's mind had already turned 100 times. Xia naturally did not know that the beautiful girl in front of him was actually very scary inside, although he knew that what she said was mostly true, but still very embarrassed, he slapped away the girl's hand, cupping his chin in a fit of anger. Standing up in Yen Shui's stunned gaze, you wash yourself, I'll go get the medicine. The blood stained on Yen Shui's hands and face had already dried up, but in fact, this blood was not hers, her injury was in her chest, she was slashed. Stop, you help me wash. She called out to the teenager, half ordering. Heh, how dare you slap her hand away. Look very good, in fact, also quite thorny well. Xia sent away from the fact that not only angry, but also, he did not dare in Yen Shui too close, looking at the other side of the legs and hands exposed in the air, his heartbeat will be fast, but also very hot, this feeling is very bad, so he wanted to go away to calm you down a bit. I didn't expect her to call herself back again. Turning back, he saw Yen Shui stretching her two hands and her jade legs sliding down from the sofa, the whole person presenting a lazy and casual posture, reclining on the edge of the sofa. Xia glanced at her, pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Yen Shui is not in a hurry, arms hugging the chest, looking at him with a smile. How, not happy? Hey, my injury is also counted in vain, yo. Then she closed her eyes, some difficult to weakly said, ouch, I feel dizzy, should be anemic, it, just chest was cut a knife, I do not know, stop did not stop the bleeding, I do not know, flow down will not die, Xia was said by her guilt, she these injuries are to help themselves to get, otherwise face those people, with his sickly body, I'm afraid that not dead but also crippled. So he should take care of her, and should not run away just because he doesn't feel well. Do you have any other injuries on your body? Xia hurried over and asked worriedly. Yen Shui nodded and pointed towards her chest. Only then did Xia see that her black fabric there had been slashed by nearly 5 centimeters, only because it was black so she didn't see it clearly just now, but the color was much darker than the rest of it, and most of the smell of blood seemed to be coming from there. Xia is no longer as calm as before, he is a little panicked, squatting down, why didn't you say it earlier? You also did not ask Yen Shui was still as diffident as before, not at all conscious of the fact that he was injured, and half-jokingly said. Xia no longer delayed, hurriedly grabbed the girl's jade hand in his hand, trying to ignore the soft touch in it, poured warm water and began to scrub the blood. His technique was clumsy, but he was also very careful and serious, and when he washed all the blood off, he wrung out the towel and gently wiped it again. The girl's hand is too perfect, a root is like a sculptor carefully carved out of the work of art, long and glistening, nails trimmed rounded and neat, fingertips pink and tender, through the light pink color, very tempting. And this time the washing difficult or not only CSN1, Yen Shui also have a strange feeling, feel the hand held by the boys a little tingling, but look at him seriously staring at the appearance of her fingers, hold back the impulse to want to pull out, quietly appreciate the boy's handsome side face. After Xia finished washing, he didn't dare to stay too long at all, and then quickly got up to change the water and wipe the girl's cheeks. At first thought she would be disgusted, but she quietly sat without saying anything, except that the sight was too hot. The cleaning process was very smooth. Only after the third basin of water, Xiasun's hand subconsciously reached out to the girl's chest, wanting to untie it to take a look at the wound for her, but froze when he was about to touch it. Because the wound happens to be in a soft place, if you want to untie it, then it is not to see the girl's body, which is a great offense. So Xia hastily withdrew his hand, his face instantly turned red like a monkey's, but his eyes lowered and did not dare to look at the girl, apologizing. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help you treat your wound, I didn't think much about it. However, unexpectedly, Yen Shui inexplicably asked, what are you saying sorry for? Not just help me wash a wound, hurry up, I feel my head is really a little dizzy. In fact, she was deliberately injured, that group of people although more but not yet her opponent, in order to let the teenager more grateful to her, had to make a bitter trick. Only did not expect this teenager is not dry at all, said a lot before willing to take her home, for her to wash a bloodstain or abrasive, so the blood flow a little too much, really a little dizzy. Chapter 6 Either you don't wear it, or wear your. Listening to her words, Xia looked up somewhat incredulously, his eyes swept towards the girl's chest and then quickly retracted, stuttering, but, men and women are not kissed, senior sister, you'd better deal with it yourself. This is the first time that Xia called her a senior sister. Yen Shui felt that it sounded quite good. Yen Shui saw the teenager's shy and innocent appearance, was amused by his reaction to the mood of pleasure. A girl do not mind what you mind. Said has begun to undress, then I will take off myself, you help me wipe it, I am not convenient to get. In fact, she is convenient, just like to see the teenager's shy and difficult look. On the other hand, Yen Shui often wore a bikini to the beach to go to the swimming pool before, just take off a top, it's not bare, what's this? However, listening to the sound of the rubbing of the clothes, the red on Xia's face had already spread to the neck, his head was even lower, and his voice was a little dry, and his schoolmates. The temperature in the room continued to climb, and it was also interspersed with the smell of blood, which was accompanied by a sense of excitement. Quickly do not grind, and then slow down a little bit of your schoolmate I will really karma. Yen Shui will JK blouse uniform off piece by piece, finally only a small halter. Her skin is snow white, the blood stained above her chest is very obvious, blood and flesh turned out, the sticky clothes torn, and gurgling, and oozing blood, appalling to the extreme. Xia just raised his eyes and swept, was shocked by this horrible wound, also cannot be embarrassed, hard to wipe off the blood around, quickly bring the medicine box, but do not know how to deal with. Really this wound is a bit scary. Yen Shui forehead are beads of sweat, expression but not much pain color, she breezily commanded the overwhelmed person, there is no needle and thread, if there is, bring it over for a moment. Xia did not know why, but still nodded and quickly got up to look for it. She also found a needle and thread for mending clothes. Found it, what do you need this for? He asked suspiciously. Taking another look at the bleeding wound, a trace of heartache rose in his heart. Yen Shui looked at him as if he was a fool, of course it is to help me sew up the wound. After hearing this, Xia's eyes widened incredulously, doubting that he had heard wrong. What? What, you want to use this to sew it up? Goosebumps rose at the thought of the image of a needle and thread going through a bloody wound, gulping nervously. But didn't want to say I was scared, looking for one last excuse, but there's no anesthetic. Yen Shui leaned against the couch because of her dizziness, the wound slightly cracked because of her movements with the unfolding of the big white rabbit, it was even more terrifying. It's fine, this pain is still bearable for me. She bit her lip lightly, and said with difficulty, you should decontaminate the needle first. Despite the fragrant picture, it was also scared out of anything else because of the horrible action that followed. Xia had no choice but to do as he was told, and after both his hands and the needle and thread were sterilized, he held his breath, with only the bleeding wound in his eyes, and approached with a shaking hand. Just when he was fully concentrated, Yen Shui spoke out, don't shake your hands, okay? Xiaxia's psychological construction that he had managed to do well collapsed. He took a heavy deep breath and said in a slightly angry voice, "Sister, can you not suddenly make a sound?" Because of his nervousness about the stitches, he didn't realize how close he was leaning on Yan Shui. His face was just a little bit in front of his chest. Yan Shui was scalded by his burning breath and her body shivered lightly. There was surprisingly something else in the pain that she didn't understand. She just looked at the boy's angry look and found it adorable. Glancing at his shaggy hair, she reached out and stroked it. "Okay, I got it, you go on." This look carries some favor. Xiaxia's anger was like a punch on cotton. He could only turn back to his stomach and the wound, took another deep breath, tried to stabilize his hands, and started the stitching work. During the first stitch, a lot of sweat had already accumulated on his head, but he didn't dare to relax. When he placed the second stitch, he didn't hear any pain or muffled grunts from his schoolmate, and couldn't help but to incline his head to look at her, only to realize that she had actually passed out. An hour later, Xiaxia finished stitching up the wound, sprinkled the other party with medicinal powder and wrapped it up with white gauze. After doing all this, he sat on the ground sweating profusely, his hands trembling violently, as if he wanted to seethe out all his fears. He was in a sorry state at this time, but his schoolmate was unconscious, so he boldly displayed it without fear. About 10 minutes or so passed before he calmed down, but his hands were still a little shaky and his legs were weak, really because sewing up the wound was so scary. However, after calming down, he was faced with a new dilemma, that is, it was impossible to let his senior sister sleep here with her body half exposed. But he couldn't carry her to the bed, and even if he did, would she be angry when she woke up and saw her lying in his old and broken bed? So he just froze and stood for more than 10 minutes again, looking at his senior sister's exposed delicate skin. His face instantly reddened again, and hurriedly went into the house to find a thin blanket to cover his senior sister, and covered up those tantalizing spring lights. Just when his mind was blanked out by the light just now, not knowing what time it was now and what to do next, his stomach grumbled. He realized that he hadn't eaten yet. So, with another glance at the sleeping man on the couch, he walked into the kitchen to wash his hands and cook. The kitchen was just as shabby and narrow, but it was cleaned up by Xiasen, and although the dishes were only simple green vegetables, under Xiasen's superb cooking skills, the aroma still spread out of the kitchen to Yan Shui at the sofa. Before she opened her eyes, her small, perky nose moved first, sniffing gently, and she woke up in a short while. When she opened her eyes and saw the blanket covering her body, a trace of a satisfied smile curled on her lips. This kid, she was getting more and more satisfied with him. If at first it was just his face, at this moment, she began to be interested in Xiasen as a person. Her body is still weak, she slowly puts the blanket aside, but moves to hiss at the wound. At this time, Xiasen just happened to bring out the fried dishes, and saw the pretty schoolmate on the sofa slightly wrinkling her eyebrows, wanting to get up. "Don't move first, be careful of the wound opening up again." He hurriedly put the dishes on the table and walked over to help the person up. "Where are you going?" However, only then did he notice the softness of the touch under his hands. His face quickly burned red again, tilting his face to the side, stuttering, You'd better get dressed first." He said he was going to take the JK shirt, but Yan Shui said with disgust, "I don't want to wear it, it's all sticky with blood." Xia's arm stiffened, "So? What should I do then?" Yan Shui leaned helplessly in his arms. "What else can be done? Either don't wear it, or wear yours." Chapter 7. This damn day, the night is also so hot. Xia's ears burned more red. He could not let his schoolmate not wear, but wear his. The thought of his school sister wearing his clothes actually gave him a strange feeling. Where my? He hesitated, "But my clothes are all worn out, doesn't school sister mind?" Yan Shui, "Of course I dislike it, but it's better to wear yours than wearing dirty clothes with blood." Xia Shui actually didn't feel angry when Yan Shui said she disliked it, as if the fact that his clothes were more acceptable to her than her dirty clothes with blood gave him a hint of pleasure in his heart. Neglecting the softness from her soft body, he helped her to slowly sit on the sofa again, his eyes still not daring to put on the girl. "Well then, I'll go look for it." After saying that, he quickly got up, turned around, and walked towards the room with windy footsteps. Yan Shui leaned against the sofa, watching the teenager's face and neck as red as a boiled shrimp, her pale lips hooking up a bright arc. As if the prey has already hooked it. Xiasen a rummage, how can not find satisfactory clothes, either washed too white or some colors faded. And he actually does not have many clothes, closet clothes less poor, a glance to the head, mostly white shirts and light-colored casual pants. There was no need to rummage around, but he still looked through them one after another, over and over again. After going through all the clothes 5 or 6 times, he finally had a thought he hadn't had in a long time, that it was time for him to buy new clothes. But he didn't have any extra money. Yan Shui did not see the teenager come out for a long time, puzzled to look in the direction of the room, once wondered if he was asleep inside. Impatient voice rang out, "Hey, fine, now have not found it, it will not be reversed, do not want me to wear your clothes, right?" Sia heard the voice and finally came back to his senses, no matter, right away. He held a whitewashed shirt in his hands, but compared to other clothes, this one is considered to be better, but usually if he wears his own clothes will feel luxury clothes, this will be given to the school sister to wear, but how he can't look at it. He felt that it was a bit blasphemous to wear this dress on his sister. However, there was no way, only this one was better. After struggling for a while, he sighed and still turned back to go out. "Here." He handed the clothes to his schoolmate. Although he tried to act like he didn't care, the line of sight that kept looking at Yen Shui betrayed him. Yen Shui frowned as she looked at the clothes, not needing to look much to know that it was a few $dozen of cheap goods. This was something that she wouldn't even look at before. Later on, she even had to wear it on her body. Suddenly there was some regret yet. She wanted to complain in disgust, but when she saw the teenager's eyes that occasionally peered at her expression, the evil words swirled around in her mouth for a week, and in the end, she didn't say anything. She stretched out her slim and slender two fingertips, clamped over a corner of the dress, and took it over, feeling the terrible quality, the rough texture, still couldn't help but frown and say, "Are you sure this dress?" He said, "Are you sure this dress?" And thought of a better word, "Can I wear it?" Sia was mortified by this and reached out to bring it over, "Don't wear it even if it's not." However, Yen Shui brought the clothes over some to avoid his hand and laughed playfully, "Just kidding, I'll wear it." She just made a special discovery, this dress is stained with the flavor of a teenager. Just this point, this dress has a chip on its shoulder compared to other clothes. In Yen Shui's case, this dress was beginning to be no ordinary dress. When Sia heard his words, a trace of dismay flashed through his pure black eyes. He had thought that his senior sister was comforting him and didn't want to embarrass him, so he was going to force himself to say this, but he could see clearly that his senior sister didn't dislike his clothes in her eyes, and even vaguely saw a hint of fervor. The whole person suddenly had a drop of shyness. However, the scene that he did not expect was that after a while, the schoolmate stared at his clothes for a while, and then even got it under her nose and inhaled deeply as if intoxicated, like a pervert. The corner of the pretty girl's lips hooked up in satisfaction, "Not bad, smells good." This action stunned Sia in place, his brain was blank for a moment, and his little heart fluttered wildly. "Sister, you do not mind it?" Sia froze and asked the exit, the hand at his side nervously cupped, his breathing slowed down a lot. Yen Shui raised her eyebrows as if in amusement, taking the clothes away from under her nose, looking up at the teenager, "Huh?" A soft hum escaped from his nose. "Of course I dislike it." Sia's face changed for a second, just to hear Yen Shui continue, "But who let it have more of your flavor? I like it very much." This sentence of hers was even more blushing than that day on campus when she directly told him that she liked it. Sia's chest a heart in this night as if a roller coaster up and down, he suppressed the fluttering in his heart, and the girls with some teasing meaning of the gaze turned around, lightly coughed, "That's good, you first wear it, I'm going to see if the rice is cooked." According to the senior sister's nature that would always give him a hard time and give him a bad time, it was time for him to help her dress later, so Sia almost rushed into the kitchen. This looked like there were wolves and tigers behind him caused Yen Shui to want to laugh. But as soon as she laughed her chest would hurt, so she held back. Feeling that tonight's stimulation of the teenager was enough, there was no embarrassment after this, nor did Sia think that he would let him dress her. Yen Shui put the shirt on herself. After doing this, she was already covered in sweat. As a result, after wearing and resting for a while, Sia didn't come out from the kitchen. He should know that she wants to wear clothes, so he consciously hid it. The look shouldn't look at all look, this will just wear a jacket to hide a what strength. The woman moistened her slightly dry lips, "I'm dressed, I can come out." Sure enough, after she said that, the teenager came out of the kitchen. "Is the rice ready?" Yen Shui looked at him with a smile. This look seemed to see through everything. Sia pursed his lips, dryly returned, "Well, only took all this time, the dishes on the table had already gotten cold." Yen Shui glanced at the dish on the table that was vegetarian to the extreme. It was hard to believe that just now it was the one that woke her up with the aroma. At this time, there was no longer that rich flavor from before. "You just eat that kind of stuff?" Yen Shui's long legs were put back on the sofa, one hand supporting her chin. Her posture was lazy to the extreme. Although this asked but did not despise the dislike of the color. Sia's eyes quickly swept from her body wearing his shirt, his throat rolled a little, quickly avoided, and looked toward the dish, which was green vegetables, supplemental vitamins. Although it was just a hurried glance, but the schoolmate who was wearing his shirt look-alike was memorized clearly. It seemed better looking. Sia was annoyed in his heart. This damn day and night is so hot. Chapter 8 Confiding in his schoolmate. Meanwhile, Yan's mansion. The woman who looked exactly like Yan Shui elegantly finished her dinner and got up to go back to her room. Her every move and knit of her brows and smile were full of the elegance and calmness of a young lady from a big family. However, when the door of the room was closed, that kind of gentle and calmness on her face suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if she had changed into a different person. She kicked off her shoes, bare snow-white feet, stepped on the soft carpet, slowly walked to the floor in front of the window, coldly staring at the face reflected on the window, as if looking at other people through their own face. She dialed the same number she had called today and quietly listened to the man there recounting how her good sister had been so powerful, how she had stopped them alone and injured everyone, but she hadn't done any favors either, having been cut with a knife. The person over there finished warily, only to hear the woman's calm voice, "Where is the person?" Ran away. Ha! Missy suddenly puffed a laugh. The laugh is like a silver bell. The words are also gentle, but also creepy. So many people cannot stop a person, all or waste. After saying that, she directly pressed the phone. Let go, the phone fell on the blanket, and did not make any sound. Silence returned to the room. Yan Yu tenderly touched her face, looking at the window that is not very clear, self-muttered to herself, "Sister, do not blame the sister, who let you move the person who should not be moved. Injured, where will it go?" Thinking of a certain possibility, her glazed eyes suddenly deepened a few points, and her smile disappeared inch by inch. Xia chewed the rice in his mouth without tasting it, only because of the burning sight in front of him that had been staring at himself. Yan Shui had already come to the dining table, as if she didn't have any bones. Half of her body was leaning against the table, but she still left a little distance not to touch her wounds, with one hand resting on her chin, staring at Xia with interest. Watching that veggie being brought into his mouth in one bite, leaving some oil stains on his lips, making his rosy lips look even more crystalline, extraordinarily wanting to be savored. "Can you? Don't always stare at me." Xia was so uncomfortable by her staring, especially when he saw that the other party was actually gagging, like a vicious wolf staring at food, giving him the illusion that he was about to become her food. "It was you who seduced me first." The woman topped her face with a face that was beautiful to the core and said this extremely seriously. Xia. You said that even if you are good looking, why are you so seductive when you eat a meal?" Yan Shui said and thought of something, dissatisfied. "Were there many women like me pestering you in the past? They have touched you? Have not kissed you that should have pulled your hand?" The more she said, the more the color of her pupils became deep, with a certain possessiveness, as if he dared to say that there will be any bad consequences. However, Xia laughed bitterly. "How could it be? They are avoiding me, they will go around when they see me." Upon hearing this, Yan Shui was satisfied. A smile was restored. "That's good." However, she shook her head again and frowned. "What kind of eyes do they have that they actually shun you?" Talking about this matter, Xia thought of those unfavorable memories and instantly lost much of his appetite. Slowly put down the chopsticks, looking at the first and so far the first person in front of him to help care about him, suddenly want to confide. "I was born prematurely. Since I was a child, my body was not very good, other people are not willing to play with me, to junior high and high school, has always been the object of isolation, I have been used to it." His tone was light, even his expression. Yan Shui couldn't help but sink her face, a hint of sinister flashed in her eyes. Looking at the teenager like this, it must be more than just isolation. Sooner or later, she would uncover those people and make them eat their words and regret coming to this world. She stretched out her slender, glistening white hand and touched the teenager's head with considerable difficulty, gently rubbing it. "Don't worry, they won't have a good time." The words uttered had a dark and poking sinister look to them. Xia felt the small hand on his head, originally wanted to avoid, but because the woman this comfort, slightly red eyes. He knew that he should not cry, so that it should be the words of those people, "He is not like a man." However, he couldn't help it, he just couldn't. He had never met a person who was so warm. Even his mother, every time, she would say that it must be where he did not do well to let those people bully him, let him reflect on himself, and then later cried that she was incompetent and couldn't give him a good life, and over time, he didn't have the desire to confide in her, and no matter what he encountered, he bore it down silently. He thought he had been strong enough, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that he was really very fragile. "Cry if you want to, there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Yan Shui could see that he was holding back his tears and thought that he was looking at her in embarrassment, adding, "I won't laugh at you." In fact, she liked to see him cry. She hadn't seen how this good-looking face was shedding tears. It must have looked great. Although she would have preferred him to be made to cry by himself, that look should be even more beautiful. Xia, however, held back his tears and stubbornly said, "I'm not going to cry." Not seeing the tears she wanted to see, Yan Shui was slightly disappointed in her heart, yet she wasn't angry because she still preferred him to be made to cry by herself in the future. Yet didn't mind talking to him more, why not cry? Xia felt that she was really strange, different from any girl he had seen before. Besides her beautiful face, there was also the enigmatic identity, and then the special fetish. Do you think a big man should cry? Suddenly asked without a clue. Yan Shui thought to herself, what kind of ghost question is this, and backhandedly knocked him on the head. Well, at least read the university, your cerebellum is still wrapped up not. Although he was beaten, he did not hurt or humiliated, but instead squinted and smiled. Yan Shui also thought that he hit him silly, busy hand back, hey, you will not be I hit silly it, laugh what? Xia shook his head and didn't say anything, looking at her gratefully, thank you. Yan Shui. A face of puzzlement. Are they not on the same channel? Why is it that she understands every word he says, but synthesizing a sentence is somewhat incomprehensible? Without waiting to ask again, Xia put away the chopsticks and got up, turned back to her and said gently, you sit still, I first go to wash a bowl, we'll be right back. After saying this, he also looked back uneasily, worrying that she would not listen to his words again and walk around without authorization. As the second young lady of the richest Yin family in the capital, apart from her parents, Yan Shui has never been ordered by anyone. However, now that she has met such a good-looking teenager, and has been ordered so many times in a row, Yan Shui feels that this feeling is quite marvelous. Chapter 9 Strange noises coming from the next door. Xia said he would be right back really fast. Less than a minute later he came out of the kitchen. Yan Shui was still in the same position she was in just now, her white tender hand resting on her chin, just staring in the direction of the kitchen, so as soon as Xia came out, the two of them locked eyes. Ahem, I'm done washing. He's still uncomfortable facing his elder sister's beautiful eyes, that. It's not too early now, Let me help you to the bed to rest. Originally very normal words, but on the contrary, the two have only known each other for less than 2 days, and is still a man and a woman, also are adults. The atmosphere has some subtlety. Yan Shui obviously did not think so much, frankly nodded, but then asked, I sleep in bed, where do you sleep? That sofa when she lies down is a little short, Xia is still half a head taller than her, sleeping is definitely not comfortable. Although she said she likes Xia, kissed him and teased him, but as a lady of the mansion, she has her own upbringing, naturally, she will not really casually share the bed with others. Besides, this teenager was just a plaything of temporary interest to her. A phone call could have sent her back to stay in a luxurious villa or hotel, but she didn't want to do that. She wanted to try the boy's patience with her. Xia, I'll sleep on the couch. He didn't look reluctant at all. Yan Shui smiled and suddenly opened her hands. Can you carry me over? Still dizzy, can't walk. She said half petulantly. From the dining table here to the room is only 6 or 7 meters away. Yan Shui itself is very slim, only the place where there should be meat has meat. It looks full and plump. She is only 90 pounds for a 1'7" person. The girl looked loose in his white shirt, buttoning it only up to her chest, loosely revealing her exquisite collarbone. Further down, there were black stockings wrapped around long legs, mostly blocked by the table, but the whole thing looked flirty and attractive, making it impossible to resist. Xia was gauging his strength. It's only such a little distance, it should be fine. So, he ignored the gradually burning face, walked over, stretched out his hand to grasp the other party's slender waist, the other hand on the other party's knee nest. Force will be the other party princess-style horizontal carry-up. The girl's body in his arms was as soft as cotton candy, but he didn't have time to feel it, so he quickly walked towards the room. His footsteps hurriedly brought up a gust of wind, and all that was between his breaths was the ethereal scent coming from her body. The scent was different from the one he smelled at school that day, but Xia didn't have time to think about anything else. The girl's weight and scent were both giving him a lot of hard time. His body was still too weak. After placing the person on the bed, he didn't get up immediately. The violent panting gave his lungs some pungent sensation, and he propped both hands above the girl, not noticing how ambiguous the position made the two of them look. Yan Shui then quietly stared at the handsome face of the boy. The corner of her mouth held a light smile. Can't hold it, don't force it, look at it now, tired like this, but I will be heartbroken. Although said heartache, but the eyes are through the mischievous. Listening to his breath sprayed on the face, Xia only reacted to how close the two people leaned. He hurriedly got up, pulling the distance between the two people. However, the girl lying on the bed, 2 legs even more eye-catching, Xia hurriedly turned his back. Senior sister, you will be a little, I know my bed is small and choking, temporary aggrieved you. I'll be right there on the sofa, if you have anything to do, call me again. I'm going to leave, but wait, Yan Shui's voice rang out again. What's wrong? It was fine in the living room, but after entering the room, he didn't quite dare to face his senior sister. Yan Shui was lying on her side on the bed, a pair of jade arms resting on her head, staring at his stiff back with interest. Although the boy's body was cut because of his illness, he was still straight and slender, and he was tall enough that his thin and tall appearance had a different kind of allure. What if I want to go to the restroom? I'm not sure how to do it, but I'm not sure how to do it. CSN froze do not know how to answer, ears red to drip blood, the toilet is next to the sister, you should be able to go on your own, right? Oh, light tone with a strong tease. Of course she could solve it by herself, even just pretending that she couldn't walk was a lie, she just wanted to see the teenager's tense appearance. She lowered her wrist and gently laid down on the bed, forget it, I won't tease you, go and rest. After saying that, she closed her eyes. Xia didn't care about the embarrassment at this time and hurriedly walked out. Yan Shui looked at the closed door and opened her eyes to reveal a wry gaze. After coming out, Xia's ears were red beyond words, ran to the sofa and sat down for a while, only after calming down did he realize that his senior sister had just teased him again on purpose, right, deliberately provoking him, but why? Not only was he not annoyed in his heart, there was also an inexplicable pleasure, that feeling of being teased made his heart beat faster. He forced himself to calm down, went to the kitchen and washed his face, came to the sofa to sleep, but the sofa would not have been able to accommodate his height, sleep is not comfortable, toss and turn and cannot sleep, and then get up and sit, staring at the door of the room. Suddenly, he thought about the east and the west, that narrow bed will not let the school sister also sleep uncomfortable, or will there be something in the room that should not be looked at and not put away? Just like this, an hour has passed. Then, the originally quiet environment, gradually mixed with some kind of untimely sound, from the next door. Just lived in that will, CSN a person to listen to it is also strange embarrassed, but listen to more will get used to it, just did not expect, his shabby narrow one-room hall, will usher in the second person, or a female. He was here on the sofa, only expecting that his schoolmate had already slept, or didn't know what kind of sound it was. But the latter was obviously impossible, as far as the school sister was so good at flirting, it was impossible that she was a blankie in this regard. Then one could only expect that the senior sister had fallen asleep. However, he guessed wrong, Yan Shui really didn't know much in this area. That's why it was so hard for her to fall asleep in this crappy bed, she was angered to be woken up by this sound. The second young miss had a serious problem with waking up. If it wasn't for the loss of blood and weakness, she could have immediately rushed out the door to go next door to first give the other party a few punches and kicks to dissipate her anger, and then use money to settle the follow-up. Xia, with an apprehensive heart, leaned against the sofa and closed her eyes. But the next moment the door to the room opened, the older sister in a white shirt with hair standing by the door, cell phone-like reflected her slightly pale face, there is a trace of horror. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the other side of the room. Xia froze and straightened up, uncertainly. Yan Shui came over angrily, who lives next door to you, humming in the middle of the night, noisy. This word, Xia the whole person is clam-lived, did not expect the school sister has been white to say out, his eyes are uneasy to wander around, and some blushing, I do not know. Chapter 10 Tell me, what is doing next door? What are you blushing? Yan Shui swept into Xia's face, and his evasive vision, and looked at him suspiciously. The current her did not seduce him. Nor did she have the heart for it. Xia looked up in surprise at her words, thinking that his senior sister was going to tease him about something again before she said that, but it turned out that she was serious and earnest, with anger on her beautiful face. Xia. School sister, you don't know what this sound is? He asked tentatively, with some incredulity in his eyes. Yan Shui saw him ask this and frowned, how do I know, do you know? Then you go and solve it, no matter what should not disturb the people in the middle of the night, if you are sick, go to the hospital. If the other party needs money, you report my name. Yan Shui wanted to go back to her room after saying that. Xia suddenly realized at this moment, feeling incredible and funny, sister you wait, this matter. I can't solve it. It should stop after a while. He said that his voice was a little weak at the back. Yan Shui did not understand to stop, always feel that he should know what, but I am going to sleep now, who knows how many times to wait a little. Xia. Listen to this, the school sister really does not know? But? Looking at the boy's stuttering and quickly blushing appearance, Yan Shui combined with when the boy would blush before and gradually thought in a certain direction. She turned around and walked back, slightly squinted her beautiful glazed eyes, and her lips that had regained a hint of blood color gently curved into an arc. Tell me, what's going on next door? Yan Shui knew about physiological common sense, but did not know what kind of reaction that kind of thing would have, but now she gradually guessed it from the boy's difficult expression. At this moment she suddenly had a bad heart. Close to the boy, with a light fragrance of the slender jade hand raised gently across the boy's handsome face, sliding to the jaw, suddenly grabbed his collar to pull down. Xia was pulled by her and stumbled, busy stabilizing his body. In the face of his school sister's face killing, he closed his eyes. School sister, don't make it difficult for me, you already know it, don't you? Just now, he saw the process of school sister's epiphany and should have guessed it already. However, no, I don't know, I want you to tell me. Yan Shui said very badly, her voice soft. It was tough to always repress her morbid madness in front of the teenager, but through such simple teasing, the bad taste that was inadvertently leaked out made her heart feel a lot smoother. Xia took a few deep breaths and slowly opened his eyes to see his senior sister staring at him, the force in her hand refusing to relax, carrying an irresistible strength. Having encountered this kind of treatment many times, Xia gradually felt a slight impatience from that shyness and blushing heartbeat. And he couldn't push her away, worrying that her wound would be bad again. Gritting his teeth, he said quickly, that is, to make a child. After saying it, the roots of his ears were still red hot. But saying it out loud, finally not having to suffer, despite the shame, the whole person was relieved. After forcing the person to finish, Yan Shui's fun ends here. After hearing it, he snorted, is not this kind of thing, what is there to be ashamed of? He then let go of him. Xia straightened his body and straightened his collar, somewhat surprised by his schoolmate's dryness. He thought she would break the pot and ask what his child making. At this time he had to self-doubt again. Just now it was his own fault. If he didn't twist and turn, and directly told his senior sister, she wouldn't have treated him like this. The trace of annoyance in his heart suddenly disappeared again, and even a trace of guilt surged up. Just now he actually felt that his schoolmate was annoyingly incomprehensible. Only just thought so. Since you don't dare to go, then I'll go. Xia looked towards his schoolmate who was walking towards the door, not quite understanding what she meant by that. Where to go? Yan Shui's head doesn't turn back, stopping the noise. Xia? Chapter 11 The Girls Pick Up. Well, when Yan Shui walked to the door, the noise next door finally stopped. Xia patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. The next day, Xia got up early because he had an early 8. Thinking that his schoolmate didn't eat anything yesterday either, he must be hungry. Usually he goes to class without eating breakfast, but today, he specially went to buy breakfast, and also bought soybean milk and meat buns with special meat pain. I wanted to put it directly on the table, and it was up to my sister to eat it when she woke up, but I thought it wouldn't be good if it got cold. Finally summoned up the courage to knock on the door of the room. Who knows, the room is empty, the school sister does not know when already gone. Xia could not help but lose his heart. In the end, he ate the fragrant meat buns with tears in his eyes, but the tears flowed out of his mouth. This was the only time since the beginning of the school year that he ate meat. The flavor was so good that it exploded. Xia decided that he must make money to eat meat buns every day. On campus, Xia walks on the road is still alone, not more look, to the classroom when the time to sit quietly in the corner of the position, take out the professional book on the side, then began to own in the draft paper all kinds of tracing. In college, you generally do not take the initiative to chat, show a bit of aloof and cold, there will be no one to find you chat. However, there is an exception, that is, if you look very handsome or very beautiful, there are still many people take the initiative to recognize you. For example, at this moment, Xia was quietly doing his own thing, and several girls were staring at him. After all, just freshman year, are strangers, everyone does not know each other, also do not know what past experience, as long as the appearance is good enough, will get a group of face value control like. There were still 5 minutes before class, and after several girls finished whispering, a girl eventually stood up and walked towards his position with her books. Classmate, is there anyone here? Obviously no one was there, but she deliberately asked. After all, after these days of observation, it was found that this boy was always alone, no matter what the specialty class was, he would always sit alone in a corner seat. Xia didn't expect a girl to talk to him at all, so the moment before his attention was all on his own drawing paper, and only when he was asked did he freeze and look up, appearing a bit dumbfounded. Into the eyes of a sweet-looking girl, big eyes look very watery, head with a bow, in short, very lowly looks. No one. Xia moved his specialty book inward, his movements a little overwhelmed. Then I'll sit here, is that okay? The girl spoke softly and politely. Xia this time is considered the second time since the beginning of the school year to talk to a girl, or such a cute girl, the whole person seems to be very nervous, After hearing this, the girl smiled and sat down, tilted her head and said, you are called Xia, right? In fact, I have noticed you for a long time, I heard that you are the number 1 in the arts examination in your place, so powerful Hearing the praise, Xia is very happy. In fact, want to say more to the girl, only except for the very active Yan Shui, Xia simply do not have the experience of chatting with other girls, so in the end, only said 2 words, thank you. Then there was nothing more. The girl was a bit embarrassed, but because the boy's looks matched her other half's requirements, she took the initiative to find words again. My name is Shui Qingyu, can I sit next to you in class from now on? Xia looked at the girl a little shocked. The meaning of this sentence is quite obvious. He is not a big straight man, sensitive mind, and then look at the girl looking at his eyes shining, know that she may be interested in him. Xia had been poisoned too much by his middle school experience, so now that a girl was taking the initiative to talk to him, and maybe even be interested in him, he found it unbelievable, but happy. It's all fine if you want it to be. He smiled back. These words made Shui Qingyu smile a little brighter. Glancing at the draft in his hand, she curiously leaned over. What are you drawing? Sweet breath drifted over with the girl's body as she leaned over. Xia's sunlight red face, body leaned in, will be exposed to the draft, forced to calm down said, nothing, just drawing some lines, practice a degree of hand stability. Oh, so The girl's afterglow swept when she could contact him, who knew that Xia actually avoided her. When she approached him, he stayed away. There is a sense of frustration, before she accosted those boys, which is not wanting to get close to her, is that she felt uninterested so avoid, this time this is? But also more interested. Xia was not aware of the mind of the girl at this time, only thought that she wanted to see clearly what was drawn on his draft, so she would lean over, and then thoughtfully brought the draft to the front of Shui Qingyu. Shui Qingyu, whose body was already tilted in a certain arc, had to sit up straight and pretended to pick it up and look at it. The lines on it were very clear in one stroke, rows of parallel lines, none of which intersected, regular and dense, yet at a level that would make an obsessive-compulsive feel comfortable. Surprised for a moment, even though the purpose wasn't to look at it. Don't you practice this? Xia was puzzled. Shui Qingyu smiled and said, no, I practiced it a long time ago, but I don't practice it anymore at this stage now. Indeed, this is a basic skill. If one has really been painting for many years, and one's hands have been practiced and stabilized, one can stop practicing. But Xia was a serious person who pursued perfection. Even if he knew how to do something, he would practice it again and again for a long time, so his drawings were seldom wasted because the lines were not perfect. 5 minutes went by quickly, and the class was about to start after they had only spoken a few words. Xia never deserted class, so Shui Qingyu's next attempts to communicate with him failed. By noon, Xia and Shui Qingyu were basically familiar with each other. He felt quite good about her, and felt that getting along with Shui Qingyu was the way normal people get along, unlike Yan Shui, who teases herself with bad jokes anytime and anywhere, and making a move on him from time to time. Only, Yan Shui was different again in his heart. Thinking of her, Xia's heart is worried about her wound again, not knowing how it is, and at the same time, he is also a little angry. Why didn't she say anything to herself when she left? But deep thought and feel that they think so wrong, is the school sister to their own life-saving grace. In addition, she unilaterally and he has nothing to do with, and there is no obligation to tell her whereabouts. But the heart is very difficult, unhappy. By the way, Shui Qingyu, do you know how to get to the Foreign Language Institute? When he came out, Xia asked. Shui Qingyu shook her head. Why are you asking this? Do you want to go, or I will accompany you and ask while walking? She positively said. The more detached this boy was from her, the more she wanted to approach him and conquer him. Chapter 12 Can't raise it well, I will kiss you to death. Xia shook his head not too kindly, or not, so I won't bother you. A dark aura flashed in Shui Qingyu's eyes, but her face remained smiling and said, that is fine. By the way, aren't you going to eat now? Let's join together. She stared at him and sincerely invited. Xia actually wanted to agree. After all, he had never eaten with a girl before. Yesterday was actually an opportunity, only that his schoolmate disliked his rough meal and didn't want to eat it. Xia thinks that it's fine. After all, a wonderful person like his senior sister, that kind of food doesn't really deserve her. However, in his heart, he still wants to eat with his senior sister. Half a day without an answer, Shui Qingyu's smile was a bit stiff. Xia, let's go eat together. She said again, this time the inviting tone was more obvious. Xia, however, shook his head and looked down at the cute girl in front of him. No, you go eat by yourself. I don't have money to eat in the cafeteria. He somewhat embarrassedly stated the truth. Shui Qingyu's smile stiffened again. In that case, then I'll go first. Xia was not oblivious to her reaction. There was a loss in his heart, but he was used to it and smiled and hummed. When he walked out for some distance, Xia still looked back and saw that Shui Qingyu had joined the group of a few other girls and was talking about something. He didn't pay more attention to it, but turned around and walked in the direction of the kiosk, ready to eat something cheap at random to pad his stomach, because he still had classes in the afternoon, and the rented room was a distance away from the school, so he couldn't go back. Only not yet walked to, an unknown man appeared out of nowhere, directly into his hand stuffed a meal card, and a note. Dear little Sikh, your face is my favorite, I do not allow you to treat it harshly, meal card randomly swiped, give it to me to raise it well. If you don't, I'll kiss you to death. Yen Shui. Xia-sun saw the latter sentence, and the hand holding the note shook a little. It seemed to think of a few days ago, when they first met, the image of her holding him down against the wall and kissing him to the point of almost suffocating, and chilled to the bone. He slipped the note into his pocket and looked up to see if the man had gone far enough to ask how her injury was, only the man had disappeared and there were only other strangers coming and going. The meal card is like a hot potato, no matter how bad, and finally can only be put into the pocket together. Meanwhile, in the hospital's senior ward, Yen Shui was lying on the bed with a pale face. In the early hours of the morning her wound was infected and she had a high fever. She didn't want her prey to see her truly injured and fragile appearance, so she called the driver to come pick herself up and left the broken and narrow rental house without alerting Xia-sun. How could the driver not expect to see their honorable and uninhibited second young lady in a place like that, and so badly injured? On the side of the bed, it was Yen Yu who looked the same as her, and she looked at the person on the bed with a concerned look. Sister, tell me how you can be so unsettling, how could you appear in that kind of place in the middle of the night, and still be injured like this? If anything really happened to you, how would you let me explain to Mom and Dad? She frowned inside after she finished speaking, tucking in Yen Shui's quilt corner, truly like a good sister who cares for her younger sister. Yen Shui looked at the ward as no one was there and snorted coldly at her performance. Sister, no one is there, who are you pretending for? You're still acting like you're addicted to it. Yen Yu did not care about her bad words, dotingly looked at her. Sister, what are you talking about? I am really worried about you. Saying this, her eyes quickly reddened and she wiped her tears. Yen Shui was too lazy to look at her and tilted her head to the other side. You go out, I'm tired. Anyway, since childhood, this sister of hers has been such a hypocritical look, and doesn't want to bother with that effort to battle with her. Don't Yen Yu but sat down. You have not said why you appeared there, but also injured it. At least I am your sister, have the right to know how their sister injured it. If Mom and Dad ask, I also have an explanation. Yen Shui head also does not return. Do not always take the name of sister to pressure me. You were only a few minutes earlier than I was born. And what is that bullshit account? You have not already thought about it, how to smear me, how to come. Upon hearing this, the corner of Yen Yu's mouth gently curved up in an arc. It seemed that she didn't realize that matter had her own handiwork. She sighed, as if she felt that her sister's attitude hurt her greatly. Since my sister looks at me like this, there is nothing I can do about it. Get some rest, I have classes in the next few days, so I won't be coming to see you. She said. She got up and went out with 3 steps. Outside the door, the housekeeper looked at Missy's sad and beautiful face and comforted. Missy, don't be sad, it's inevitable that Missy's temper will be a little big when she's injured. She nodded. I know, let's go. Yen Shui in the room heard the exchange outside and laughed coldly. So there was someone outside the door. No wonder she didn't remove her gentle disguise even for a moment. Yen Shui was all too aware that this sister, who was born only a few minutes earlier than her, was the same kind of person as her, even more terrifying than her. When she was 6 years old, she had seen her strangle a stray cat with her own eyes, and even at a distance, the painfully insane look in her eyes still gave even the abnormal her the creeps. Returning to her senses, Yen Shui thought of the guy who always blushed. The unpleasantness she had just felt dispersed a bit. She took her cell phone from the cabinet and made a call. Are things done? Did he go to the cafeteria? At this time, the person over there is answering the phone while walking sneakily against the wall. No, I am following him. Looking at the direction should be the commissary. Commissary? He's not eating at noon, he's eating snacks? My card to him is not used in this way. Yen Shui dissatisfaction, agitation pull wound again, pain she frowned. Only a moment later, the other side said, second miss. He seems not to use your card. What, then whose card did he use? Yen Shui felt her chest hurt even more. The first time second miss gave someone a card, and the other party didn't use it, pissed off. The person over there knew that second miss was hospitalized and should not be angry, and was busy saying, he didn't use anyone's card, and bought a loaf of bread out of his own pocket. Yen Shui. This person even disobeyed his own orders. Really think that saying kissing him to death is just a joke? Yen Shui decided that, when he is a little better, he must let that person know that, dare to disobey his own orders, the consequences are very serious. Chapter 13 The egotistical Shui Qingyue. In the afternoon class, Shui Qingyue did not sit next to Xia again. In addition, Xia realized that a lot of the girls who were looking at him this morning were no longer looking at him. He instantly understood that it should be because he told Shui Qingyu at noon that he didn't have the money to eat in the cafeteria, and these people knew about it. What's the use of good looks? In the end it's all about money. This is reality. Xia laughed at himself. After school he passed by Shui Qingyu, who was talking to her little sister group, and turned around to see him and quickly turned back, looking like she was worried about him talking to her. However, Xia walked past and didn't give a damn about her. Yikes, he's actually ignoring you. A girl said without any suspicion, making Shui Qingyu a bit embarrassed. Because this morning she told the others that she could easily take this boy down, and in the end, although it didn't work out and she didn't want to spend time with him because he didn't have any money, in the eyes of her little sisterhood, it was her who dumped this boy when she had already succeeded. But now that Xia is like this, isn't it a slap in her face? She pretended to be unconcerned and said, he may be angry, I told him in the morning to sit with him in the future, but I didn't go, forget it, I'm quite sorry for him. A person heard said, this boy is also too stingy. Before I do not know also think that looks handsome, who knows no money and bad temper, tisk, look at his skinny body, I still like 8-pack abs little brother. Another person, well or you charm randomly to a boy on the heart, they like you. Even such a withdrawn and cold person will be moved by you. Shui Qingyu was flattered, but on her face she humbly smiled and said no, I'm not. She then sighed and looked in the direction where Xia left, it's better not to make such bets in the future, it doesn't feel good. The little sister instantly consolation, what is this, you are not yet his who he is so throw face, is the words still have to be, not to be not to be. Shui Qingyu smiled even more coyly. Although the little sisters all believed her words and spoke on her side, only she understood what was going on. Xia did not like himself at all, nor was he like what he said. There was also the fact that he had just ignored her, which made the confidant her very upset. Who knows that the upset is still behind, the girl who first said that Xia ignored her before said again, hey. I just remembered that there is a senior sister named Yanyu, almost the dream goddess of all the boys in the school, you all have the word moon in your name, it seems that the title of the second goddess is going to fall on the head of you. The others didn't think there was anything wrong with this, but in Shui Qingyu's ears, this second was a bit harsh. She knew of Yanyu, but had never seen her and did not put it in her eyes, only that her birth was better than hers. She humbled herself for a bit, then made an excuse that she had something to do and left. Because the thought that Xia, who acted distantly towards her proximity, also treated Yanyu as a dream goddess just like most boys, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. On the other side, Xia, who walked away, didn't know that these girls cricked themselves, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. He touched the card and note in his pocket with mixed feelings. Although she told him that she majored in foreign languages, she must have taken a leave of absence because of her injury, and he didn't know where her home was. I forgot to leave my contact information at first, so I don't know how to find her. So can only go back to the rental house, tomorrow is Friday, only the morning class, the afternoon he can go to the stall, so intend to go back to prepare a little. As a result, just walked to the school gate, was called by a voice. Xia, wait for me. Shui Qingyu ran towards him, her small face was very red from running. Xia was a bit surprised, what's the matter with you? The girl was 1.6 m, wearing a tender yellow dress with a V-neck, and when she approached, from Xia's angle, she could see a hint of a gully. The line of sight was uncomfortably raised some. Shui Qingyu listened to his tone of indifference and detachment than this morning, and the discomfort in her heart became even more serious, but it was well concealed. Are you angry? Lowering her head and pinching the corner of her skirt, I am sorry, I did not mean to ignore you in the afternoon, it is just that in the morning I have been sitting with you and did not have the time to talk to my few friends, and they became a little angry, saying that I see the color and forget the righteousness, so I had to be with them in the afternoon. Xia, of course, does not know the girl's heart feel better, he thought it was she smacked him for it. Lightly said, I am not angry. It is true that he is not angry with her, but he also does not want to make others hurt because of himself. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Water Qingyu saw the boy's reaction faint, the heart is not willing, looked up some innocent said, you are not angry, why are you so cold to me? This morning we get along is not still okay, we are already friends, right? Said ruffled the hair on the side of the ear, blinking her watery eyes. She is not bad looking, but also so active, I do not believe that he can still refuse. However, Xia refused, thank you, but I think it's better for us to be ordinary classmates, I don't want you to be unhappy with your friends because of me. This was said in a way that sounded like it had other interpretations. It was that Xia actually liked her, so after hearing the lie she just told, he thought about her and had no choice but to reject him. With the way those boys treated her before, Shui Qingyu was very convinced of her own charm, and felt that Xia Xia must be thinking this, and snorted inwardly, feeling much better. "You are so nice," she said shyly. "Xia Sun." I don't know why, there is obviously nothing wrong with these 3 words, but it always sounds a little uncomfortable. That. Although you say this, but in my heart, you are already my friend. I have never had a friend of the opposite sex, you are the first. She was sure that Xia says such a boy must not have contact with any girl. This sentence does not directly take him. Xia look at the girl slightly red face vision dodge look, do not know how to answer this sentence, and can only be an almighty thank you. Shui Qingyu in shyness. Shouldn't he be flattered at this point and then say that she is also his first friend? She put on such a heartfelt show and this was the result? Xia noticed the sights around him and said uncomfortably, I still have something to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left, his feet flying. However, Shui Qingyu still had one question left to ask, so she gritted her teeth and jogged to keep up with him. Xia was surprised to see Shui Qingyu beside him, who was following him at a fast pace, and his footsteps still slowed down. Shui Qingyu said with some aggravation, Are you annoying me? Xia, no, it's just that I really have something. He didn't want to say that he was unused to crowds. Shui Qingyu seemed to believe it and spread her smile again, her amber-colored pupils flickered lightly. I want to ask, do you know Sister Yin Yu? Xia shook his head, I don't know, what's wrong? Seeing this boy's puzzled expression, Shui Qingyu got happy. No, nothing, then I won't bother you anymore. See you tomorrow. Xia smiled faintly and nodded. This would be some distance away from the school gate. Shui Qingyu stopped and watched Xia go. Who knew that when she was about to retract her sight, a girl wearing a JK uniform with long black hair to her waist, beautiful to the extreme, appeared out of nowhere and directly took hold of Xia's arm. Chapter 14 Strange School Sister. Xia Sun was still a little confused when his arm was held, thinking it was Shui Qingyu. There was a sense of repulsion, who knew that when he turned back and met Yen Shui's beautiful face, that sense of repulsion disappeared without a trace. The scent on Yen Shui's body changed again today, becoming the same as the one on campus that time. It also smelled good. What, not happy to see me? Yen Shui stared at his face, her red lips hooked in a smile, but she couldn't see much laughter in her glazed eyes. Instead, it was a bit oozing. Xia was worried about her injury and didn't pay much attention. Because of her words, remembered that this morning specially bought breakfast for her, who knew that she had long been out of the room, some angry and aggrieved. Clearly you left without saying goodbye. Yen Shui stared at the change in his expression, her eyes darkened. He unexpectedly had feelings for that person. A wave of anger and impatience rose from the bottom of his heart, coming so violently that he almost couldn't maintain the expression on his face. How is your injury? Xia did not notice any abnormality and asked with worry. The line of sight down, only to realize that the girl's hands wrapped around his arm, her breasts almost pressed on his arm. The soft touch came. But this time, Xia did not immediately blush, but worriedly wanted to pull his hand away, only just moved and then stopped, worried that this would involve her injury. Yen Shui almost possessive strength to hold him, but finally because of some kind of concern loosened a little bit. Back, I went home last night to deal with the wound, used the best medicine, already not very painful. Xia heard only a little bit relieved. Loosened up red face, turned his head back. You. Can you not hold me like this? At this time there are still people on the road, some of them are students from Beijing University. Seeing this scene seems to be shocked, but there are some doubts. Xia's attention was on top of the feelings Yen Shui gave him, and other than feeling the gazes of the passers-by, he didn't notice the deeper meaning. He wasn't used to being watched, it was very stressful, so he said so, trying to get his senior sister to let himself go. The arc of Yen Shui's mouth widened, and instead moved a little closer to him, almost pressing against the side of his face, and said softly, What, afraid of your little girlfriend getting angry? Her spit was obviously warm, but it gave a cool feeling, and goosebumps instantly popped up all over Xia's body. What little girlfriend? Xia was confused by the words. Yen Shui turned her head, looked back, and met the line of sight with Shui Qingyu, who was still frozen in place, and her smile grew brighter and brighter. Nua, isn't that one? Xia turned back, and when he saw Shui Qingyu, he didn't know why. Obviously he didn't have anything to do with her, but he still had a feeling of weakness. 10 meters apart, Shui Qingyu didn't hear what they were saying, but when she saw the woman turn her head, the hooked corner of her lips seemed to carry some sort of provocation, the hand on her side clenched tightly, her fingernails almost sinking into her flesh. She had just thought that she was going to be his first female friend, and had planned to start with that and slowly become the most special person in his heart, yet now, another even more beautiful woman had appeared and was on intimate terms with him, which gave her the feeling that she had been slapped hard on her own face. "She is just a student in my class," Xia Xia hurriedly explained. Yan Shui turned back and looked at Xia Xia's side face again. Up close, she felt even more that the boy was handsome and cute, and his eyes were beautiful. His pupils were her favorite obsidian-like color, so perfect that she wanted to collect them. "But just now I saw you guys getting close." Her smile is still the same, also beautiful overly, but Xia Sen always feel cool. Today she always give him a sense of crisis. Helpless to explain, it is just a normal talking distance. "I saw you look at her breasts and blush." "Xia Sun. I didn't." The line of sight, however, dodged. He accidentally saw it. No, why did he have to explain so much to her? He frowned and said somewhat unhappily, "This is my matter, senior sister, you seem to be meddling too much." As the words fell, he felt the temperature around him cool down a bit, and when he looked down, he was confronted with his senior sister's face that was slightly frowning in pain. She let go of his hand and covered her left chest, slightly bending over. It hurt. However, where Xia Xia could not see, Liuli's eyes were as deep as swirls, revealing a wry smile. Xia Xia instantly felt guilty and went to help her. Didn't it just stop hurting? Yan Shui, however, avoided his hand and walked towards the front, breathless, said, "No need for you to care." Xia Xia knew it should be just his own words made her angry. This is a kind of payback for what he just said. Already forgetting about Shui Qingyu behind him, he helplessly followed her, his hands always ready to catch her crooked body. "I didn't mean that. It's just that, I'm grateful that you saved my life, senior sister, and I don't know how I can repay you for the injuries you suffered for me this time." However, Xia Xia intends to explain himself to her now. I don't know if what you said about liking is true or you just want to tease me, but I have the self-knowledge that I don't deserve you." Yan Shui, who was walking in front of her, was not happy because of the teenager's words. On the contrary, her heart became more and more grumpy and gloomy. Because these words were not addressed to her. This person's heart had already begun to contain someone else, and even then, that day, maybe last night as well, he and that good sister of hers had already had skin to skin. Yan Yu was almost physically shaking with cynicism. Morbid gloom swept madly within. She would wash him clean, from heart to body, and she would make him hers forever, just hers. The person walking stubbornly in front of her suddenly stopped, her voice resumed its flatness. "Well." She stretched out her slender and beautiful hand on CSN's upward-facing palm. "Can you accompany me home to change the medicine?" Yan Shui's beautiful face still seemed to be in pain, but her emotions were much calmer than before. Xia Sun was a little surprised by her reaction and felt a little lost in his heart. But then again, he felt that she didn't respond much to what he said today like before, probably because the wound was too painful. Without any doubt, he nodded his head. "Good." This time after he nodded, Yan Shui leaned over and told him an address to take a taxi. Feeling the girl's fragrant and soft body, for the first time, Xia Xia did not think about it, but quickly stopped a car and carefully helped her in. His face was filled with worry. Yan Shui, after he sat in, his body leaned over and snuggled his head in the boy's arms, smelling the soapy scent of his body. The knowledgeable Missy quickly recognized the smell of poor quality, inexpensive smell. However, for the first time, the smell was so good. And she inadvertently raised her head. The line of sight coincided with the eyes of the driver in the rearview mirror. The driver slightly nodded, Missy satisfied to bury her head all the way into the teenager's embrace. Chapter 15, Entering the Cage. Yan Shui's cheek leaned against his chest, her breath blew on Xiaxia's skin through the thin shirt, obviously just warm, but I don't know if it's because the temperature has been too high lately and the car wasn't open to the air conditioning, so he felt so hot. The girl's unique perfume odor constantly impacted his nose from bottom to top. Xiaxia's white face smoked red. He was unable to push away because of the injuries on his sister's body, and on the way, Xia suffered immensely, and his thoughts drifted wildly, just wanting to divert his attention, so he didn't notice out the window, away from the city, getting farther and farther away from the road. Until the surrounding road lined with green trees, traffic is less and less, tall buildings are less and less, the change is more and more obvious. Xia only noticed, face slightly reveals a puzzled look. "Sister, where do you live?" "Where do you live, sister?" At this time, the Yan Shui senior sister in his arms seems to be asleep, heard his voice, only confusedly opened his eyes, looked out the window, voice with some lethargy. "Oh, almost there. My family has a set of villas in the outskirts of the countryside. I live there myself." The corner of the drooping mouth hooked up a shallow arc, the glazed eyes flashed with morbid possession and joy. "Junior, come to my world, don't think of escaping again." Not long after, the vehicle turned into another road, and after another half an hour of walking, the view suddenly became wide open, a small plain-like place, in the center of which was situated a luxurious villa. However, although the villa is beautiful, it is surrounded by mountains on all sides. The mountains and trees are dense, and there are all kinds of animal cries. The sound is melodious and empty. There is a kind of feeling of entering a forest that is off the beaten track. Xie got out of the car and stayed to look at all these. The heart of the heart has a trace of panic for no reason. What's wrong? Yan Shui looked at his dumbfounded look and asked with a smile. Xie came back to his senses. Nothing, just did not expect your family so rich. Xie suddenly thought of his own shabby and narrow. Sound insulation is also poor small rented room, and compared to this is simply a heaven of mud. Last night, the sister was willing to go into the mud with him, but also willing to sleep in his bed. Really feel that it is blasphemy, school sister. He barely managed to pull a smile. Senior sister, then since you have arrived home, why don't I go back first? Just as he mentioned the word go back, Xie suddenly felt his senior sister's lightly smiling face cloud over for a moment, making that sense of crisis in his heart even stronger. But after a while he felt that he had misread the situation. Yan Shui still half covering the movement of the chest, slightly gasping for breath, breathless. This morning my home nanny suddenly took a leave of absence, have not yet had time to find ants. The medicine box seems to be placed in a very high place. You help me to take a little before you go. Xie thought about it. Just take a medicine box should be nothing. He actually do not enter that villa. The heart of the inexplicable sense of crisis is a reason. There is another reason is that he did not dare to step foot in that luxurious place, worried that when he went back to the mud, he will not be accustomed to. Looked at the sky. Today there is no sun, cloudy, so the evening dimness came faster than usual. Just did not know that the schoolmate's home is so far away, so he agreed. Now this also do not know what time to go home. But soon, Xie thought of a more difficult problem, that is, to go home to the fair, just when the sister to pay, seems to spend tens of dollars, which is his week's meal money. Xie felt a great deal of pain. What's wrong? Unwilling. Yan Shui's slightly hanging head has begun to have a look of impatience, if it is not in order to ensure that everything is safe, otherwise, here she would like to directly tie up the teenager. No, I am willing. Xie finally clenched his teeth, turned his head to the driver and said, Master, please wait for me, can you? I will help my senior sister to get a medicine box and then come back. The driver and Missy quickly locked eyes again, and then smiled and said, It's okay, you go, take your time, there's no rush. I'm waiting. With this assurance, Xie was relieved. Holding Yan Shui slowly walked towards the villa. Only then did the impatience on Missy's face slowly fade away, and a hint of a triumphant smile gradually emerged. Xie did not know that he was about to enter the cage specially created for him by the sick girl. While walking once surveyed the surroundings, a brick, a tile, a piece of grass and a tree are like a well-designed. The heart silently sighed. He had to over what to do to have such a house. Inside is even more spacious and luxurious. Yan Shui led him to his bedroom. The tone is European style, but the color is even pure white. Once inside, Xie didn't dare to look much. His head hung slightly and his eyes were fixed on the floor. Yan Shui's soft jade fingers gently pushed away his support, pointing to the red plus-size symbol of the medicine box above the closet. The medicine box is there, you help me take it. Oh, good. Xie uncomfortable turn around and walk over, just reach up and touch the medicine box. Who knows the next moment, his neck came from a burst of pain, a cold feeling penetrate the skin. He slightly widened his eyes, unbelievable turn back. He saw Yan Shui that pair of charming smile eyes. Yan Shui reached out and caught him the moment his body fell. Her strength was incomparably great, and there was not a hint of injury. She casually threw the things in her hand to one side, her red-colored lips hooked in an excited smile, opening and closing. My silly schoolmate, no one told you not to casually go home with other people, especially beautiful females, Hearing the end, he tried to concentrate, but unfortunately his head was drowsy and he could hear less and less. Boom! Xie's eyes went black and he completely fell into the woman's arms. A moment before his consciousness dissipated, he still didn't understand how things had turned out like this. Yan Shui watched him pass out. A weird smile appeared on her face. She lowered her head and sniffed Xie's smooth and delicate milk-like skin, and then revealed an intoxicated look. The smile on her beautiful face was brilliant and incomparable, and then picked him up horizontally. It was actually incomparably easy, and put him on the bed to lie down and cover him with the quilt. Her hand stroked up Xie's cheek, warm touch, so that she couldn't help but squint her eyes. Her hand gently rubbed between his eyebrows, her mouth murmured, You are mine. Then she stood up and left the bedroom. The other side. Yan Shui was lying in the hospital, bored. A moment to look at her cell phone, there was no call or message. Her heart was very irritable. Until not a moment later, finally came to the phone. Second miss, all according to your request done. Everything is ready, only Xie, as long as he comes back, will be evicted by the landlord, then nowhere to go, temporarily cannot find a room. I just happened to pass by, and then recognize him as today. Miss, you let me give the meal card of the person, bring him back to your private villa. Yan Shui smiled with satisfaction. Well done. Chapter 16 Twin Sisters. Xia woke up leisurely, but his head was still groggy. Hearing the sound of clattering water in his ears, he opened his eyes with difficulty. Into the eyes was the woman's slender and slim back. She was turning her back to him, squatting in front of the bathtub, her slender and beautiful fingers reaching into the water and constantly ruffling it, which was the sound of water that he had just heard. And he was sitting on the bathroom floor, his upper body leaning against the wall, his legs stretched out and drooping. Xia Sun did not want to startle the woman. His breathing slowed down, tried to move the body, who knew that the body is weak and weak, cannot move a little. Oh? Wake up? The woman actually turned her head, unexpectedly curved the corners of her lips. The mood seems to be good. Xia, listening to her lazy tone, the body cannot help but shake a little, raised his eyes to look at her, black eyes with anger, but the voice is breathless. Senior sister, what did you do to me? The woman had a head of long black hair that she returned to one shoulder, tied into a braid hanging down her chest, revealing a slender and graceful neck. Slender and smooth arms rested on her knees. This posture looked very provocative, but at this moment, Xia Sun was terrified of her and did not have these thoughts at all. The woman slowly stood up, innocently said, "Did not do what, ah? I said I like you, but you like someone else. That's all, you even provoke other women." Speaking later, her voice became eerie and cold, making Xia's angry and fearful eyes gradually become confused. "I did not." He said. "Even if you like it, you still like her." Thinking about this, Xia himself was angry and still aggrieved. Why did she slander him? And where did he provoke any other women? There was only her. She provoked him. Yan Yu, however, laughed but quickly changed her face again. "No? Could it be that you don't like Yan Shui? And that woman who followed you today?" Xia was a bit confused when she asked the first sentence back. "Oh, right?" Noticing the teenager's confused look, Yan Yu took 2 steps closer, looking down at him. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining an enchanting arc. "You don't know yet, right, that the person who saved your life in the alley, and the one who got hurt for you, isn't here, that is, the Yan Shui you like? She's in the hospital right now. Only you will never see her again." Xia thought of the strange feeling he sometimes gets with Yan Shui. "What do you mean, you're not Yan Shui?" "Of course I'm not her, a bad girl who wastes her education and only knows how to fight. How can it be me?" She said proudly, "I am the school flower Yan Yu, recognized by everyone in Beijing University, with excellent grades and a good family background. People only know that the Yan family has a big Miss Yan Yu, but they don't know about the second Miss Yan Shui." Hearing this, his pupils shrunk. At that time, when Shui Qingyu asked him if he knew Yan Yu, she was the one he was talking about. Xia anxiously said, "What did you do with Yan Shui?" Seeing Xia's eyes so worried, the jealousy in Yan Yu's heart rose up again. She bit her rosy lips, opened them lightly, and said word by word, "She is my younger sister, and no matter what, she is also the honorable second young lady of my Yan family. What do you think I can do to her? On the contrary, you will never be able to escape from here. From me, no one will care about your disappearance. You will always be mine." Xia frowned. He knew what she said was true. He has no power and his mother is in another province far away from a city. With her status as a young lady, it is simple to get a fake message. Xia increasingly feel hopeless to escape, but he will not give up. Poverty and tribulation had not taught him much, but it had taught him one of the most valuable things, which was to never give up. He stared at the stunningly beautiful face in front of him that was identical to Yan Shui's, and if he ignored the madness and sickness in the bottom of her eyes, it would make him blush all the same. However, after experiencing this now, he would only be afraid and would only want to run away. Xia quickly mobilized the wisdom of his brain. "Since you know that she has done so much for me, you should know that she also likes me. You are her sister. How dare you want to take your sister's man for yourself? Don't you think that this is a very shameful act?" Xia was not sure how the relationship between these two sisters was, and only hoped that this woman still had some morals and ethics. Although Yan Shui might not like him, he could only be brazen at this point in order to save himself. But Yan Yu obviously doesn't eat this. The back of her hand gently caresses the boy's face. Her movements are gentle as if she is touching a treasure, and she suddenly snorts and laughs. Xia, you are also too adorable. I find myself really liking you more and more." Xia felt her touch and only felt disgust in his heart, trying to turn his face to the side, letting her hand fall short. Yan Yu's glazed pupils became dark, slowly withdrawing her hand. The curves of her lips widened, her tail tone rising. "Shameful? Ha! I only know, as long as it is something that I like, no matter what, I have to get it, and then become my own." she said carelessly, her tone was filled with strong possessiveness. But I'm a human being with a mind of my own, I'll never become your thing. That's not necessarily so. In this sentence, Yenyu spoke with extreme confidence, and Xia mistakenly twisted his head back around to look at her, only to be met with the weird smile in her eyes. Again, he suddenly felt hairy all over. How could Xia not expect her to be oil and salt, not knowing what to do? This woman mentally does not seem to be normal. Xia has heard of this before, this is the so-called sickly petite. She cannot listen to any reasoning. Well, you should take a bath. The woman's voice became gentle again, but Xia couldn't help but shiver. At the moment he had no strength, and she brought herself to the bathroom and helped herself to water. This way, she was going to help him wash? You go out first. Xia felt very bad, hurriedly opened his mouth. I'll wash myself. Yenyu, however, looked at him disapprovingly, like reprimanding a disobedient child. Good boy, you don't have the strength, I will help you wash, said, stretching out his slender white hand, about to undo Xia's clothes. Xia's powerless hand still struggled to lift and pull the collar, like a virtuous woman, with humiliated tears in her eyes. Don't. However, because of weakness, this was said like it meant something else. Yenyu was about to pull his hand away, but Xia gritted his teeth and said, You're like this, I will only hate you, I won't like you, and I won't be your thing. Can't you not use this kind of forcefulness, but keep me here and let me slowly like you? Xia finished the string of words using almost all of his strength, his chest panting violently, but his hands were still holding onto the collar as if he was worried that the moment he put it down, his innocence would be lost. He had thought that Yenyu still wouldn't listen, who knew that her hands actually stopped, her eyes flickering lightly, as if pondering the credibility of his words. Then uncertainly asked, So you will really like me? Xia did not dare to say that he would not, worrying that she would be hard again and could not be persuaded next time, so he nodded. Will, as long as you give me a little more time, I will like you. Yenyu, however, frowned slightly. No, I want you to fall in love with me. She wants a little more than liking, don't like the same as Yen Shui, she wants his love. Xia's taut nerves slightly loosened. Good. Chapter 17 Bathroom Fall. Yenyu was happy. There was no rush anyway, there was plenty of time. She also wanted to see how many surprises he could bring to herself. Looking at him, her red lips hooked in a smile with a hint of impishness, playing with the flavor. But if I don't help you wash it, can you really wash it yourself? Xia looked at the woman's teasing gaze, shy and angry, gritted his teeth and said, I can. It's not that she hit herself with something he's like this. Well then. Yenyu seemed to realize that she really couldn't help him wash it and said with a slightly disappointed tone. Afterwards, there was a snap. Yenyu directly went out. After making sure that the woman was really gone, Xia heaved a sigh of relief, his whole body relaxing, feeling paralyzed with exhaustion. At this time, Yenyu had already come to the room, opened the computer, which was clearly the scene in the bathroom. In the dark room, the light on the computer screen reflects the woman's extraordinarily beautiful face, glazed eyes flashing a strange light, face because of peeping other people bathing has become scarlet, small nose, full cherry mouth, long and arched eyelashes flickering. Xia in the bathroom, this does not know. He moved his powerless body, took 5 minutes to move to the bathtub, tried the water temperature, just right. Just now the bathroom floor is wet, his pants have already swooned a piece of wet, climbed to the bathtub, even more cannot wear. Thinking that he can't get out for the time being, Xia wanted to recuperate his body first, how to be comfortable, how to come, or let the woman relax her vigilance. So he obediently undressed and got into the bathtub. Yenyu in the room, the light in her eyes constantly changing. Finally frowned, some dissatisfaction, so thin, seems to have to make up for it. This face is so good looking, how the body should also keep up. The line of sight went down, and the calm and composed face gradually revealed a thin red, murmuring, not looking, this is not bad. An hour later, the water was not even cold, Xia was surprised. Anyway, it is poverty that limits the imagination. Xia never thought that he would one day be able to take a bath in such a villa. But when he finished washing, he noticed a very serious problem. There was nothing in the bathroom except his dirty clothes, towels, clothes and such, cloths and silks to cover his body. The mood that had been so much better because of the comfortable bath was instantly gone. It turned out that she had even gotten him a heart attack here. Xia was so angry that his face went white. Yenyu slowly admires his face that looks good even when he's angry, her red lips curves up in an arc, gets up, and prepares to go bring him clothes. Oops, sorry I forgot, Auntie cleaned the bathroom this morning and forgot to put clean bath towels. Her voice was full of apologies, only the face behind the door was smiling wryly. Have you washed up? I brought you clothes. Xia really didn't want to answer her, but he couldn't wear dirty clothes, and they were still wet. Although he was poor, he also had so much cleanliness. Washed, you wait a moment. Xia's anger dissipated a bit because of her nicer tone, slowly getting up, only to hear a clattering sound. The person should be standing up. Yenyu lips curved. How could Xia not expect that she would directly open the door? The two people's eyes met. Xia's expression froze. His head went blank. The door was unlocked? That's right, after she went out his nerves were loosened and he didn't think that the bathroom didn't have anything else, and he didn't think that she promised herself that she would even come back, so he forgot to lock the door. But actually, even if he locked it, Yenyu could open it if she wanted to. Almost instantly, Xia wanted to shrink back to the bathtub, but he did not expect his body to be weak, and he directly had to fall down. If he really fell down like this, his arms were not strong, and he would probably bump into the edge of the bathtub, and if he suffered from pain, he would be bumped and fractured. Xia closed his eyes, thinking that he was too unlucky. Who knew that the next moment, but fell into a soft embrace. Chapter 18. He is a good social youth. How to be so careless. The woman was surprisingly not a little shy, and her voice carried a hint of reproach. Xia's head boomed to explode. Hurriedly covered himself. Opened his eyes and stared at her, gritting his teeth. You go out. Yenyu slowly put him back. See, his tone is fierce, but the whole person is to be ripe. The smile on his face is more bright and seductive. But the tone is aggrieved. How can you be so fierce? If it is not me, you have to be injured today. Not in a hurry to go out, holding the clothes in his hand, so that he can look up and down the gas to explode in a neat manner. Xia, but if not, you suddenly open the door, how will I fall? And what the hell did you use on me? Why am I still not at all strong after all this time? Xia is not a person who loves to be angry. His childhood experiences have already worn his temper down, but today, he has been angry countless times, but in front of a woman, it's no use at all. Anger, humiliation, all the emotions came in a flurry, making him want to cry without fighting. Marred, he didn't know why his tear ducts were so developed as a man. Obviously he didn't want to cry, he was just angry, but he still wanted to shed tears. Yenyu saw his tears and the light in her eyes brightened even more, not knowing which nerve was touched, making her breathing faster. Putting the clothes on the counter to the side, she squatted down and wiped his tears. Don't worry, it's not something bad, and there are no side effects, it will only keep you without strength. Her breath feels cold, her eyes are sickly, her tone is leisurely. There are only two people in the villa, me and you. If you accidentally escape, I will have a headache. Xia is also too lazy to avoid her, knowing that the more he resists, the more she comes on, and the soft fingertips touch the corners of his eyes, and he hooks his tears away. Xia took a deep breath and said again, get out. If he wanted to escape, he had to find the antidote and get his strength back before he could do so. Seeing that she hadn't made a move yet, Xia could only threaten her with that incident from before. Aren't you afraid that I will hate you if you do this? The smile on Yenyu's face stiffened for a split second, then she resumed hooking her red lips, but a hint of coolness flowed from her eyes. That is, you dare to threaten me. But I, Yenyu, dislike threats the most. In fact, I thought about it, it is okay if you do not like me, as long as you people are mine. Xia's heart gradually panicked a little. If even this did not work, he really did not know what to do. Right, sorry, Xia apologized, I do not want to threaten you, but if you really like me, can you respect me some? Yenyu was puzzled. How am I not respecting you? Didn't I bring you clothes? Could it be that she laughed? You're a boy, and you're still afraid of being looked at by me? Her intentional sight looked him up and down. Xia's face violently turned red, thinking what the hell kind of question is she asking, even if he's not afraid, but she's a girl, doesn't she even have a little bit of shame? Giving up, Xia mockingly said, is this what the Yen family's eldest miss is like, hee, and said that Yen Shue's school sister fights and doesn't learn well. I think you're the one who's not good. In addition to excellent grades, you can't compare to Yen Shue's school sister at all, you're just a pervert. Xia raked in a bunch in one breath. After finishing his words he felt that his heart was refreshed, only a little tired. He gasped again for a while. Already humiliated like this, already nothing to worry about. Pervert. Yenyu's long and curly eyelashes cast a half circle of shadow at the bottom. His tone is not happy or angry. What a fresh word, I like it. It seems that you like Yen Shui very much. Xia felt that the temperature around him was a little cooler, bringing the water in the bathtub with him. Xia stifled his neck and did not speak. Suddenly, Yenyu lifted him out of the bathtub. Caught off guard, Xia's hands opened. His whole body was cold. Well, good, he has nothing to be ashamed of now. What are you doing? Xia still blushed with shame and anger. The woman clearly looked a bit thinner than him, but had a lot of strength, holding him and walking out. What to do, of course, is to take you to wear clothes. Your hands and feet are weak. It is not good to do it in the bathroom. Do you say, you want me to help you? The woman said with a straight face. Indeed, if he accidentally fell again, his clothes would be wet again. Xia struggled unwillingly, but unfortunately, he couldn't make any strength in his body now. Simply give up again. Shut up and didn't speak. Only after quieting down, only to realize that the woman exudes a nice fragrance, and her body is also soft like cotton, especially. But he is definitely a good young man in society, definitely upright and decent. Also absolutely will fight to defend his innocence, to escape. When Yen Yu put him on the bed, Xia hurriedly blocked himself with the quilt in the first place. Although she should have seen everything, but that was when he was powerless and had no way out. At this moment, he must block it to prevent this woman from suddenly having an animalistic outburst. He had no strength right now, and it was really dangerous. Although it is not a chaste man, and does not suffer, but Xia will not be casual. He only wants to give himself to the girl he likes, the future girlfriend, definitely not this pervert. Although he thought so, but Xia's heart is not bottomless, because if she really wants to do something to himself, in the case that he does not have the strength to resist, there is nothing he can do. So he could only pray and could only try to protect himself as much as possible. Yen Yu wanted to laugh as she watched him guard himself like a pervert, all wary in his eyes. She did like him and wanted to have him, but not now. His body was so thin and weak, she was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it. So she wouldn't do that to him until she got him healthy. But she wouldn't make it clear to him either. After all, he was cute as hell even in this condition. Yen Yu went to the bathroom and brought the clothes back again. By now, Xia's son had already burrowed his entire body under the quilt, only revealing a head, looking at her with eyes that were still wary. Yen Yu hooked her red lips, her eyes are again playful. You do not come out how to wear ah? Summer, some hot. The room although look open air conditioning, but covered with a quilt is still very hot, Xia-san said. You put down the clothes, I will wear myself. Shy what, see all see. Yen Yu said without blushing. Xia. Yen Yu looked at his red face. Boys are good looking, even when they are shy, they are also very good looking. Xia-san's skin is fair, eyebrows are thick, eyes are dark, nose is high and straight, lips are slightly thick, like a girl, exquisite. Others may think it's effeminate, but it's simply Yen Yu's dream man. However, even though Xia-san grew on her aesthetic point, with delicate features, Yen Yu's favorite are still his eyes. It is that kind of clean to the extreme she wants to have, so even if he is not good looking, as long as he owns such a pair of eyes, she will still want him over. She was in love with him at first sight, at the opening ceremony. That's why she sent someone to follow him, learned that someone was bullying him and wanted to go to save him, who knew that it was actually preempted by Yen Shui. The warmth and redemption routine doesn't work, Yen Yu had to use really tough means. She had wanted to tease him a little more, who knew that the cell phone in her pocket vibrated, her brows wrinkled a little, her heart was upset with whoever had disturbed her at this time. Her beautiful eyes lightly narrowed, displaying a wry smile. She said to Xia, I believe that after a short while, you will beg me to help you wear it. After saying this, she turned around and left. The room door closed, but Xia-san was still biting his teeth in anger. This woman, he will never like perverts. The one who called was surprisingly her sister Yen Shui. Thinking of Xia-san's claim that she was better than her, Yen Yu's eyes flashed with gloom. Pressing answer, her tone was the opposite, gentle and incomparable. Sister, what's wrong? Yen Shui in the hospital, listening to the usual hypocritical voice in the receiver, angrily said, Is it you who took Xia-san away? Yen Yu's eyes flashed a few points of surprise. The stupid sister would guess herself. But of course she couldn't admit it. Xia-san? Who is it? I don't even know him, why did I take him away? She was extremely puzzled. Yen Shui thought about it also. Xia-san just came to Beijing University, every day is 2 points one line, classroom and broken rental house, and her lofty sister, either studying or learning art to exude her charm, should not have time to meet Xia-san. Yen Shui couldn't even guess that Yen Yu would like Xia-san. Because her sister was excellent in the eyes of outsiders, it was impossible for her to contact the poor-looking Xia-san and let her reputation have a little stain, and the reason why she called to question her was because she thought that there were only a handful of people who could make a person disappear from Nanhai City for no reason, and her sister was one of them, so she was so sick and desperate that she casually asked. It's best if it's not then. Yen Shui hung up the phone after saying that. As for Yen Yu, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a sly arc. Chapter 19 Be good and don't run around When Yen Yu came back, Xia was hurriedly buttoning his clothes. Only the more he panicked, the more he couldn't button it properly, his pale fingertips trembled, and his face was red with anxiety. Whenever you see this kind of fragile and helpless appearance of him, Yen you will give birth to the idea of wanting to ravage. Let me help you. The soft and nice voice rang out, but scared Xia. Surprisingly, he did not hear the sound of her opening the door. No, you go out. Xia stubbornly said, wanting to turn his back, who knew that a pair of soft, boneless hands were strong to break him back. Do not be capricious, okay, my patience is limited. Yen Yu, a pair of glazed eyes at this time, has not much laughter. Eyes flashed with a fearful cold aura. Xia suddenly felt an unprecedented oppressive force. This oppression made him almost breathless, and failed to say the words of refusal again. Yen Yu smiled with satisfaction, becoming gentle and soft again. That's right. Her long jade fingers buttoned up his buttons one by one, that meticulous and serious expression as if she was treating a rare treasure. Her movements were gentle. I do not know whether it is intentional or unintentional, her beautiful fingertips from time to time across his skin, bringing him an abnormal numbness. Simple 5 buttons, hard to be her buckle for 5 minutes, Xia Sun but did not dare to say anything, has been enduring a different kind of torture. Okay. In the instant these 2 words fell, Xia was released as if from some great torture and heaved a few breaths. Yen Yu watched his reaction with a smile on her face, enjoying this. Suddenly, with a grunt, Xia's stomach growled, and he awkwardly said, I'm hungry. Yen Yu reached out and touched his head. Be good and wait for me here, I'll go cook. These words fell. Xia was surprised for a moment. You can still cook? In Xia's impression, although this person perverted a bit, but she is after all a rich family's big miss, still as high as the clouds in the sky, it is difficult to imagine her into the kitchen to wash her hands to make soup. Yen Yu's hand rubbed his head twice, for Xia specially learned it. Feel how much I love you. If there was no imprisonment and forced things happened, Xia Sun would probably be touched, but right now, he just wanted to sneer, but he was worried that the woman would suddenly go crazy again, so he was expressionless. He said indifferently, oh, then go quickly. Xia Sun's reaction was expected by Yen Yu. She still smiled gently, and warned in a voice. Be good and don't run away, oh, otherwise the consequences of my anger are very serious. Xia Sun negatively said, I don't even have the strength, I want to run but I can't run away, said and fell back on the bed. Yen Yu was satisfied and left. However, after the footsteps disappeared, Xia struggled to get up and looked all around the room, rummaging through it, but none of them found anything like an antidote. This room wasn't Yen Yu's room, but it was right next door. Xia couldn't find the medicine, so he wanted to take another look at the room to see if it was convenient to escape, and looked out the window, 3rd floor, with a lawn underneath, but the walls were smooth, and there wasn't anything convenient to climb. At this time is already night. In addition to the villa range of bright light, more far away in the dark, there are all kinds of animal sounds, like in the deep forest. If you escape without a car, I'm afraid then no more dangerous than staying in the villa. For a while, Xia heart a gray. But he quickly pulled himself together again. If you cannot rely on yourself to escape, then try to contact the people outside, even if the other people are afraid of Yen Yu's power. Yen Shui words, should not be afraid. Xia at this time only hoped that he was not feeling wrong, hope that Yen Shui more like himself, in this case will definitely save him right. Chapter 20 Sister Feeding. Some of his actions, all by the monitoring after the Yen Yu saw clear. Still not a good boy. She gently bit her lip, but unfortunately, how do you want to escape? Will never be able to escape from the palm of my hand, you are destined to be my. Half an hour later, Yen Yu pushed the door in. At this time Xia is obediently lying on the bed, heard the sound of opening the door like waking up from a haze of slumber. Has been done? As if already resigned to his fate, never had the scene in the surveillance that could not wait to escape. Yen Yu curves his lips, well. Said over and forcefully picked him up, I will take you down to eat. The warm breath puffed on the root of his ear, and Xia struggled slightly, I can walk by myself. Hush. Yen Yu softly shushed, staring at his eyes with a few threads of threat. Xia suddenly quiet. Yen Yu carried him out the door, entered the elevator, and in a short while arrived at the living room on the 1st floor. The table was set with exquisite and delicious food. There were fish, meat, vegetables and tofu. The most striking thing was a pot of shredded chicken congee. A full table to see Xia's whole person is shocked. Already hungry stomach is even more rumbling. What disgust, what to escape the mind in this moment are all left behind. Is this the life of a rich man? Yen Yu put him on the stool, looking at him staring blankly at the table dishes, constantly gulping the appearance of saliva, red lips curved up a good-looking arc, but deliberately puzzled to ask, what's wrong? Don't like it? She believed that he didn't want to leave after a short while. She has investigated his background, divorced family, his family is very poor, he can't even afford to eat in the cafeteria at school, he doesn't eat breakfast, he can only nibble on bread at noon, and at night, he can only buy some crappy vegetables at the food market. So not very good body will be even worse, so thin and weak, strength than a girl or small, like the wind blowing a blow will fall like. Now that he has entered this luxurious villa and eats mountains of food, she doesn't believe that he can still leave. Even if he escapes one day, he will definitely come back. Sia barely came back to his senses. No, it's just this much. Can the two of us finish it? Yen Yu said indifferently, if we can't finish it, we'll pour it out. This answer made Sia-sun feel a meaty pain. Although it wasn't his money that bought it, but what a pity to pour it out. Yen Yu seemed to have guessed his thoughts. If you think it's a pity to pour it out, you have to eat it all, so it's not a pity. She just wants to feed him well. Sia swallowed his saliva. Can you do less in the future? Yen Yu narrowed her eyes and came closer to him. Of course you can, but only if you are obedient. If you keep disobeying me and upsetting me, then I won't listen to you for anything in the future. The voice was as gentle as ever, but the words were full of threats. Obviously it is her money, she cooks. Nowadays, it has become an existence that is used to threaten Sia-sun, favoring Sia-sun. The frugal pie cannot look down, can only be threatened. Sia-sun is very depressed. Sia, good. As long as it is not too much to ask, I will promise you. Next, Yen Yu added a bowl of shredded chicken congee, only for the first request to come, which was that Yen Yu wanted to personally feed him. Sia subconsciously wanted to refuse. Yen Yu then looked at him meaningfully, and instantly could only agree in humiliation. Just like this, Yen Yu fed him spoon by spoon, watching the soft and sticky porridge with fragrance enter his bloodless but exceptionally beautiful mouth. Yen Yu had a strange sense of satisfaction. Occasionally some of the congee stayed on Sia-sun's lips, glistening with a crystalline luster, and in Yen Yu's line of sight that became ethereal, Sia-sun felt his face burn, but had to meet her gaze, sticking out his tongue and sweeping the congee into his mouth. Originally fragrant and sticky porridge, as a result, until he finished a bowl, Sia hard not to feel its flavor. It is really Yen Yu's eyes are too. In the end, Sia ate 3 more bowls of porridge, as well as meat and vegetables and tofu. All of them were eaten by more than half of him. His stomach is propped up, and he can't eat anymore. Yen Yu withdrew her hand rather sadly, and very naturally, she took a paper towel to Sia to wipe his mouth. After everything was done, only then did she take the bowl and chopsticks that Sia-sun had eaten again, re-added the congee and ate it herself. Looking at her rosy tongue licking the tip of the spoon, which he had just used as well, Sia-sun's face burned for a while and hurriedly averted his eyes. Only how could that scene not linger? Yen Yu like this, then they are considered to be indirectly kissing, right? Thinking like this, Sia-sun's ears and neck reddened together. After dinner, Yen Yu carried Sia back to his room again. This time, she also dropped a kiss on his forehead. I'll go wash the dishes first. Sia-sun didn't even react, his lips had already left. He only saw Yen Yu's back as she twisted her waist and left. He gritted his teeth and punched the bed. However, his anger didn't subside. Instead he was gusted to the point where his hand hurt. Sia rubbed his forehead vigorously until it was red. His stomach was so braced, yet he still struggled to get up, holding his stomach and moving to the door, closing and locking it behind him. After doing this, a relieved smile appeared on his face. This time you can't get in. He then returned to the bed and lay down. Staring at the luxurious crystal chandelier on the ceiling, thinking about his escape plan, a pang of sorrow crossed his face. Eventually sleepiness hit him, and he remembered to get up and turn off the light, sleeping in his sorrow. Just, do not know when, sleep days, quiet bed shaking, then covered half of the quilt was lifted, behind the pasted on a soft body. Sia would like to push her away, but the body has no strength, but was behind the person embraced more tightly. The ear came familiar voice. Thought that locking the door I can't come in well, how can you be so naive? Here is my home, I want to enter where can. Ambiguous breath from behind the ears sprayed, so Sia shrunk his neck, cannot avoid can only open. Yen Yu, in the end, what are you going to do? He was really about to have a nervous breakdown from this woman. It's so hard to fall asleep and be scared awake. Yen Yu almost rubbed him into his body, buried in the back of his neck to inhale. Did not do anything, I want to sleep with you only. Threatening, but if you keep refusing like this, then I will have to do something more excessive. Said, hands from the waist to be down. Sia-sun cannot bear it. This is in the end what women too horrible, really is coveted his body. Immediately said, line, stop, I do not talk, you do not touch. Really a lifetime of anger is scattered in her. Hearing this, Yen Yu was really quiet and did not move. Sia-sun was relieved. However, Sia-sun had been sleeping alone since he was a child, and with the sudden addition of another person in the bed and being held, he was extremely uncomfortable and couldn't sleep. Moreover, the person's soft place close to him, sleep is also extremely restless. At first she, in addition to hands holding their own, sleep is still rules, but more than 10 minutes later, the woman's legs even hitched to his legs. This is him as a doll Barrett. Siase originally sleepy all because of the woman all run away, can only despairing eyes open, ignoring some kind of feeling, staring at the direction of the floor to ceiling windows, thinking about the yard lines, but thinking about, suddenly turned into the body of the woman behind him. Painting majors have richer imaginations, so the posture of the woman behind him has come to life in the form of a painting in his mind. This night, Siase felt that he was going to die, suffocated. Chapter 21: The Disappearing Siasun. The next day, Shui Qingyu sat early at the table where Siasun usually sat. She wanted to wait for Siasun to come over to personally ask him who that woman was that she was so close to him. Siasun looked soft and withdrawn. He couldn't be a sea king in private, right, and let himself run into him yesterday? Shui Qingyu was full of anger at the moment. Her full breasts were being exasperated up and down. There are little sisters and a few boys, and she said hello. She did not pay much attention. Only to wait until class. Shui Qingyu also did not wait for Siasun. She thought that he was late or had something to take leave today, but the teacher actually did not point to him when he took the roll call. She immediately raised her hand. Teacher, may I ask, did Siasun take a vacation? The other students threw curious gazes at her, but Shui Qingyu didn't care that much. It was all in her mind now that Siasun was probably pretending to hang on to her before. She was never the only one to toy with those boys. When did he, a poor guy, get to tease himself? The teacher glanced at her and then looked at the class. Right, I forgot to say. Siasun's classmates recently had some family emergencies and have been temporarily suspended from school. Alright, there are only 3 absences today, let's start the class. When these words fell, Shui Qingyu was surprised for a moment, then was furious. How could it be that coincidental? But there was nothing that could be done. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yan Shui found out the news that Siasun had an emergency and took a break from school. But even if he had to go home, he should have gone back to the rental house to pack his bags, but the person who was guarding there said that he didn't see Siase go back. Furthermore, according to the university withdrawal process, I'm afraid it would take 2 or 3 days to get the consent form. But Yan Shui checked, the afternoon 5 or 6 classes CSN are normal classes. When the class has been 4:30 o'clock, the registrar's office as well as the student section and other departments off at 6 o'clock, it is impossible for him to suspend in such a short period of time. And disappeared without a trace. So Yan Shui felt that he must have been gotten away by someone. Only who was that person, and what was that person's purpose? The thought that Xia might have been targeted by some rich woman or a rich man with a special fetish, and is in deep water at the moment. Yan Shui's violent factor hidden in her blood is about to explode out. She was supposed to be hospitalized for a week, but now, she couldn't stay a moment longer. Pull out the syringe on the rollover out of bed, the door outside the bodyguard to see her aggressively out, busy to go forward to stop. Miss said, to you properly recuperate, do not be capricious again. Roll your mother. Yan Shui cursed, said pushing away the bodyguards who blocked the way and walked out. One of them watched her walk away. One of the bodyguards quietly moved away from the crowd of bodyguards who went to chase the person and quietly dialed a phone number. Missy, the person ran away. Got it. Yan Yu hangs up with a beep, wearing a lace apron, her slender jade fingers carrying a plate of shredded radish and walks out. Seeing the expressionless person sitting at the dining table, she doesn't get angry, and arranges all the dishes before sitting on the opposite side. Today's dishes were half less than yesterday's, and they were also very sumptuous. Xia lifted his chin. He really didn't want to eat this woman's fake cooking, but the flavor was so fragrant that he still couldn't help but gulp twice. Yan Yu puts the rice in front of him, curving her good-looking lips. Why are you putting on a face again? Do you want me to feed you before you will obediently eat? No. Xia heard her say feed the rice, hurriedly took his own bowl. I eat by myself. Today, Yan Yu changed a slim beige skirt, V-neck, slightly tilted over the body can see the obvious gully. Xia clipped vegetables, accidentally swept a glance, hastily lowered his eyes. Do not dare to look. Yan Yu's playful voice with a smile came. You do not look at how to clip the food? Do you want me to help you? Xia knew that she was doing it on purpose. But his face turned red again. Not for anything else, because under the table, this woman wearing high-heeled shoes, white glowing genital feet actually reached his feet, but also bad taste rubbing. Xia stood up in a rage. What are you doing? Yan Yu looked at him in a nice way, but that look felt like looking at an object of her own. Today, she removed the same kind of heavy makeup that she wore yesterday with Yan Shui and wore light makeup, looking very innocent, but because of her figure, she looked like a seductive siren. Xia thought that this should be the real her. He had to admit that although she looked exactly the same as Yan Shui, she wasn't quite the same on closer inspection. Yan Shui's dress code was stunning at a glance, with a bright and shiny allure, while she, stunning at a glance, hid temptation underneath the allure, like a mellow, sweet-smelling spirit with an aftertaste. The ribbon of the same color lace bow tied around her neck hung down from her shoulders as she lifted her hand, just enough to cover the gully. She was a little disappointed to shrink back to their feet, hands clasped up, resting his chin, raised his eyes to see him, innocent blinking. I did not do is not to remind you to look at the point to clip the food well, why are you so angry? Her makeup today with the innocent expression, really innocent, like this is all Siasen unreasonable as. Siasen took a deep breath and sat down. Don't you have classes? Siasen asked while eating white rice. There was no second person in this villa, if she went out maybe he could find the antidote to escape. Moreover, Sia realized that since he woke up today, the medicine seemed to have subsided and he regained some of his strength. But he still pretended that he wasn't very strong and it was Yenyu who carried him down today. Yenyu seems to not know his mind, still smiling back, there is 3 or 4 sections, that's why I didn't feed you today. She will eat after he eats, taking time. Sia seemed to be thinking about last night again, she even ate with the bowl and spoon that she had eaten with, she didn't even mind his? Yenyu realized that he had been only picking at the white rice, and his voice sounded like he was coaxing a small child. But I found out that little Sia doesn't seem to be able to eat properly without me feeding him. It seems that in the future, even if he's busy, he still needs to be fed. With these words, Sia-sun didn't care whether he would see anything or not, he finally lifted his head up a little, and ate with an expressionless face. Oh. Yenyu let out a light laugh, that's right. 10 minutes later. Okay, I'm done eating. Sia put down his chopsticks. He was really eating a lot. Before, he was vomiting, but after Yenyu stopped teasing him, he finally calmed down and realized that her craftsmanship was really okay. Was it really specially learned for him? Even if it was, there was nothing to be touched by, this kidnapping and imprisoning criminal lunatic, if he was able to get out, he would definitely denounce her. Being angry, Sia forgot that the other party is what he is. Chapter 22 Digging for her man. Then Yenyu also put down her chopsticks, stood up and walked around the table. The 5-centimeter high-heeled sandals showed off her jade feet perfectly. I will carry you upstairs. Sia-sun was a little worried that the thin high heels wouldn't be able to withstand his and her weight. As soon as Yenyu got close, a faint perfume smell wafted in, it smelled good. Today Sia just squirmed a little, not resisting her princess hug, just turning his head to the other side. Because of the other side, he was worried that he would get a nosebleed. Yenyu lowered her head to look at his slightly reddened side face, the corner of her mouth hooked into a bad smile, and suddenly she pawed him upwards some, and her full breasts pressed over. Sia clearly felt the softness of his arm, knowing that it must be her intention again, wanting to see him make a fool of himself, his face reddened even more, but he didn't say anything. Yenyu did not expect him to be so quiet today, in her heart, she knew that he must be thinking about escaping, but unfortunately, she could not escape. Yenyu put him on the bed, be a good boy and wait for me to come back in the room, got it? If you don't behave and run around, I won't be so polite to you. Sia-sun coldly grunted in his heart, just like this and still polite. He rolled over and turned his back to her, don't worry, I want to go also can't go. You have given me no strength medicine, I do not think I can walk out of the door of your house. In fact, as long as you don't force me too much, I feel that living in such a big villa, with a big lady serving me, compared to my broken rental house, I don't know how many times better. Yenyu's voice sounded as if she was much more pleasant, well then, you just have a good sleep. Sia thought she was fooled by herself, burying her face into the pillow, holding back the smile at the corner of her mouth, who knew that the next moment, the smile froze. Because the familiar feeling of pain and coldness came together, he fainted before he could explode. Yenyu stroked the back of his head almost lovingly, a sickly evil smile hanging on her lips. Little seeker, don't always think of leaving me, otherwise, your place of residence will be shifted. That place, you shouldn't like it, right? Speaking of that, a helpless and difficult look appeared on her face, so you'd better not make me angry. She muttered to herself for a long while, her gaze reluctantly retracted from the sleeping person's face, got up, and changed into a normal person's appearance, the corner of her mouth carrying a gentle smile as she walked out. Yen family old mansion. Ouch, my second miss. Hey, usually you do not go to class, always like to fight and cause trouble even if, but mobilize the people of the Dark Knight to find an insignificant boy, this kind of thing. AI. The Dark Knight is the most important dark force of the Yen family, how can it be used easily? Dark Knight is the Yen family's dark force organization, there is nothing that can't be done, using it to find someone, although it is a big deal, but Yen Shui can't care so much. The things that she had her eyes on had been taken away by someone else. Finding someone was secondary. The main thing was that she wanted to let the one who had taken away her things know what it meant, that life was worse than death. Yan Shui impatiently frowned her pretty eyebrows. What do you mean by irrelevant boys? Xia is the one I like. Quickly give me the token. I read you in my house steward for many years, to give you a face to not rough, but my patience also has a limit. The steward looked at the second young lady, who clenched her fists and felt that the next moment she was going to swing her fists over to break his nose. Not at all like she was telling a lie, silently backed up 1 or 2 steps, middle-aged tears. Stuttered, second young lady, it's not that I don't give it to you, it's... This token is not with me either. Yan Shui's patience is almost exhausted, biting her back teeth. Don't try to lie to me. In the beginning, I heard my father's words. He gave the token to you for safekeeping. The housekeeper is now somewhat fortunate that before the first lady guessed that the second lady would one day hit the idea of the token, so he took it in advance, otherwise he really cannot keep it today. It's really not with me anymore. Missy took it for safekeeping a month ago. Yan Yu? Yan Shui frowned fiercely. Why does she have to go against me in everything? If this hadn't happened a month ago, Yan Shui would have wondered if Xia's son had been taken by her. But she didn't completely let go of her suspicions and suddenly asked, my sister, did she go home yesterday? What time did she go out today? The housekeeper did not know why she suddenly cared about the whereabouts of the eldest miss, but truthfully said. The eldest miss practiced in the orchestra yesterday until very late to come back. It should be 7 o'clock back to the bar. After dinner went back to the room and slept. Today got up very early, said that recently the school has a dance competition, so 6:30 went out. A few days ago was also the same time to go out. Yan Shui thought about it carefully. It seems like there is no problem. It was still the same outstanding talented girl with a full schedule. The corner of her mouth coldly hooked. Oh yeah, send me a copy of my schedule, I'm going to school today. The housekeeper's eyes widened in surprise. Second miss, are you going to class? In 3 years, second young miss hasn't even been to school once. Of course not, Yan Shui smiled badly. I just want to go and see how my good sister looks in school. Saying that, she turned around, twisted her waist and walked away. Yu, let's go to the KTV to sing together in the afternoon. The two girls hugged Shui Qingyu's arms left and right and proposed. Shui Qingyu had been still immersed in her own thoughts, and when she heard this she barely smiled and said, I won't go this time. What's wrong? Yu, why do I feel that you have something on your mind? It can't be for that Xiesun, right? Shui Qingyu was in a difficult situation with a pretty face. Not saying anything is a tacit acceptance. The girl on the left said, can't be right Yu, so many boys like you won't just look at that little white boy, and also. She did not say further, but those who understand, it means that the other party is poor. Water Qingyu, no thing, I just think that he suddenly suspend school is very strange. There is an emergency at home, can take leave, but how to suspend school, I was thinking, will not be the day I rejected him when he hurt his self-esteem. Shui Qingyu described her visit to Xiesun yesterday as a visit to apologize and ask the other person not to like her. So the two girls on the left and right immediately believed her words, and comforted. Hey, even if he really took a break from school, it has nothing to do with you, it's him who is too fragile inside himself. Besides, Beijing University is not suitable for poor students like him, he is also under a lot of pressure here, maybe it's better to go back, don't worry about it. Hearing this, Water Qingyu at heart comfortable, so agreed to go to the KTV invitation. Only 3 people walked for a while, on the face suddenly walked over an exceptionally beautiful girl. Black, white and red color JK uniform, long legs with black silk, full bright big red lips, long hair down to the side of the waist, hot body, beautiful to the extreme. Wow, so beautiful, who is this person? There is actually a bodyguard next to him. Hee, this person looks so familiar, right, isn't this Sister Yan Yu? Why has she changed her style? Chapter 23 Double School Flower. Yan Yu? When Shui Qingyu heard this name, her brows furrowed. So it was her? The one who was with Xia that day. Because her line of sight was too direct and hostile, Yan Shui, who had been mixing with gangsters for many years, perceived hostility and danger, and her line of sight came in her direction at once. Oh? This student, do you have a problem with me? Yan Shui came straight towards her side, the heels of her shoes stepping on the ground making a disturbing clattering sound. Shui Qingyu snapped back to her senses from that hostility, and an awkward smile tugged at her mouth all of a sudden. No. The two girls beside her were pleasantly surprised at Yan Shui's proximity, and without looking at Shui Qingyu's not-so-good complexion, they stared at Yan Shui's face and excitedly said, Sister Yan Yu, are you Sister Yan Yu? Hearing the comments of the bystanders, and seeing that this girl was too beautiful, they directly thought so. Girl A explains for water Chengyu, no matter, it is too beautiful, so we will look dumbfounded. Girl B, school sister your skin is good, close up look not at all stuck powder yeah, school sister is really worthy of being the school flower, this is also too good looking right. Yen Shue's height of 1.7 meters, more than half a head higher than them all, her face and body are the kind of imperial type, there is because just that hook lips is very tugging the look, so that the two fangirls even more starry-eyed, did not see the water Qingyue fingernails are about to pinch into the meat of the hand. Continue to praise, senior sister, since the beginning of the school has always heard your name, but never seen, I did not expect that today actually able to run into a senior sister, we are also too fortunate. Yen Shui smiled as she looked at the two lovely girls. Yen Shui smiled at these two lovely girls, and reached out her hand to touch a hand on both of their heads. Thank you. I'll take the compliment, but you've got the wrong person. She smiled mysteriously, I'm not Yen Yu. When she said this, regardless of the two girls who were confused, her line of sight fell on Shui Qingyu's stiff and barely smiling face. This. Schoolmate, did you also recognize the wrong person? She had a smile on her face, but this sentence, the question caused Shui Qingyu's body to tremble slightly without knowing how. It could be that although her eyes were curved, there was not a trace of laughter in them, but instead they carried a strange feeling of oozing. No, it's only the first time I've met with senior sister. Shui Qingyue didn't know why she uttered those words, clearly she had seen her yesterday, dressed almost exactly the same. It could be that this person was somewhat similar to a not-so-normal person she had met when she was a child, and thanks to that person, she had gained some more intuition about abnormal groups of humans since then. Yen Shui felt the girl's hostility closing down and turning into a kind of fear, but she pretended to be calm on her face, there was a hint of curiosity, but right now she had Xie's matter in her mind, she didn't have the time to care about anything else. It was only strange, how did this girl's hostility come about? She hadn't been to school before, so of course she knew that this girl's hostility couldn't be towards her. Then it could only be her nice sister. Along the way, she roughly knew that most of the people in this school, no matter male or female, had a good impression of that sister of hers, even if there were so many who had no feelings for her, there wouldn't be this much hostility, besides, it was a freshman. Yen Shui, are you guys freshmen? Shui Qingyu, yes. Yen Shui didn't know what to think, then do you guys know someone called Xie-san? The moment these words fell, Shui Qingyu panicked for a moment. Although Gerla was disappointed that she wasn't Yen Yu, she was surprised to hear her actually ask about Xie-san and said, although I don't know him well, he's in the same class as us, only today I heard that he's off school. Senior sister, why are you asking about him, do you guys know each other? Yen Shui noticed Shui Qingyu's tightly clasped hand and seemed nervous. She noticed Shui Qingyu's afterglow and smiled back at the girl, we know each other, we're still very close to each other. Girls A, B thankfully did not show any contempt for Xie-san to look, did not expect Xie-san actually hooked up with this rich people. Then how can you still be in love with Water Qingyue? Girl A, I still don't know what the name of the school sister is? Yen Shui, you will know it later. After saying that, she turned around and left in style. After Yen Shui left, Shui Qingyu let out a sigh of relief, just now she was really afraid that girls A and B would say something about Xie-san liking her, it was good that they didn't. Only when she came back to her senses she saw girl A and girl B looking at her slightly skeptically. Yu, did Xie-san ever talk to you about this schoolmate? Shui Qingyu shook her head, but knew that they were starting to get suspicious. But not very worried, anyway, Xie-san was not there, she was worried about the other one, always felt that the girl just now would probably come back to her, and because of Xie-san. Secretly gritting her teeth, if she had known she wouldn't have messed with that poor guy in the first place. But when she thought that he was related to that rich girl just now, a reluctance rose in her heart again for no reason. Yen Shui according to the schedule to find the classroom, half of the class has already passed, she swaggered in, that in Yen Yu looks exactly the same so that all the students' eyes are thrown to her body, the classroom was originally buzzing, the sound of talking disappeared, the quiet is not like words. The teacher was puzzled for a moment following their line of sight towards the door, his brain also went blank for a split second, his originally organized language was just interrupted. Surprised, she looked back at the first row, where Yen Yu, who was so beautiful that she no longer seemed to be on the same level as the rest of the class, was sitting, and the sudden silence of the classroom made her raise her head in confusion. Then she saw her sister who never came to school smilingly walking towards her side. Classmate, can you give way, I'll sit with my sister? Yen Shui smiled and asked the boy who was also sitting in the first row. That boy sat at the outermost edge, separated from Yen Yu by 2 empty seats. This small voice, however, allowed many students in front of him to hear it clearly. There was a feeling of sudden realization. They had always known that there had been a student absent from the class who had never shown up, they had thought that she wouldn't come, but they didn't expect her to come, and they had even popped such a big melon for them. The goddess actually had an identical sister, they were twins, right, they were both so beautiful, this was too exciting. It seems that there should be a double school flower this time. The relationship is actually so good, look at that sister, she has to sit with her sister as soon as she arrives. I can't even imagine how happy I would be to be chased by both of them together. Yan Shui went to Yan Yu's side and sat down, whispering, "Sister, I didn't expect them to be so excited when I appeared, it seems that school is also quite fun." Yan Yu came back from the shock, glazed eyes flashed with happiness. "You finally willing to come to school, Mom and Dad will be very happy to know." Yan Shui did not expect her to be able to go on pretending, smiling on the face, but some gnashing of teeth. "Sister, sometimes I really admire you, so able to pretend, I can't help it if I pretend for such a while, I want to vomit." Mobilizing the Dark Knight manpower token it, give me. Chapter 24 The First Escape, Defeat. Xia felt that his body was light as if he was in the sea, and his consciousness was very drowsy and hard to bear, probably because the conviction of escaping was too strong. It still allowed him to break free from such a state. "Open your eyes, the surrounding light is dim." Xia's son looked toward the window and saw some bright light, only the floor-to-ceiling windows are closed, so that the light is dim. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not dark yet, just don't know what time it is. His miscellaneous crappy cell phone had long been put away by Yen Yu, and now he didn't have any electronic devices on his body, and I don't know if it was Yen Yu's way of preventing him, but in the past 2 days, he couldn't see any electronic devices in the huge villa. It should be hidden and put somewhere, he must find it before Yen Yu comes back. First report to the police. This time his body had even less strength than before, it took a long time to turn over, and by the time he got up and sat on the edge of the bed, he was already sweating profusely. Xia's chest rose and fell violently, panting for a while, before putting on slippers, wanting to stand up, but as a result, his legs were soft, he fell directly to the ground, almost knocked his front teeth. At this time, he was dazed by the fall, but the idea of escaping was very strong, so he crawled over to look for it. Tomorrow is the weekend, he really did not dare to be alone with that woman for so long. The distance from the bed to the door is not far. Xia climbed a moment to arrive. He spent a little time to help the wall to stand up, who knew to open the door to see standing in the middle of the Yen Yu smiling at him. "Yo, I and the small search so heart to heart, even to me to open the door to come." I don't know if it's a weak heart. Xia's son from her smiling bright pupils saw a kind of oozing coldness, like a smiling tiger. The next moment will be able to swallow him, the kind of bones are not left. Startled, did not hold the wall, directly fell sideways. This fall if successful, his head must be half open, side of the door hit into a concussion. His arm subconsciously raced to block, hoping that the fall would not be so tragic, but the next moment, the woman's aroma pounced on him, and he was caught by her waist. Xia looked up and saw the woman staring at him playfully. "The body is so weak, do not come to open the door for me, if you are injured I will be heartbroken." Xia's heart thumped, scared, angry and grinding his teeth. "I did not open the door for you." Who knows that when he said this, the woman's slightly cool voice came, "Oh, not to open the door for me, then where do you want to go? Want to run?" The tone of the latter sentence, so that Xiasen felt a coldness from the tailbone straight to the location of the brain, a slight struggle, the line of sight to avoid. I'm hungry, can't I? Cannot help but be emboldened. Why is this woman so scary? But quickly reacted again. All can give people under imprisonment, can be what good people. Yen Yu's face was only a little better, directly picked him up and walked downstairs. "Okay, I will cook for you." Xia is now not even the strength to reach out, let her hold. In the bottom of his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally muddled through, it seems that he needs to be more careful in the future. Princess Yen Yu hugged him very easily, despite wearing high heels, walking was not at all laborious, not even with a gasp. If not for the woman's fragrant soft body, as well as the real fullness, Xia's son have to wonder if she is a female big brother or something. Yen Yu placed him on the living room sofa, then got up and went to cook. Today she seemed to be in an extra hurry, because she nearly bumped into the looking table when she walked over. Xia leaned helplessly on the sofa and asked at her back, "What time is it now?" Today there is no sun, but now looking out the window, the light seems to be darker. After that side went into the kitchen, a pretty head quickly emerged again and came out, almost 7 o'clock. "Oh. I'm sorry, I came back a little late today, and it's no wonder you're hungry. I'll do it quickly," Yen Yu said and then shrunk back. After listening to Xia faintly froze for a moment. Eaten at 8:30 in the morning, lying corpse for almost a day, just now was an excuse, but now, indeed hungry. But in his heart, he was thinking, Yen Yu came back so late, because he was busy with his studies or something else. Suddenly thought of Yen Shui. I don't know how her injury is, if she is better, she should think of him. When she can't find him, will she help him to report to the police? Based on Yen Yu's reaction yesterday when she mentioned her, the two of them shouldn't be on very good terms, and if that's the case, the hope of him being rescued would be even greater. Is there still no news yet? Yen Shui sat on the sofa at home, annoyed as she continued the call. She reported to the police at noon, but the police said that the person is not missing, but just went home, hard to file a case. She also let people contact Xie hometown side, but there has been no news. Time passes. At this moment Yen Shui really irritable want to kill. The people over there are trembling, not yet. Then quickly find, even if the entire South China Sea, but also to find him out to me. Yen Shui was so angry that the injury on her chest hurt again, it hadn't been healed and now she had a low fever, only she couldn't be still to go and lie down. The butler saw that the second young lady's face was very bad, but still hardened his head and came over. Second young lady, you just go and rest, it's not a momentary thing to find someone. Yen Shui angrily glared at him, it's up to you, it's you and Yen Yu who are working together, and now she refuses to give me the token, even if something happens to me, it's because of you guys. Aga my second miss hello, Dark Knight is really important to the Yen family Yen family so big wealth, if not a little this kind of means, cannot keep I'm just looking for someone, I'm not doing anything. It's just that Yen Yu is targeting me, I think she can't wait to see me die. Yen Shui angry pair of glazed eyes, gorgeous face slightly pale, her bulging chest constantly undulating, fists clenched dead tight. The servants preparing dinner in the living room came in and out, no one dared to look directly at the second young lady's side, feeling that the air in the vicinity was cold. Yen Shui was furious, suddenly, she looked around, her eyes fell back on the housekeeper who wanted to slip away. Hey, where did Yen Yu go? Now she doesn't even bother to call her a sister, before she would, but ever since she refused to give her the token, Yen Shui has been extremely annoyed with her. The housekeeper had no choice but to turn back, and did not dare to look directly at her stern gaze. Slightly lowering her head, the eldest young lady said that she still had some business outside, and that she should not be coming back for dinner. Yen Shui snorted coldly, who cares if she eats dinner or not? The beautiful eyes slightly lowered, hiding a trace of doubt. Now as long as there is a hint of something wrong she will not let it go. Xie disappearance is only two kinds of things, either his face was seen by someone else, or because of her. She did mess with some people earlier when she was mixing with the road, she had already checked before, and if it wasn't these enemies, her other enemy, then it was only this sister of hers. Chapter 25 Crazy. Night falls, a villa in the far suburb, the lights are bright, however, surrounded by dark mountains, it will seem weird and gloomy. Xie lay powerless on the bed, staring at the luxurious crystal chandelier on the ceiling, listening to the sound of clattering water in the bathroom, powerless, deeply powerless. Originally thought she was going to leave, because he ate by himself for dinner at night, and Yen Yu only flirted with him a few times with her mouth and didn't give him much of a hard time. Xie thought she must be in a hurry with something, and was secretly happy in his heart, who knew that she brought herself to the room and said she wanted to put on the water to help him take a bath. She said that she had to take a bath for him, and that she had to take a bath for him. Even if you also avoided tonight, what about tomorrow night and the night after that? Xie thought, his ears red, gritted his teeth. In fact, it is nothing to take a bath, as long as don't have any other thoughts about him. Now this body without strength, I'm afraid that he himself leaned against the bathtub will drown. Do not take a bath and that person will not agree. Xie's eyelids twitching, really a fucking wimp. Just thinking, the bathroom door opened. Xie lazily lifted his eyelids and swept a glance, but his eyes widened and then hurriedly closed his eyes. You how to dress like this out, not to help me put the water, how to wash yourself. Xie's face quickly turned red and he stammered as his heart pounded. The brain is just that scene lingers, the woman's lower body from the navel around a short towel, can cover the front, the upper part of an arm to cover, shoulders, fullness, slender waist, collarbone, long legs, all exposed, in the white weave lamp shining with a shiny luster. Yen Yu's voice was normal, just now, her clothes were accidentally wet by water, so she took a shower by the way. She looked towards her body, how can I not come out like this, this is my house, even you are mine, I can do whatever I want, besides what is this? Then she left, leaving a certain boy who was blushing, and when he calmed his breathing and opened his eyes again when he didn't hear the sound, the person was no longer in the room, and should have gone next door to get dressed. Xie took several deep breaths, but still felt a little hard to breathe, the air-conditioned room, just felt a little cool, now began to become hot. He turned on his side, slightly clenching his fists. He felt like she had just done it on purpose. Just now, he could still accept the other party bathing for him if he was forced to do so, but now, even if he died, he couldn't because Not long after, Yen Yu came back. Okay, it's time to take a bath, I'll take you there. The woman's nice voice rang out. Saying that, footsteps approached step by step. Xia's spine stiffened, still in the same sideways position just now, but I don't want to wash today. I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now, I just want to sleep. Yenyu listened to the boy's slightly frail voice, the corner of her lips hooked up an arc, her tone slightly raised. Oh, then where is it uncomfortable? Let me help you look at it. Saying that, he came to the edge of the bed, then the bed sagged, and when he took another step closer, Xia suddenly said coldly, Yenyu, please stop doing this, I really don't like it. I always think that girls have to respect themselves. You are still a famous lady, what kind of man do you want is not there? As long as you wave a hand and a look, the person who chases you can certainly go around the earth. Why do you have to look for me? And so Xia gritted his teeth and belittled himself. His tone was calm, but it was filled with disgust and anger. It would have been tolerable, but she always tested his bottom line step by step. The saying that boys are all lower body animals is true, but as a human being with thoughts and morals, he doesn't like this kind of coercion, this kind of shameless approach. Xia thought that after saying this, will be ushered in a shock of anger. He has also been prepared. Who knows that the woman behind him just paused, and when he finished his words and then continued to approach him, spitting like a cold snake, Xia, it seems that you still don't quite understand me. She got on the bed, still with some damp hair touched the back of his neck, itchy and numb, so that Xia has a kind of want to escape the impulse. However, her body was surrounded by her hands, cannot move. This time Xia did not want to resist. He somewhat figured out the woman's way. The more you struggle, the more she likes to tease you. Yenyu on his good behavior satisfied some, but in his neck slowly said, I think I may be too good for you a little, so that you are always so bad. Give you some freedom you have to be dignified, to give you space you have to be stable. I should not be by you again, so that you still think about the issue of like or not. You are my people, like or not it does not matter, I like you on enough. Her voice is very gentle, but let Xia feel more dangerous. She is angry will not be so horrible, so in his ear like intimate murmuring words but so horrible. Xia wanted to apologize, however, the next moment the ear was behind the person to contain, wet feeling so that his entire ear trembled. She actually kissed his earlobe. But the current Xia didn't have that kind of feeling, on the contrary, her fine sucking and biting felt like she was savoring a delicacy, gentle to the extreme, but the next moment she would tear his whole ear off and eat it. Chills ran down his spine and his hairs stood straight up. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you, but I'm really not feeling well today. It took half a day for Xia to find his voice. By this time she had already switched from his ear to his neck, but that sense of terror was not diminished at all. Xia did not dare to resist at all for fear of angering her and then biting him to death. Yenyu felt the boy's trembling body, so thin and fragile, his warm body exuded a faint male body odor, his carotid artery throbbed at her lips, she pressed against it, as if she felt a vigorous life from it, making her greedy. Truly wanting to take a bite out of him and forget about it, to swallow him in her stomach, where he would never resist, always be one with herself, the thought of it made her blood boil wonderfully. At this moment, she was very considerate. It's okay, if you are uncomfortable, forget it, if you don't want to wash I won't force you. Breath sprayed between the neck, Xia listened to the words more panic. It's actually, wash can also be Xia did not finish, the next suddenly came a burst of pain, the woman's soft lips so unexpectedly a bite up, avoiding the carotid artery, biting in the shoulders of the place. The force was so great that Xia had no doubt that she would bite off a piece of meat from above herself. I do not know if it is too much fear of illusion, he heard the sound of her swallowing his blood, and finally Xia could not stand the pain and the fear in his heart, fainted. Chapter 26 If you are not good, you have to be punished. When he opened his eyes again, it was pitch black in front of him. It's not dawn yet? Xia was puzzled. In his mind, he couldn't help but remember the scene before he fainted. Yenyu suddenly went crazy and bit him, thinking about it was horrible. At that time, he thought he was going to die. Perhaps after lying flat on his back for a long time, Xia felt that his waist and back were aching, so he moved, who knew that it involved the injury on his shoulder, and it hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. In addition, while he was moving, another tiny metallic clashing sound made him slightly puzzled, and a bad premonition struck his heart. Before he could think about it in detail, the petite body pressed behind him moved, and the woman let out a soft hum from between her nostrils. Her arms wrapped around his waist to hold him tighter, her face pressed against his back, causing Xia to stiffen up, not daring to make a half-assed move. If it was before, Xia might have had his blood rushing up, but now, after experiencing an incident of being bitten, Xia would only feel fear for this woman. It was only then that he realized how stupid he was for angering her in the first place. If she loves to flirt, then flirt. If she loves to toy with him, then toy with him. If she loves to bathe him, then bathe him. At least there is a little bit of freedom. But now, being chained up, and not knowing where to be locked up, that's really screaming for something to be done. But now, being chained up and not knowing where to be locked up, it is really a big problem. but it's not like she can do whatever she wants to do. Xia regretted, but there is no medicine for regret in the world, he can only think of ways to remedy the situation. Now as long as you can escape, humiliate some of the humiliation some of the bar, manly man, can bend can stretch. King Gojen can lie down and taste gall for 3 years, Sunbin can play dumb and eat pig dung, compared to them, what he may lose is only his innocence. Thinking of this, Xia Sun brightened up, feeling much more comfortable in his heart. Just now he still didn't dare to disturb the woman behind him, so he endured the back pain and continued to lie down. I don't know how long it took, but he actually fell asleep, and was later awakened by a strange sensation. The shoulder was painful and numb and inexplicably a little cool, like the feeling of fire cupping. Waiting to open his eyes, Xia Sun stupid, body stiff again, the rest of the light can only see the top of the woman's black hair, and the shoulder in addition to the pain, but also came from the wet moistened numbness of the touch. Nima, it turned out to be her sucking and licking his wounds. This woman, the rich family's eldest daughter, really is a pervert. Perhaps feeling the tautness of his limbs, Yenyu slowly raised her head, smiling gently on her face. You're awake? White jade-like skin near the eyes, delicate and beautiful features, without powder, like a hibiscus just out of the water. If you ignore her behavior just now, you really think that she is such a gentle and beautiful sister, let a person's heart. The voice is gentle and innocent. I am sorry, I bit you yesterday, but I think this tooth mark is beautiful. I left it for you, so it cannot disappear. Xia forced himself to calm down, he could not annoy this woman anymore, otherwise there was a real possibility that he would eat him, really eat that kind of thing. Barely pulling out a smile, this so since school sister like, then keep it. Xia said words before feeling his throat dry and dumb, he is now thirsty, but decided not to say anything first, wait to feel her current mood before making plans. The woman saw him like this, red lips lightly hooked. I think you behaved excessively today, Xia's pleasing smile stiffened. See you yesterday that crazy cannot behave, unless you do not want to be killed. Yenyu climbed up from his body, fingers picked over the golden chain on his wrist, eyebrows slightly raised. By the way, why are you not surprised, Her beautiful eyes swept around and then looked at Xia. Does it mean that you are satisfied with this room I prepared for you? I thought you didn't like it, and agonized over it for hours. Xia sighed. Also she turned around, found that this is a small unfamiliar bedroom. The decoration can be said to be very luxurious. There is also a shower room and toilet, only the window was dark, like night. The reason why I can see is because of the light, and I do not know where is this place, and outside the dawn has not yet. Xia has not been in contact with the net article before, which is often written about the protagonist is imprisoned by the small black house. At that time only thought it was only in the novel, the reality is seldom. Who knows, he is so unlucky, just happened to run into it. Hearing her say that, the corner of his mouth twitched, very speechless, but can only pretend, okay. But then softened the tone, voice weak, but I still liked that room before. It's my fault, I will never make you angry again, I promise to be very obedient in the future. Can you let me go back to the previous room? He prayed. But Yenyu shook her head. No, yo. Little Sun made me angry, have to be punished. Moreover, it was not easy to let little Seeker stay in the place I specially prepared for you. If you don't like it, I will be very sad. If I'm sad, little Seeker will have to accept other punishments. Chapter 27 Can't make her angry. When Yenyu said other punishments, her eyes swept towards a short distance away. That look actually penetrated a certain kind of excitement. Xia followed her line of sight and saw that there was a wall blocked by curtains, but there was already a curtain on the other side, so it was impossible to get to, right? Although it was said that this kind of mansion could have as many curtains as it wanted, the look in Yenyu's eyes just now made Xia couldn't help but think more. It was likely that behind that curtain was not a window, but one of those things for certain perverted fetishists. Couldn't help but shudder. Hurriedly squeezing out a smile that was worse than crying. No, I won't make you angry again, I will be good. He really didn't want to see anything weird. He had also been mentally prepared for not being able to go back. Yenyu was amused by his words and lay down to hug him to sleep again, this time with her head resting on where his chest was. Listening to the heart in his chest that was beating slightly fast, she sighed softly. If you were so good before, how good would it be, letting you see my bad side again? You're scared of me now, right? The look was also bitter. In fact, she didn't want to tie him here so quickly. She also thought about listening to him, treating him well, and letting him slowly like himself. But he was too misbehaved. That day, he couldn't get up from the bed even if he insisted on getting up, and also fell down hard on the floor. Even if he crawled, he still had to crawl away. He was trying to escape, right? Yenyu saw all of this clearly in the surveillance room. Very angry, very angry. But she still held back her anger and purposely waited for him outside the room, not counting the fact that he lied to himself about wanting to leave, accepting his lame excuse that he was hungry. But he, who didn't understand at all how good she was to him, always challenged her patience. So from now on, she wouldn't indulge him anymore. Look at him now, he's much better behaved. Even though it was a lie to her. What does that matter? Warm breath reached his skin through the thin shirt, and Xia didn't dare to move at all. Against her will, she said, "No, I'm not afraid, I'm just a little less accustomed to it, but it will be fine once I get used to it." Really not afraid? But your heart is beating so fast. Yan Yu's fingertips slowly scratched to the location of his heart. Xia felt the pressure and immediately said, "Yes. Sister, you're holding him too tightly. It's weird if you're not afraid, it's not like he's a pervert." Too tight? But I don't think it's enough. Yan Yu raised her head, staring at his good-looking chin, drawing circles of her hand upwards to touch his face, then resting on his slightly dry lips. Gently rubbing it a few times. The fingers were soft and lightly scented. "You here, were touched by her, yes?" She asked in a gentle voice, but it gave Xia another hairy feeling. When she said her here, she should be referring to Yan Shui. Xia didn't know if she knew about Yan Shui saving him and forcibly kissing him in the alley, and that's why she asked this, or if it was just a guess, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. His silence made Yan Yu laugh softly, sensing the tightness in Xia Shui's body. She became more gentle. "It's okay, I'm not angry. In addition to her, is there anyone else, such as?" The tail end of the voice rose dangerously. "That day, the girl at the school gate with you? Did she kiss you, or did she hold your hand?" Warm spit blew on Xia's neck as the woman spoke, and Xia restrained his urge to hide. "Can't make her angry. No, she and I are just regular classmates." This Xia said quickly and frankly. He and Shui Qingyu had only known each other for half a day originally, although it seemed like she had tried to approach him many times, but he had avoided them all. It seemed that his answer had pleased her. Yan Yu withdrew that stare straight at him. She half propped up her body and looked at him mildly, her smile bright and moving. The woman was wearing a long loose pajama dress, and with this kind of action, the neckline was wide open, and her white and delicate collarbone was exposed, sexy to the extreme. From Xia's perspective, the pupil was slightly shaken. Surprisingly. "No. Your mouth is peeling, thirsty, I will get you water." Yan Yu suddenly stood up and turned out of bed with the elegance of a traveling cloud. The lips hooked up an extremely colorful and smug smile. Xia froze beyond recognition, watching the figure walk to the water dispenser not far away, the sound of water colliding with the bottom of the plastic cup, clattering for a while. And the chaos in his head on the same frequency. Chapter 28 Thirst. Not a moment later, Yan Yu came back from receiving water and saw Xia blushing like a shrimp, his head slightly tilted to the other side. In addition, his right leg was slightly raised and half bent, as if he was trying to block something. The metal chain looked exceptionally good on his porcelain white ankle. At this moment, his soft posture gave people the urge to bully him ruthlessly. Only his body was still too weak. The water came. Yan Yu half sat on the edge of the bed. Xia was embarrassed. This damn physiology. But he hadn't forgotten how he was locked up here. So without turning a deaf ear to Yan Yu's words, he turned his head back when he heard her voice. The shoulder was still vaguely sore. But Xia just took a look at it. It was just a small tooth mark and some blood seeping. It wasn't as serious as he thought. Xia was a little worried, not knowing whether being bitten by someone would give him rabies, but he felt that if he dared to mention vaccination to Yan Yu, it would not be much different from asking for death. "Thank you." Xia moved his sore and numb hands and wanted to get up. Although his arms and legs and wrists were locked with metal chains, the length of the chains was long enough for him to move freely in this bed, but he couldn't get out of it. Xia was even more certain that this woman was coveting him, and that the scene of blood spurting he just saw was also intentional on her part. Although the psychological construction has long been done, depending on the innocence of the dirt, but this sense of shame is still too strong, he cannot openly show to others. "This will be thirsty throat." Xia very want to drink water. I do not know is being threatened too much or what. Yan Yu took the initiative to find out that he was thirsty and also gave him the act of receiving water. Xia heart actually some thanks to her. He just got up halfway, but was pressed by the beautiful fingers on his chest. The trace of gratitude in Xia's heart instantly disappeared. He knew that she was definitely not in a good mood. "What is it this time? You have an injury on your shoulder, you can't move." Yan Yu frowned with a worried look. If the injury on his shoulder wasn't from her, Xia would have to believe that she was worried about him. Xia couldn't figure out what she was going to do, but whatever it was, he could only cooperate immediately from this moment on. So he lay back down again in response to her slightly pressing hand. He guessed that Yan Yu might be trying to choke him. So he said, "The wound is a bit painful, but it's no longer in the way. Senior sister, lying down and drinking water might choke. Can I get up and drink? Choking is nothing, it's just that I'm worried about wetting the pillow." His slightly hoarse voice sounded slightly weak, with a hint of supplication, a pair of eyes extremely submissive and gentle. Even if she refused there would be no complaints, like a poor puppy. However, inwardly, he was extremely contemptuous. His looks were softer, so Xia had always disliked soft and weak speech, looking more like a little white boy, but the current situation did not allow him to pay attention to these things anymore. Yan Yu's hand, however, did not receive it back, looking like she was not going to listen to him. She said, "It's fine, I'll be very careful, I won't let you choke." A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, "And as long as you behave yourself, I guarantee that it won't flow onto the pillow." Saying that, she drank the water in the cup herself. Xia Sun. Fuck. It can't be what he thinks it is. The woman's pink lips were moisturized by the water droplets, looking tantalizingly delicious. A few drops dripped down the corners of her mouth, but they didn't fall onto the bed, they were dropped halfway into another place. Chapter 29: The Slim Hope. Yan Yu stared at his dry lips and leaned down with a smile in her eyes. Watching the woman's full, tantalizing and still glossy lips approaching him, Xia struggled inwardly, his hands clasped back against the bed, gripping tightly. Finally, the soft touch, cold came. Xia was relieved. Then the spirit snake probed in, and the cold liquid flowed down his dry lips into his parched throat. But not only did this water not quench his thirst, his throat instead became even drier and hotter. The hand on Xia's side gripped tighter, the bed was sunk by his grip, and the metal chain made a slight rattling sound because of his movement. For a moment, the sound of swallowing and the sound of metal pulling mingled. 3 minutes. The feeding of water was complete. Yan Yu withdrew her fingers against Xia's chest. Looking at the man with water mist in his eyes, his handsome face scarlet, his slightly pale and dry lips currently pink and even a little engorged, Yan Yu was satisfied with her masterpiece. She just wanted to make him a little bit colored with her scent, exclusive to him. Licked her lips, as if she was reminiscing, her red lips hooked in a pleasurable arc. "Still want to drink?" Xia's chest rose and fell up and down. No more drinking, not thirsty." The tone of voice is urgent, as if he is worried that if he says a slow step, he will die. In truth, it was almost the same. Although he was still thirsty, very thirsty, more thirsty than just now, and hot. But don't dare be thirsty. That sip of water just now had taken 3 minutes, and he wasn't sure what water was behind it. Because the head was blank. Although it seemed to be a tender place, it was really also torture. The lips of his mouth were still a little hot and painful. The woman looked at him in a serious manner. Even the questioning was also serious. Even after what had just happened, she was still serious, and the questioning was not half ambiguous, as if she was actually feeding him water. Yan Yu's face showed a trace of distress that didn't reach her eyes. "But this water isn't finished yet." She swept a glance at the half cup of water in her other hand. Just now, because of the shaking, some of it spilled out and showered on the back of her white hand. "Little seeker, don't waste it." Saying that, the water feeding process from earlier was repeated twice more. In the end, Xia Sun was deflated. Paralyzed on the bed. Just narrowly escaped breathing. Yan Yu scanned him up and down, slightly paused when her eyes passed by a certain place, and her smile deepened. "Xia-sen, hungry? I will go and cook for you." Yan Yu changed her address to him. The two addresses before and after are not what Xia-sen likes. The first one makes him feel like a pet name, and that little word makes him a little less comfortable, but the latter address is just a word, and it makes him feel like a girl-less name, so neither of them is liked. But did he dare to say it? Of course he didn't dare, he could only do as she pleased. The woman's departure allowed Xia to be able to breathe a big sigh of relief. The sweet scent of the other party still lingered in his mouth, but it made Xia frown. A tinkling sound rang out. He raised the back of his hand and wiped his lips. "I'm afraid this is the last time he'll be stubborn." Staring at the slightly narrow room, the darkness inside and outside of the bright room, the light and the darkness formed such a stark contrast. He appeared to be within the light, but he was in the darkness, and he didn't know how to be saved. The room was extraordinarily quiet, so quiet that it reached a terrifying level, causing Xia's dryness to slowly recede, and his heart to be filled with confusion and uncertainty. Would anyone come to save him? That mom of his is impossible, Yan Shui's school sister. Will she come to find him? Will she give up if she can't find him? At this moment, she was his only hope. And this only hope did not live up to Xie Sun's hope. Despite 5 days, the entire South China Sea has no news. Yan Shui still do not give up in the search. At this moment, her suspicion of Yan Yu was getting bigger and bigger. After barely quieting down, she remembered the girl who was inexplicably hostile to her that day. Chapter 30. If I were a dog, I would be willing. The second young lady drove herself to the school, the cool red sports car swooshing away. Half an hour later, the luxury car drove into the campus. The luxury car is attractive. The beauty in the luxury car is even more attractive. The beautiful girl was just that. She also looked exactly like the school flower Yan Yu. But they also knew that this girl was not Yan Yu, but Yan Yu's younger sister, called Yan Shui. This news had spread when Yan Shui first came to the school. Later on, someone specifically went to check and learned that the two sisters were actually not on good terms. The younger sister was uneducated, and the days she didn't come to school were spent fighting with punks and being jealous of her older sister's goodness. As word spread, Yan Shui's reputation quickly became bad. Yan Shui herself didn't care about this at all. She never cared about what others said about her, and wouldn't care about fame and pretense like that sister of hers. Exquisite small leather shoes a step on the gas pedal, she stretched out a white jade hand, red lips hooked, bright like a rose, towards the crowd casually waved. Can come to a person to tell me a little, how to go to the painting academy? Her body half-side leaning against the car window, her tone is extraordinarily lazy, with a hint of gangsterism. The opposite side of the students are both male and female, although they all know that she is not Yan Yu, her reputation is not too good, but this scene is also too beautiful and too charming. A good number of the boys saw her looking over, even though they were not looking at themselves, but scanning the crowd present. The heart in their chests was still about to jump out as if it was going to jump out. Soon several of the boys all stepped forward at the same time, realizing that the others were actually moving in unison with themselves, and turned back to glare at each other from left to right. Yan Shui's smile remained unchanged, casually pointing at one person, like a queen-like tone, "You do it." That person was ecstatic, pointed in a direction, "Senior sister, keep walking along this road, turn right at the fork in the road, the second college is." "Thanks." A nice voice fell, followed by a fragrant wind. When the crowd reacted, Yan Shui had already driven away. Several men are still standing on the side of the road staring at the faraway body, a face of infatuation. Yan Shui, how to do, my goddess seems to have added another one. But go to your bar, you forget the rumor that she often gives Yan Yu female goddess gas sufferer. The boy paused for a moment, before retorting, "You also said it was a rumor." "But I heard that she often outside the fight. I have a friend is also in the outside of the mix, once really saw her beat people. That look can be horrible, straight to the death of people to beat that kind of." "Really? It would be nice if she beat me up in bed." Another guy. "Damn, you're a pervert. Seriously, if two school girls were chasing me at the same time, I'd be willing to lock myself up and do this and that. Hey, you guys are really shameless, how can you even eat and take? The school sister will look at you this stupid look, if I can give them as a dog would be good." When these boys were talking, some girls heard them and silently gave these boys a blank stare. All a bunch of colorful batch. Used to it. But what's the point of thinking blindly? A gentle and excellent person like Yan Yu's senior sister wouldn't do those things, that Yan Shui just might. However, the truth is just the opposite. Xia Se, who was chained to the bed at this time, had inadvertently realized someone else's unattainable dream. If he had heard that person's words, he would have wanted to whack the other person's head, wanting to see what was constructed inside. His current face was suffocated with a reddish color, for no other reason than he felt like his bladder was about to explode. Chapter 31. You can only be mine. Yan Yu came in with the rice, saw Sis and red face, posture is still slightly strange, thought of what the corners of the mouth slightly hooked, but did not say anything, but put the rice on the table by the bed, sat on the bed and looked at him. Worriedly touched his face. "What's wrong? Where is it uncomfortable?" Xia Se gritted his teeth. The urgency to urinate made him temporarily throw away his shame and said, "I want to go to the toilet. Can you help me open this chain? The restroom is not far from the opposite side." Xia felt that the other party was not so bad as to let him pee on the bed. This request should be granted to him. "Oh, little Seek is going to have to let go of the water, beg me, Her voice was delicate and soft. Xia knew that she would not be so dry. Please sister, quickly help me to untie it, cannot stand it." He feels like he's almost at his limit. In fact, he felt it when Yan Yu left to cook. She cooked for more than half an hour, and it was even more after this. It was Yan Yu's preference that she didn't want him to get what he wanted anytime soon. Begging with his mouth won't do it. Then what does senior sister want? Xia really convinced. Not just to pee, still afraid that he will not run away. The person who is anxious to urinate is fragile and cranky, so when Yenyu is still slowly swallowing, Siasen said, "Sister please," and then hold it will be bad. Sister really want to see bad me? Isn't she just coveting his body, saying so she will definitely agree, right? The result is really, agreed. Yenyu lowered her long eyelashes, casting a row of good-looking shadows under her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking about. She suddenly put her hand into her chest and took out a small golden key in Siasen's wide eyes. Snapping. Ding bell. The chain unlocked. Siasen then jumped up from the bed and ran to the toilet in 2 or 3 steps. The moment of release, that kind of relief I believe everyone here has felt. What Siasen doesn't know is that after turning on the light, the outside can clearly see the inside. So all his moves inside were seen by Yenyu. It can be described as a total perversion. But Siasen didn't know it yet, after washing his hands from turning off the lights before coming out of the toilet. He was used to putting everything back the way it was, and missed the opportunity to discover this. Yenyu had the good sense to watch him walk over, with a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth. Siasen looked up to see it and smiled awkwardly as well. In fact, on his way over, his afterglow swept over the objects around him, calculating in his mind what his chances of winning if he knocked this woman out were. After all, he walked over to go to the toilet and realized that apart from the weakness of not eating, he didn't have that feeling of powerlessness of being injected with something before, which meant that when he was tied up here, Yenyu hadn't given him the thing that made his body powerless. But in the end, he just thought about it. He walked to the bed and lay down. "Senior sister, should I buckle up?" That raised his hand. The good behavior of his appearance made Yenyu extremely satisfied. So she said, "It is rare for you to be so obedient. Wait until you finish eating before tying it up." Siasen was a bit flattered. "Really, thank you senior sister." Saying that, he looked at the meat and 2 veggies on the table and the white rice, and then looked at Yenyu, a little unsure of what to do. Should he eat directly or is she going to feed herself off? Of course, Siasen hoped that he would eat it himself, but it was so hard to brush off a little favor, so he couldn't take it upon himself to make her angry. Seeing him like this, Yenyu's red lips hooked again. "What's wrong? Do you want me to feed you?" After this sentence Siasen understood and hurriedly got up and picked up the bowls and chopsticks. Then, "No, I'll eat by myself." "Thank you, sister." Saying that, Siasen took a big gulp and swallowed, eating too fast. His mouth was stuffed to the brim. Then unsurprisingly, he choked. Cough cough cough. The rice in his mouth nearly sprayed onto Yenyu. Although she doesn't dislike Siasen, she still has a cleanliness fetish. So she moved her butt back. "Don't eat so fast, it's not like anyone is stealing from you." Yenyu scolded. But in her eyes was a pleasure visible to the naked eye. Although Siasen was afraid of her, but obedient she still prefers a well-behaved sheep to a scratchy cat. Siasen coughed as he said, "Yes." Cough cough. "I'm sorry, cough cough. Sister, you're cooking. It's too delicious. So eat fast." Although the meal was indeed good, Siasen didn't cough because of this. He only ate so fast because he was worried that Yenyu would suddenly change her mind and feed him again, wanting to finish eating before the other party suddenly backtracked. "Sana, how did you become a horse's ass? But I like it." Yenyu's beautiful face smiled because of his words. One could feel that she was really happy. That kind of sorrowful crazy perverted feeling was much less. After she finished, she got up and went to pour water, this time not difficult. Siasen took over and drank it to feel much better throat, finally some normal speed to eat. After a meal, in addition to Yenyu was still staring straight at him, everything else is very normal. But in the end, Yenyu still personally helped him locked to the bed again. Siasen didn't have any complaints about this, and all behavably cooperated. Yenyu didn't make a demon out of him because of his good behavior, but put away the cutlery and took it away, and when she was walking to the exit door of the room, she turned back. "If you can be this obedient all the time, it's not impossible to release you. But it won't work for a while, because..." Deliberately trailing off, "Yenshue is looking around for you, and has already begun to suspect me. She is not bad to you, but you can only be mine," she said in an extremely domineering manner. In Siasen's slightly stunned gaze, waist twisted, out the door. Siasen was a bit propped up, he paralyzed on the bed, recalling the words of Yenyu. The original grey hope in his heart was rekindled. On top of that, his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up when his mind involuntarily recalled Yenshue's senior sister's face that was so beautiful and voluptuous. He was only afraid of Yenyu, but to Yenshue, he had an inexplicable good feeling and sense of security. Because she had protected him, had suffered injuries for him, didn't mind his rented room and his mattress, and although she also liked to tease him but didn't really force him. She was like a beam of light that suddenly shone in his dark life, a special presence. Now, he also expects that this light will find him again, shine in and save him. Chapter 32 Yan Shui finds Shui Qingyu and asks CSN. On the other hand, Shui Qingyu had just gotten out of class when a small handsome-looking male student called out to her outside the door, "May I ask if classmate Shui Qingyu is here?" The other students in the class immediately threw curious looks at Shui Qingyu and gradually dispersed to make way for her. The little sister beside her had ambiguous eyes. "You, this is a new suitor, right?" Shui Qingyu was also a little confused, but being watched by so many people, her vanity gradually rose. She smiled shyly and whispered, "Oops, don't talk nonsense." However, a hint of complacency flashed in her eyes. There were quite a few suitors who had approached her before, all of whom she didn't recognize, so there was nothing wrong with her thinking this way. With what she thought was a very sweet smile on her face, Shui Qingyu walked towards the boy. May I ask what's up?" That boy didn't realize what she was thinking. "There is a school sister at the entrance of the academy looking for you." Shui Qingyu, who thought the other party would shyly hand her a love letter or confession. Luckily she didn't say any big words just now, otherwise she would have been ridiculed by those people. The smile on her face was slightly stiff at this time, and she wondered, what is that school sister's name? After so many days, she had long forgotten about those two sisters. That boy, hearing her words, and remembering the appearance of school sister Yan Shui who had just hooked her finger at him, a not-so-white face crawled with a hint of redness at this moment. "It's school sister Yan Shui." Saying that, he walked away. While the others were surprised to hear that Yan Shui was at the door and wanted to see Shui Qingyu, then the boys ran out the door in excitement. They didn't care about fame, the other party had face value and money, so it was good to have a look. If you can be seen by the other party, then it would be even better, directly less years of struggle. Sister Yan Yu was as beautiful as moonlight, not to be blasphemed, and never got close to others, so maybe this sister Yan Shui was a little easier to approach. A small number of girls also went out. Gradually, only Shui Qingyu and her two better little sisters were left outside the classroom door. "Yunxi, Yu, why does sister Yan Shui want to see you?" Shui Qingyu's smile at this point was getting more and more forced, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes, which she covered up very well. "I don't know, it should be because of Xia's matter." "Yunxi, Can, you guys go eat first, I'm going to go meet my senior sister, last time I felt that she wasn't too friendly to me." Su Kan-chan also thought of what that school sister said last time, it was indeed quite inexplicable. She also knew Xie-sun. That look was indeed unusual for Xie-sun. At first they thought it was because Shui Qingyu did have some problems, but after those news about Yan Shui came out, they believed in their sister again. Some worried, "It's okay Yu, we go with you. I heard that Yan Shui does not learn, 3 years before coming to school, before not come do not know what to do outside, but I heard that she is mixed in the road." "Yunxi, yes, it's okay, we are not good sisters, we accompany you to go." Shui Qingyu was touched, but a strange look flashed in her drooping eyes. Can't let them follow. That Yan Shui and Xie-sun had been together before, in case she broke down those lies of hers in front of her, Xie-sun had never liked her at all, wouldn't it be embarrassing then? So after a good deal of persuasion, she finally let the two go first. And only then did she slowly go downstairs. While thinking about what Yan Shui would say to her, Xie had taken a break from school. Could it be that she was going to rehash old scores because she had walked together with Xie before? At that time, she sensed that woman was not a master to be messed with. By the time she walked downstairs, there were already quite a few people gathered there, but they were only watching from the sidelines. And right in the center, Yan Shui was already in extremely flamboyant heavy makeup, making her beautiful face more and more bright and attractive. Plump breasts and thin waist, perfect proportions. A JK uniform, slender straight long legs are wrapped in black silk most of the time, not wrapped in the upper section of the white as jade, in the daylight like a beautiful jade that will glow. She leans lazily against the side of the car, the corners of her mouth hanging in a faint arc, a pair of beautiful Danfang eyes are all careless. When she sees Shui Qingyu, the bottom of her eyes flickers with a hint of a dark aura. "Shui Qingyu?" The voice was cold and detached. Shui Qingyu nodded her head and walked over at a good pace. "Senior sister." The corners of Yan Shui's mouth still hung in a shallow arc, seemingly smiling as she sized her up, then her chin slightly raised. "Get in the car." Her attitude was extremely diffident, but she was hooking people for no reason. Seeing the gazes of those boys around her all on Yan Shui, jealousy welled up in Shui Qingyu's heart, but on her face, she pretended to be puzzled. "Sister, I still have classes in the afternoon, so I want to go back to take a nap earlier. Do you have something to do?" Yan Shui turned her eyes to look at her for a few seconds, and suddenly came closer to her, although still smiling. A hint of coldness came through her eyes, and said in a voice that only two people could hear, "I want to talk to you about how to catch a man. Sure you want to say it here?" Yan Shui had done her research before coming to her. Water Qingyue's family is average, but she has created an image of herself as a rich white beauty, attracting many boys. As long as it is a handsome and rich to her, she first showed that the other party also has a good feeling, and when the other party confessed and always pretended to be reserved and refused, those boys on her favor but more and more deep, and even cannot bear to make things difficult for her, willing to do licking dog. She was extremely smooth in playing this kind of desire to escape. Hearing her words, Shui Qingyu's face blanched, slightly inclining her head. She saw the eyes that saw through everything on Yan Shui's beautiful face. Of course, she knew that the Yin family in Nanhai City was the richest and definitely powerful, so even though she couldn't look at the two sisters, she didn't want to tear her face off. Shui Qingyu knew that it must be easy for the other party to investigate her bottom line. This would be very tense, but on her face, she still pretended to be calm. Yan Shui could see that her face did not look good, hooking her lips. "What, afraid of collapsing your persona? Then get in the car, let's talk somewhere else." She stood up straight again, resumed her normal distance, and said in a normal voice, "Last time I saw you, I felt a lot of eye contact. I want to invite you to dinner. I won't waste too much time." Shui Qingyu did not understand why the other party was giving her decency, but it was good. Although slightly dissatisfied with being threatened, she still bit her lips and said, "Good." Satisfied, Yan Shui sat in the car while Shui Qingyu silently got into the car. Before driving the car, Yan Shui also stretched out her white arm and waved it outwards. "Schoolmates, disperse, sister is leaving." After saying that, only the exhaust of the car was left behind. Those boys were mesmerized by her sister's self-proclaimed name, and only after the shadow of the car was completely out of sight did they disperse with loss. More than 10 minutes later, inside the box of an extremely luxurious and upscale restaurant, Shui Qingyu was fidgeting, while Yan Shui was elegantly drinking fruit juice. The red lips pecked lightly, leaving a small circle of lipstick marks on the straw. Looking up at the opposite side of the girl holding the juice but obviously uneasy, Yan Shui lightly laughed. "Don't worry, I don't care about you those things, just want to chat about Xie-sun." Shui Qingyu froze slightly and tentatively said, "Really?" Chapter 33 Xie-sun is my person. Yan Shui, of course it's true, what good does it do me to lie to you? At those words, Shui Qingyu let out a slight sigh of relief, but her body was still taut. Slightly swallowing her saliva, "Xie-sun is he the schoolmate's boyfriend?" Seeing the close relationship between them at that time, Shui Qingyu asked speculatively, while using her afterglow to observe Yan Shui's complexion. Yan Shui's complexion didn't change much, her long eyelashes fluttered twice, and she took another sip of the juice before lifting her eyes. "No. But this young lady just likes his face, whoever dares to touch him, Yan Shui, will also make him suffer." The tone of these words did not fluctuate much, but it still made people tremble when they heard it, only because the smile that hooked up at the corner of her mouth was a little creepy. Touching him was the same. Yan Shui half grinned and stared at Shui Qingyu's lowly face. Shui Qingyu was hairy from her stare and hurriedly took a sip of the juice, explaining, "Senior sister, I didn't know about the relationship between you and him before. It was because my sisters made a bet with me that I approached Xie, but I definitely didn't touch him. At the school gate that meeting I just wanted to explain to him what happened that day, wanted to apologize to him, and didn't have any other thoughts. If I knew that senior sister liked his face, I definitely wouldn't have approached him." Shui Qingyu spoke most of the truth. Facing Yan Shui, she didn't dare to say what she wanted to conquer Xie, otherwise she would definitely be targeted. "Later on, I saw my senior sister come to him, and although I wasn't clear about your relationship at the time, I made up my mind in my heart not to bother. Although I, Shui Qingyu, have many flaws, I will not know 3 is 3. She said sincerely. This sentence is true. Yan Shui, however, didn't care what she said afterward, her mind only grasped one of her so many words. She looked for Xie-sun. "You saw me looking for Xie-sun? When?" By this time, she had already withdrawn her smile, her tone was sharp, and her gaze coldly shot straight at Shui Qingyu. Shui Qingyu was flustered by her look and puzzled by her question. She froze slightly. "It was last Thursday. It's only been 6 days and she forgot?" Shui Qingyu frowned slightly with an odd expression. Yan Shui's fingers clenched slightly. At that time, she was still in the hospital and hadn't even gone out. Then there was only one possibility. That was Yan Yu pretending to be her and abducting Xie. But she still forced herself to calm down and asked again. "When? Do you remember what I was wearing then?" This asked more and more odd. Shui Qingyu frowned. but see Yen Shui that frosty expression, or honestly recall, slowly said, at that time 5 or 6 classes just after, Sin in a hurry to go home, to the school gate should be almost 5 o'clock, senior sister at that time to wear today's this JK clothing. Said so much water Qingyue always feel like in the police station to make a statement. The heart cannot help but speculate Yen Shui asked so many intentions. Thinking that she and Yen Yu were twin sisters, she couldn't help but give birth to a slightly absurd idea, and tried, don't you remember, senior sister? At that time, it seemed like you even looked back at me. There was some distance between them, so Shui Qingyu didn't know if she turned around and looked at her at that time, only that at that time, because of her anger, she always felt that the other party was swearing sovereignty and mocking her. Therefore, when she saw Yen Shui again later, she didn't have much goodwill. Yen Shui, however, suddenly eased her face, rehooked her lips and gave a lazy "oh, remembered." Shui Qingyu did not expect her to change her mind again so quickly and froze slightly. What's the situation? Only to see Yen Shui finished and lightly narrowed her eyes. Humph, don't think I don't know what's in your mind, no matter what you thought, but you less pry into what's going on between me and Sen. Even if she hated Yen Yu, but this was about the Yen family, she wouldn't let others speculate freely. Senior sister, you've misunderstood me. Shui Qingyu's other hand under the table was clenched tightly, but her face was soft. Don't talk to me like that, I'm not one of your men, and I hate it when people put on airs in front of me. Yen Shui's slightly cold voice, regardless of Water Qingyu's stiff pale face, and said, Sin is my people, no matter what your purpose, are not allowed to move the wrong mind. After saying this, she got up and did not give Shui Qingyu a chance to speak. I'm leaving first, so make yourself at home. Water Qingyu watched her leave the box, face instantly extremely ugly up, lightly pounded the desktop, issued a bang, gritted his teeth and said, not just rely on the family rich, drag what? The voice is very small, visible, or some goat. But also gave birth to some rebellious psychology. If there is a chance, Sun, she really made up her mind to dip. This lady, you want to order? Suddenly, the waiter walked in with a menu, carefully. Shui Qingyu picked up the bag beside her and also stood up, no need. But before she could walk out, the waiter sharply blocked her way. What's going on? Shui Qingyu's brows tightened and she growled. Right now she was in a bad mood. The waitress had a professional smile on her face, polite and courteous. Miss, you haven't settled the bill yet, that glass of juice just now was $1,000, may I ask if it's cash or credit card? Shui Qingyu stared with wide eyes, unbelievable, why is it so expensive? You're a robber, aren't you? It was even more unbelievable that Yen Shui brought her in but didn't pay for her. This person is also too stingy. In the end, her face turned blue and she spent $1,000. Xia woke up in the dark again, his waist was held tightly by the woman's hands, and a familiar flavor lingered between his nostrils. The room is quiet, so quiet that you can hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. This place does not know day and night, and Yenyu has something to do with lights out and hugging him to sleep. Xia is speechless and helpless. He wanted so much to see the outside world, to see the daylight and moonlight, to see the flowers and trees and blue sky. But this Yenyu made him feel much more at ease again, because at least she didn't make any more demons. Does it feel like this is boring? The voice that suddenly rang out startled Xia. How come she knows every time she wakes up? No, it's not boring. Xia was most afraid that there was a pit in what the other party said, and that she would fall in if she wasn't careful. Yenyu's cheek rubbed against his chest, looking for a comfortable position to continue to lie down, low and soft. Although I like you to be well behaved, but I also don't want you to always condescend to please me. You can still say what you really think, although I will not listen. Xia. Chapter 34 Behaving Repair. For half a month in a row, Xia spent almost all of his time in bed. Later on, he had been obedient and behaved well, and Yenyu would occasionally untie all the restraints for him. But the range of activities was only limited to that dark and narrow room. Because of the words she said last time, he could properly speak his mind. Xia had mentioned living up there when Yenyu was in a good mood and promised to be as good as he was now, but he was still rejected. Xia was not discouraged. After all, he was able to hold back for half a month to get some freedom of movement, albeit for a short time, but it showed that listening was still effective. Yenyu's vigilance towards him was decreasing. In order to escape, he must first leave this ghostly room without making the slightest mistake. The only thing he was thankful for was that Yenyu hadn't treated him this way and that way in the past half a month or so, but this also gave Xia a sense of crisis. The good food and drink over the past few months had made him a little healthier, his skin whiter and better looking. This made him gradually realize that the other party might not be not wanting to do anything, but might be waiting for the right time. Or, thinking deeper, Yenyu was even more perverted than he thought. He thought that the other party was coveting his own body, but in fact, he was also coveting his own body. However, it was the kind of coveting that removed his body parts one by one. Just thinking about it gave Xia goosebumps on his back. As for the wall in the room that was covered by another curtain at that time, Xia's son had curiously picked it open and looked at it, but it turned out to be nothing but a decoration. This is even more proof that the other party is really not the kind of coveting, more likely to covet his waist. Your free time is hero. Xia was sitting at the table, holding a pen and fuming, with a blank drawing board in front of him. This was the only request he had made that Yan Yu had agreed to, but he had no inspiration at all in this enclosed space. Hearing a voice ringing out behind him, he stood up as skillfully as he had developed muscle memory and headed over to the bed. He might actually be trained as a puppy, doing things on command. Xia was originally pretending, but then it wasn't clear. Taking the initiative, he laid down on the bed and spread out his limbs. Yan Yu was wearing a cool silk nightgown, her long hair was tied diagonally into a braid, sliding down her white shoulders, looking warm and lovely, like a neighborly and knowledgeable big sister, tenderly tying the gold chains to Xia's ankles and wrists one by one, seriously and carefully. Seeing the teenager's calm demeanor, Yan Yu was satisfied, but in her heart she always felt that something was missing. In fact, compared to these obedient looks, Yan Yu misses the days of his defiance, always able to easily evoke her own emotions, vivid and passionate. After tying Xia-sun up, she quietly admired his appearance, her glazed eyes flashing with satisfaction. Today's teenager has shed his malnourished look, his skin is as white as milk, and he is even more androgynously good-looking. Even without looking directly into her eyes, Xia could feel how the person standing beside him was looking himself up and down. More than a searchlight, Xia was already used to such eyes. After all, the other party have given him a bath. That's right, asking was being forced. Since then, Xia-sun's acceptance is stronger, but the blushing problem can't be changed. Xia-sun, do you find this kind of life boring? Yan Yu slowly sat down and inquired rather bitterly. Xia-sun's originally white face slowly climbed into a reddish color. Does senior sister find it boring? He asked without answering. This was a set of words he summarized. It was to avoid stepping on the pit to make her angry, so he chose to throw the topic back and then replied according to the other party's answer, really carrying out the caution to the end. Yan Yu gently stroked his face. Xia's ears then became red. Not used to it for so long. Yan Yu, I don't think it's boring, as long as Xia-sun is by my side, no matter what, it's not boring, it just seems to be missing some flavorings. Listening to the other side of the words, Xia-sun in her sigh, do not know what she thought of what moths, but on the face of a smile and asked, what flavoring? Yan Yu, however, did not say, suddenly bent down, Xia-sun surprised. As a result, the woman stopped a few millimeters from his neck, and the distance was controlled just right. Yan Yu felt the warmth of his body and said with a bad smile, what were you expecting? Now Xia and his ears were all red, his appearance was cute to the extreme. Xia did not admit that he was thinking wrongly, I was thinking about what senior sister said about flavorings. The skin of the teenager in close proximity is surprisingly almost invisible pores, delicate and pink. But on the determination she has never lost, and does not allow herself to get out of control, maintaining such a distance laughed and said, I also do not know it. By the way, just now you were preparing to draw something? Yan Yu turned to ask. Xia, I want to draw, but I don't know what to draw. Yan Yu, that's good, I helped you think of it. Xia-sun surprised slightly inclined his head, wanting to see the woman's look as not just randomly talking to coax him. Chapter 35 Help Sister Painting Overhaul. Sister just said help me think of it, think of what to paint, what is it? He was still a little curious, as long as something about painting, he was serious and interested. Even though he knew that she would not come up with any good ideas if she was so playful. Painting me, I can provide material for Xia-sun. Xia's eyes lit up, right, this room in addition to tables and chairs and beds and some miscellaneous dead things, are not too challenging, but the characters to capture the demeanor, draw the flavor as well as that kind of realism is indeed very difficult. So, really, sister, you can sit still for half an hour if you're just drawing a portrait, is that okay? He was worried that Yan Yu would not be a good model, with her domineering personality, doing what she likes to do, and then halfway through the painting, she got tired and didn't want to stop painting, then he would go crazy. In painting, Xia has obsessive-compulsive disorder OCD, that is, must time limit how long to paint well, otherwise it is very difficult. So he first shallowly took a precaution. Yan Yu, of course there is no problem, sister, how would I say no, but well. She dragged the long end of the voice so that Xie thought she was going to attach what conditions, knew that it would not be so smooth, but the next moment the woman's lazy with a different kind of charm voice rang out, I am worried that you are not good at painting. It is a man cannot hear others say they cannot, so Xie almost blurted out, how can it be? Then lifted his wrist, senior sister, if you paint, can you unlock this, there is something binding it is not good to unfold. Yen Yu finally straightened up, of course. After all, later I have to lie here. The strong scent left, and Xie was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The key was still on the nightstand, looking small and pretty, but holding Xie's freedom. Xie's sight swept over it, and apart from some complexity, more importantly, the thought of where the key was stored came to mind. Not long after, Xie's hands and feet are free again, he quickly get out of bed, towards the not far away from the paintbrush and the drawing board, when there is no inspiration to rely on the reference to draw, at the moment it is not easy to have a mannequin, a few days did not draw Xie a lot of anticipation. He quickly brought the drawing board over and placed it in the direction of the bed, checked if the brushes needed to be sharpened, and waited for the model to pose after making the preparations. However, Yen Yu sat upright on the bed and watched him tinkering with the tools, but did not take the next step. Xie asked suspiciously, Sister, are you going to paint in this position? Yen Yu smiled charmingly, of course not, I'm just looking to see if you're ready. Xie did not think too much, naively revealed two tiger teeth, I'm ready. Well, senior sister, you can pose however you want, how comfortable, after all, it takes half an hour, it is indeed quite tiring. Yen Yu nodded and then posed. She had a good figure and beautiful physique, she was simply a natural modeling frame, and Xie drew it up with seriousness. Locked up here for many days, all the surrounding items were drawn all over the place, suddenly there was a beautiful scenery for his own reference. Xie's many days of that kind of depressing mood was finally released a lot. But no matter how he releases it, as long as he stays in this house for a day, he can't be truly happy. Xie discarded the distractions, seriously painting, pencil on the drawing board brushing the sound, a timesome peace and beauty. Chapter 36 Sister and sister both want Xie repair. This side is leisurely painting, on the other side, Yen Shui is already about to explode. The city of Nanhai was almost turned over by her, but she couldn't find Xie's figure. Although she learned from Shui Qingyu that 99% of Yen Yu took Xie away, but in order to avoid spooking the snakes, she searched in secret and didn't ask that woman directly. Because Yen Shui had known that that woman was very good at pretending, even if it was something she did, she could still fool everyone with her superb acting skills, and in the end, she would probably still be able to put some unwarranted pot on herself, so Yen Shui didn't act rashly. Only now, the only way to find out Xie's whereabouts was to go and ask her. Yen Shui had already had people secretly observing Yen Yu for a week now, and she had been going to school for less and less time. The teacher said that it was because she had a very difficult solo dance competition in a month, and her course points had actually been filled up, so she went home to practice her dance. But Yen Shui knew it was an excuse as soon as she heard it. As much as she hated Yen Yu, she had to admire her talent for everything, and even the most difficult dance moves wouldn't be hard for her at all, much less would she specialize in hiding away to learn and practice hard. It's just that she didn't understand why it was Xie, why she had to steal it from herself. By the time she rushed to that villa in anger, it was already an hour later. Yen Yu wearing gradient emerald green ancient dance dress, postured beautiful dance in the second floor dance studio. Suddenly the dance studio door touched a sound, she slowly stopped, puzzled to look at the visitor. It's Shui Shui, what's wrong so angry, the door is going to be broken by you. She asked gently as if she didn't know anything. Even if you are interrupted, you are not angry. It's all come to this, is there any point in pretending anymore? Yen Shui stopped by the door, leaning sideways against the doorframe, her arms wrapped around her chest as she coldly looked across at the person who looked exactly like her. Humph, suddenly, the gentle Yen Yu smile faded, of course interesting I have been waiting for when you will come to me. She walked over with her bare, snow-white feet and slow, light steps. Yen Shui's complexion changed slightly, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, Xie is really in your hands. Where did you hide him? Her hands around her chest had been lowered, straightening up, her face was tinged with anger. Yen Yu walked in front of her, the two of them facing each other, no matter their height or stature, or hair length, they were exactly the same. If they wore the same clothes and didn't speak but just stood there, absolutely no one would be able to tell who was the older sister and who was the younger. One angry and one quiet, the atmosphere was slow and anxious. However, Yen Yu, who seemed to be on the verge of revealing her true colors in the party, was puzzled after she asked this, Xie? You keep questioning me about this person, who exactly is he and why do you think he's here with me? Yan Shui didn't have the time to play pretender with her and said bluntly, "Someone saw you take him away by pretending to be me. I've already gotten someone to fix the surveillance along the way, do you still want to deny it?" Hearing this, Yan Yu was surprised for a moment, this time her emotions were not feigned. "The surveillance? Did you really get someone to fix it?" "Of course, you want me to put it out for you to see, it's in my cell phone." Yan Shui finished saying that she was going to take out her cell phone to call up the surveillance. Yan Yu directly hooked her lips and smiled this time. "Well, this time it's you who won. Xia Sun is indeed in my place." Yan Shui silently put her cell phone down and hid it in an inconspicuous position on her side along with the slightly trembling thumb. Just now she was just swindling her, that surveillance was so thoroughly destroyed that it couldn't be repaired at all. Yan Shui coldly said, "Give him to me." "Oh," Yan Yu covered her mouth and laughed lightly, laughing, "Are you kidding, give him to you? Ha! Yan Shui, how likely do you think this is?" Yan Shui narrowed her eyes, staring dead on at her sister who gradually revealed her true colors and appeared to be maniacal. Her lips moved. "You're committing a crime?" Yan Yu laughed well, her fingertips gently brushed the mist from the corners of her eyes, her tone was lazy. "What, are you going to sue me? I am your sister. Besides, haven't you ever thought of locking him up? Let him belong only to you?" Saying this, the finger she wiped across the corners of her eyes slowly moved forward. Yan Shui did not move, staring at her hand placed on her chest, frowning. Yan Yu felt the heartbeat inside and slowly stroked it onto her own chest again, her tone ghostly. "We are monozygotic, essentially the same, what you think is what I think." Yan Shui slapped her hand away. "Whatever you think, and do not want to digress, anyway, I want him. There is always a first and last in everything. He was the one I saw first, you just snatched him away without a word, or coaxed him with my identity, this makes me very upset." Her strength wasn't small, and the back of Yan Yu's hand immediately reddened. She lowered her head and swept the back of her hand, putting away the smile on her face. Her expression calmed down, but it revealed an eerie atmosphere, as if it was the calm before a storm. "First come first served?" Yan Yu meaningfully repeated these 4 words and coldly grunted. "How are you sure that you were the one who looked at him first? In the beginning, if you hadn't stirred things up, the one who saved him would have been me, and the one he liked would have been me. The person he has been pining for is you, this half-month no matter how hard I try, but cannot go into his heart. You have got his heart, his people should be left to me. Sister, do not be too greedy." Yan Shui was stunned. "What did you say? He has me in his heart?" Yan Yu, yes, satisfied? "Your bitter trick worked." Chapter 37. Let him decide for himself whether to go or stay. Yan Shui frowned in dissatisfaction. "What bitter meat trick? I am not like you, everything is used to calculate." Yan Shui said is the truth, whether in the alley or beat down those punks, all is coincidence, the injury is also an accident, only will be the use of ready-made wounds to go home with Xia. But Yan Shui felt that this is not really use, after all, if it is not for Xia Sun she will not be injured, Xia Sun care for her rightfully. But it did satisfy Yan Yu that the result was that Xia Sun liked her. And finally seeing this older sister of hers not being calm, Yan Shui found it interesting and was suddenly in a better mood. "It's necessary for me to affirm that I'm still different from you." Yan Yu raised an eyebrow, a gesture of willingness to hear more. "Yan Shui, listening to what you just said, you did all this because you like him and want to get him, while I just think he's good looking, I like his face." Although Yan Shui said this, when she thought that Xia might have been touched by Yan Yu, a nameless fire grew in the bottom of her heart. Strongly suppressing the anger in her heart, she continued, "But it's also true that as you said, even then I would like to lock him up for me to enjoy alone, but I won't do that. If you don't tell me where he is, then I can only search myself, I'm going to bring him back anyway." Saying that, Yan Shui directly called a few bodyguards and was about to search the villa. Yan Yu didn't have much expression on her face, but it was even creepier than having an expression. "I will see who dares to search." The tone was clearly as calm as water, but it made people hear the flavor of danger from within. The bodyguard stopped in his tracks, not knowing what to do. These two are both masters, neither can be offended. Yan Shui looked at the unmoving bodyguards, wrinkled her good-looking eyebrows and said unhappily, "I order you to search." Just when the bodyguards didn't know what to do, Yan Yu opened her mouth. "I'll look at you, what are you doing to make things difficult for them? Let me look at it this way, let's each take a step back, I'll call Xia out and leave the decision to him, if he's willing to go with you I'll let it go." Yan Shui said suspiciously, "You also said before that he likes me, so surely he will go with me, now you are saying this, how do I know if you have threatened him?" Yan Yu hooked her lips. "Sister, don't you know that besides love, there is another thing that is more attractive?" Yan Shui looked at her coldly and did not talk. Yan Yu was not embarrassed and said to herself, "Money, a peaceful life. I can also give him." Yen Shui expressed her disbelief. Besides, I can give him relative freedom, I won't lock him up like you. Yen Yu raised an eyebrow. Who told you that I locked him up? It's just that you guys suddenly came in a rage and he didn't want to end the lavish life that I gave him, so that's why he's temporarily hiding and doesn't want to be found by you, worrying about going back to the old kind of life. She said, extremely serious. No matter how Yen Shui discerned the truth or falsehood of her expression, she couldn't, but still didn't believe it. Then you call him out. Yen Yu laughed, gracefully turned around, still barefoot, and walked towards another room, right next door to the dance studio. Seeing this, Yen Shui frowned. If Xia was in there just now, almost everything she said to Yen Yu was overheard by him. So that's why she was saying that she was a bitter trick actually said to Xia in an attempt to sow discord, but she didn't realize that she had explained herself. On one hand, she was in a leaping mood over the fact that she was about to meet Xia, but on the other hand, she was worried that he was threatened by Yen Yu and wouldn't go with her. But now that she knows he's here, she'll come back to confirm with him, no matter what the outcome is. Xia was indeed next door and also heard the two talking, and had mixed feelings about it. Yen Shui's senior sister was really a very good person, looking for him for so long. It's just that she only likes her face? Right, she said the same thing before, and even wrote in the note she gave him that the meal cards given were all because of his good-looking face. She had always been frank and honest. On the contrary, not only was Sister Yen Yu illegally imprisoning him, but she also had evil intentions, and in order to prevent him from leaving, she even threatened him with his mother, and said something about it not being a threat, describing him as the kind of villain who loved money. I am angry. Yen Yu knit curls came in, to his smile bright, deliberately raise his voice. Can come out, I told her. Well, you are to go is to stay your own decision, no one will force you. Oh, no one forced would be a ghost. Xia, for the sake of his own safety and the safety of his mother's peace of mind, is very stifled to suppress his true emotions, smiled and walked out. Yen Shui is still as beautiful as ever. The moment Xia saw her, infinite aggression welled up in his heart, secretly gritted his teeth to hold back the sourness of the tip of his nose, and pretended to be relaxed and greeted Yen Shui's senior sister. As for Yen Shui, when she saw Xia, she was ruthlessly stunned. Compared to the skinny malnourished teenager more than half a month ago, at this time this teenager's whole person is much more spiritual, with fair and translucent skin, clear eyes, the corners of the mouth are slightly curved, and the whole person exudes a dazzling light. A light gray casual clothing perfectly reveals his body, long and straight legs with white sneakers look clean and sharp. Yen Shui looked at the teenager's increasingly handsome and charming appearance, her heart suddenly beating randomly. But from the looks of it, he did seem to be doing well here. But Yen Shui didn't believe that he stayed here voluntarily, nor did she believe that he gave up his studies because he liked money, but it was not easy for him to get into Beijing University. Moreover, the teenager's eyes were still so clear, unlike the kind of person Yen Yu said he was. The most important thing is that at that time in the shabby rental house himself had proposed that if he followed him to give him a big house to live. She still remembered the teenager's answer at that time, still liked to rely on their own to change the status quo. Yen Shui moved excited to go forward, want to touch the teenager's face to see the feel, but not yet close to Yen Yu inserted, blocking the two. Cannot move hands and feet. Oh, have to first. He opened his mouth with whom? Yen Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at her with a smile. Yen Shui's good mood at the sight of Xia was suddenly destroyed, glaring at the woman in front of her. There had never been any moment when she hated this face as much as she did now. Yen Shui had thought about plastic surgery, but unfortunately no face was as satisfying as this face of Mom's raw face. I'm not touching him, get out of the way, and you're not allowed to touch it now either. Yen Shui nonchalantly reached out to push away Yen Yu, who was blocking her way, but when she was about to touch him, she retreated to the side, her calm and beautiful face slightly somber. The back of her hand was still tingling from the beating she had just received. This dead girl's strength was really strong. Yen Shui faced Xia, finally had a smile, just a trace of apprehension in his eyes, thought for a moment or opened his mouth. Xia, you want to go with me? Not waiting for the answer, she then added, I said before, as long as you follow me, do my people, what money house car is not a problem, what you want to have what, you can also continue to go to school, and I will not force you what, you also know, I like you this face. Chapter 38 Sisters Contend. Yen Shui deliberately bit the word forcing very heavy, is trying to differentiate from Yen Yu, the conditions given can be said to be tempting to the extreme. Xia is a bitter face, even if the other party does not give him any money but just save him out. On the basis of this he would like to go with the other party, however, that is the premise that he was not threatened. At this moment, he has no choice. Even though Yen Shui had been prepared that he would not agree, but Xia's silence still made her heart on fire, and she directly went up to pull the other side of the hand. Xia, you are threatened, right? You boldly say, she can do things Yen Shui can also do, if she threatens you with someone I can save that person out. When these words fell, Sia's lowered eyes flickered and seemed to have some heart, but then Yen Yu's slightly cool voice suppressed this heartbeat of his. She said, Siasen, I vouch for my sister, you can believe what she said. But what she likes is just your good-looking face. If she meets a better-looking face someday, or if the novelty is over, it's hard to say whether these assurances are still valid. Yen Yu spoke with her eyes on the hand that Siasun was holding. The bottom of her eyes was gloomy, but her tone of voice did not change much. She knew she couldn't just threaten, she had to make the teenager understand some facts. Even though this sister of hers didn't seem to simply like only Siasun's face, but had moved on to Siasun, but she had already admitted so herself in front of her, and even if she realized that she liked Siasun someday, she didn't want to change her words so easily by hitting herself in the face, which gave her a lot of room to sow discord. Yen Shui felt Siasun's hand shrinking back, wanting to break away from her hand, squeezing it tighter and tighter to the point of interlocking her fingers, while glaring at Yen Yu, mocking. Do you think your liking can be as good as that? Won't there be a day when the freshness passes and you move on? No, Yen Yu definitely said, believe it or not, love is a very wonderful feeling. I fell in love at first sight with Sun, this life is only identified with him alone. Her tone became extraordinarily gentle, as if she was reciting some kind of oath. She was serious and affectionate. Siasun's heart slightly touched, surprised, and inclined his head. He saw the seriousness in Yen Yu's eyes, which was different from any time before. The thin light skirt outlined her slender body, with a fragile sense of coolness. She walked over and grabbed Yen Shui's wrist, frowning. Sister, you are so strong, you will hurt him. Let go. This kind of defense of him made Sia almost forget about all the craziness she had before, but he wouldn't forget. He still wanted to escape from the hut and live a normal life. Collecting the heart that was almost heartbeat, not daring to take the risk with his mother, he raised his head to look seriously at Yen Shui, and said the words against his will. Yen Shui, senior sister, I don't want to leave, I think this place is very good, I like this life. Sia-san, Yen Shui gritted his teeth and looked at him again, and did not let go of the hand holding him because of Yen Yu's words, but seemed to loosen some of the strength, and hated the iron and steel said. Do you know why you have been bullied? Because you are weak and don't know how to fight back, and tolerated in isolation can be understood, but there are people to help you don't know how to seize the opportunity, even if the bystanders want to save you again, but also have no way to do so. Suddenly said to the weak point, Sia-san's side of the other hand slightly tightened. He has never not known this truth, but this time is not touched. Heart in this moment like a heavy blow, resentment and helplessness intertwined, like being thrown into the whirlpool of the fallen leaves. Suddenly a trace of resentment rose in my heart, resentment towards these two sisters for having a good family to arbitrarily take other people's lives, resentment towards the unfairness of the world. Right, I'm just cowardly, so you go, senior sister. His attitude suddenly turned cold, frowning slightly as he vigorously pumped his hand. Yen Yu's eyes wandered between the two, seeing that the two seemed to have developed a gap. A trace of joy flashed rapidly in her glazed eyes, her face continued to remain calm. Hear that, he has already made his choice, you should let go. Yen Shui turned a deaf ear to Yen Yu's voice with its fake victor's stance and looked at the teenager incredulously. She didn't expect Sia to respond to her with such a cold attitude, and a churning in her heart. One could only stare at him angrily, trying to see something in his eyes. The force on his hand slackened when he froze. Sia-san pulled his hand out in one go. Slight red marks could be seen on the surface. Yen Yu, see what I'm saying, you've squeezed his hand red. Yen Xia was already in a bad mood, and seeing Yen Yu keep fanning the flames on the side, acting without arrogance, highlighting her like an irrational madman who had to save the day, clenched her fists. She felt that the reason why Xia-sin had become like this was all because of this good sister of hers, and she had a vague intuition that today's episode was actually Yen Yu's deliberate attempt to make Xia-sun hate herself. Sister, today for the first time I used this title but called it extremely mocking. Before I felt that you were scary and deep-hearted but didn't have an intuitive feeling, but today I kind of saw it. Yen Yu innocent face, what are you saying I don't understand? Yen Shui has miraculously calmed down this time, hooking her red-colored lips, but the fingers on her side are pinched and crunched, staring at Yen Yu's beautiful face. If it is not for the fact that we are related by blood, I really fucking want to beat you up. Yen Yu was stunned. This is still the first time Yen Shui exploded foul language to her. Good-looking eyebrows slightly twisted, at least the secondness of the Yen family, in my place even if, outside, please pay attention to your wording, do not lose the face of the Yen family. Yen Shui, don't worry, the person who can make me speak foul language is not a good thing, face can't be lost. Yen Yu's face was slightly ugly. In the past, the worst word Yen Shui had used to scold her was disgusting, but this sentence made Yen Yu very uncomfortable. Yen Shui, however, didn't stay much longer, and didn't bother to look at Yen Yu's face again. Her eyes fell on Xia-sen again, repeating once again, you really don't want to come with me, are you sure? Xia-sen just saw the two sisters arguing for him seemed to be close to turning against each other. His mood was slightly complicated, his fingertips lightly trembled, shook his head, you go. This fell, Yan Shui really turned around, back very determined, with all the bodyguards quickly walked out. Xia Sun looked at the people walking away, heart some inexplicable sadness. This time, really no one to save him, right? Chapter 39 Xia Sun Depression, Yan Yu Heart Panic Micro Revision. However, came outside Yan Shui took a deep breath, the oncoming hot air more and more aggravated the anger of the heart. Then angrily slammed his fist on the wall, bright red blood like blooming flowers, in the smooth wall embellished open. After hitting the retrieve, the hand is gently trembling, the blood on the hands of the droplets fell on the ground, but she seems to feel no pain, looked back at the villa, the corner of the mouth hooked up a touch of ice-cold arc. CSN, Yan Shui really want to be fixed. In the villa, CSN consciously tied the black cloth strips on the eyes, suddenly a lot less angry, like an obedient puppeteer. Yan Yu was still dissatisfied with what Yan Shui had just scolded her for, and then seeing Xia in this state, she became even more displeased, and silently brought the man back to his original position, reaching out to remove the cloth from his eyes. The eyes that were exposed were slightly empty and confused. Steeply going underground again, even though the light was also bright, it was not like daylight that could slightly dispel the pervasive sense of oppression, as if even the air had become heavy and suffocating. Coupled with the fact that he had just lost the hope of escaping the ascension, Xia's heart sank even further to the bottom. Frowning slightly, he didn't purposely do expression management this time, nor did he inspect Yan Yu anymore. In fact, he was pondering over the words that Yan Shui had said to him, and in his heart, he kept asking himself if he was really cowardly. Since he was a child, he had always had people saying this about him, and at first he thought that he had gotten used to this kind of comment, but for some reason, when Yan Shui said those words, his heart cared extraordinarily much, as if he had received a blow, and he had begun to be disappointed in himself. What, still thinking about her? Then why don't you go with her? Yan Yu saw the youngster's soulful appearance and spoke with a smile, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Xia was roused back to his senses, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He responded softly, answering the question, "Senior sister, I suddenly feel so tired, don't you feel tired?" His words were slow and heavy, he was clearly a teenager in the mold of youth, but he was acting like an old man in his twilight years who looked down on life and death. This was definitely not a good thing. Xia's eyes were calm and full of fatigue. Suddenly do not want to escape it, here is a cage, the world outside is not a bigger cage, are full of unfair oppression and despair, not good at all, not the world he expects. Xia suddenly became negative. The only way to escape the cage was death. Yan Yu hugged him, very vigorously, as if she wanted to embed the other party into her body, because she sensed the teenager's wandering state, seemingly far, far away from her, and she had been in this state, so she was clear. This was all, it seemed, a bit of a mistake today. She softened her tone, "Seek, I really like you, from the first moment I saw you, the ones I just said in front of Yan Shui are not lies, I only identify you as a person in my life. I know I shouldn't take Auntie to coerce you, but I have no choice, because I don't want to lose you. In fact, even if you leave with Yan Shui today, I won't do anything to Auntie. I'm sorry for lying to you, because I like you, no, I love you. Don't leave me, okay? I can promise you anything except this. It's fine if you want to go out, it's fine if you want to keep going to school, but you have to promise that you won't talk to other girls and don't let them touch you, and that you'll come back at night, and I'll have the driver pick you up." Xia could feel Yan Yu's softness against him, those warm lips close to his ear, coaxing softly, like a changed person. No, it hadn't changed, the tone was still the same gentle tone, but the whole person gave him a different feeling. At the moment she seemed uneasy and scared. These words in more than an hour ago was still their own expectations, but now feels very boring. Xia was mildly puzzled by this. What made her suddenly change her attitude? And what new type of temptation? His eyes that gradually became clear flashed slightly, and then became ancient, and faintly said, "Sister, you don't need to test me anymore, I won't go out. My mom, is she okay?" Listening to the calm voice of the teenager, which did not seem to be faked, Yan Yu suddenly had a feeling that she had lost control. How could he be emotionless towards the freedom he used to crave so much? Slowly letting go of him and changing to face, she looked straight into the teenager's deep black pupils as if trying to discern a hint of acting from them. "I didn't disturb Auntie, I just sent some people around to protect her. Recently, it is the harvesting season, Auntie sold rapeseed a few days ago and encountered a fake weigher. The bodyguard found out and taught her a lesson. Afterwards, the boss took the initiative to come to the door to pay the rest of the money to Auntie." She said while observing Xia-sun's expression, found that after saying these words his expression has eased, no longer so dead, slightly relieved. Xia-sun barely tugged at the corner of his lips, but he couldn't smile, and could only stiffly say, "Thank you." Yan Yu dissatisfied with these two words. In the past there were 1,000 ways to tease him, but now not quite dare, although she is crazy, but she really likes Xia, like him to be good, obedient to himself, but do not want to see his dead look. This kind of dullness should not appear in him. He is even in the darkness can also grow sunflower sunshine, eyes full of clean and pure. There was another reason why she blocked him from the outside world, and that was because she didn't want him to be contaminated by the filth of the world. Yenyu still liked the fresh and vibrant Xie. The corners of her good-looking lips raised a brilliant arc, her hands wrapped around his teenager's neck, tilted her head and ambiguously said, "The previous words are not a test, I'm serious, I figured it out, and in the future, if we get married we definitely need to go public, we can't always lock you up, as long as you promise not to leave me, anything." She wanted to try to kiss him, but she was rejected. Chapter 40 My life can be given to you repair. Why? Yenyu raised her head and asked, her gaze hurt. Can't even do that now? She was slightly angry. Is she guarding her body for Yen Shui? Didn't you hear, she doesn't like you. Yenyu said one sentence after another, as if she was scraping her heart with one knife after another. Xia felt annoyed and indifferent. Yes, Yen Shui doesn't like him. What she did was just like his face, like a pet or an object. Xia smiled self-deprecatingly, hooked his lips, blinked, as if trying to blink the mist in his eyes dry, his disoriented vision slowly focusing, landing on the face of the woman close at hand. The mockery in his eyes became more and more intense. She doesn't like me. But there's nothing I can do about it, but I just like her. Because she showed up that day, and she was the one who saved me. She is like the light in my life, even if it only illuminated me for that moment. I am grateful to her and like her. Yenyu did not expect to be persuaded, but instead, he even made him say something similar to a confession, or to another woman, and her heart was extremely mad. Yenyu was not surprised by the teenager's answer, but her heart still hurt. If the person who saved you that day was me, would you have liked me? Xia was silent for a while, maybe. Yenyu, why is it possible? Xia was burned by her breath, her eyes fogged up again, her long eyelashes fluttered gently. When I was in the dance practice room, I heard the entire conversation between you and Yen Shui, senior sister. I think you deliberately let me hear it. Yenyu was non-committal and continued to listen to him in silence. Xia, at that time, you said that if it wasn't for senior sister Yen Shui, the person who saved me would be you, which had to make me conspiracy theorize that senior sister, you knew that I would be in danger, but why? The truth is only that those people were actually instructed by senior sister. Xia said these words in an almost calm tone, something he would never have said a few days ago, but now, it didn't even matter. Didn't she say that she wouldn't do anything to his family, even if she backtracked? There was nothing she could do, she had already tried her best. A person who didn't want to live anymore wouldn't care that much. Yenyu was mildly alarmed. She did send her own people to pretend to hurt Xia, but the person she was really targeting was actually Yen Shui. But it wasn't like she wanted to do anything to her. The first time it really wasn't her who made it happen. It wasn't me, Yenyu directly denied. Her beautiful jade-like face was tinged with anger, an unprecedented anger. The reason why I knew that you would be in danger was because I was there that time. It was just that when I was about to show up, Yen Shui beat me to it. I didn't realize that she was stalking you as much as I was. Because I fell in love with you at first sight, I was curious, so I wanted to try to contact you to learn more about you, but I learned something about you earlier, and I heard that you were alone in class, so I was worried that going to you would be abrupt, so I chose to follow and observe in silence, and who knew that I would come across that scene in the alley? Xia, then why didn't you come out earlier before I was beaten by those punks? This time Yenyu paused for a split second before returning. I'm sorry, I did want to come out at that time, but on second thought, if you were beaten up and were in despair, wouldn't coming out like this make you appreciate me a bit more, so I hesitated. I missed out on a good opportunity, a chance to make you like me too. The woman's voice was soft and charming with a hint of regret, her slightly furrowed brows were filled with chagrin, and she eventually softened her tone almost to the point of saying, with eyes full of tenderness, exactly how would you like me? She let go of one of the teenager's wrist, gentle and heartfelt, caressing the teenager's cheek, like treating a treasure. Although I have not helped you before, but I can be like Yen Shui, even I can give my life for you. Why? Xia stunned at Yenyu's gentle watery eyes. I do not know why looking at him like this, his numb heart actually had the slightest rising pain, his eyes sour. Because love very love, do not ask why, love is a very unreasonable thing, come inexplicably. Originally, I live as to live, everything is as perfect as possible, but in fact, not interested in anything. But after seeing the search, my world suddenly has color, the heart resumed beating. Xia listened to her murmured confession, his heart thumping. Unprecedented, he actually felt pity for Yenyu, and a kind of theft of joy was born in his heart. Her family lineage is even better, she can buy almost everything with money, but there are things that cannot be bought, there are things that cannot be helped, and that is to get his heart, to get his love. The brain thought 1,000 thoughts, the face will look very dull, in Yen Yu seems to be the words he said indifference to the extreme, suddenly sighed, Seek, you are not hate me? Hate me to imprison you, hate me to let you forced to suspend school, more hate my love. I said I can give my life for you is not a lie, that love you is also not a lie, if you really do not relieve the anger, my life can give you. Xia had just reacted, and before he had time to ponder his words, a hairpin suddenly appeared in his hand. Yen Yu's soft and boneless jade hand wrapped around his hand and pressed that hairpin against her slender neck. At this moment, the corners of her beautiful glazed Danfang eyes hooked upwards as she stared into the teenager's eyes, the corners of her mouth hooked up in an arc as she smiled in an enchanting manner. If you are really furious and want to retaliate against me, you can just do it. Dying in your hands would be a blessing for me. Xia's pupils tightened, wanting to retract his hand, but the other party's hand was extremely strong, firmly fixing his hand. Through the close contact with the hairpin, it seemed that he could feel the other party's pulse passing through the other end of the hairpin, to his hand, and then to his heart, beating powerfully, and the fragile neck seemed as if the other party's life could really be harvested by himself if he exerted himself. No, I won't kill you. I don't want to be a murderer. Yen Yu gave a bitter smile. If there is no latter sentence that would be so good, I can still comfort myself. You still care about me, even if you do not like me, do not love me, but this more than half a month of living together, there should always be some other kind of friendship. Chapter 41 Car Accident. Xia did not know what he thought for a moment, probably because that uncomfortable feeling in his heart was becoming more and more obvious, so when the woman said this sentence almost sadly, he said, I really don't want to kill you. In fact, this period of time you did not do anything to me in life things, in addition to depriving me of freedom, you almost gave me the best of everything. I believe that if all this were placed on any other boy, he would feel that he was hit by the lucky god. Sister is the man of the hour in school, the school flower sister that everyone loves in their hearts. In fact, I should be lucky, I shouldn't be so pretentious. No, don't say that. Yen Yu finally let go of his hand, and also put the hairpin down, covering his mouth, just because you're so different, that's why I like you more than them. You're good, you've always been good. I'm glad you don't want to kill me, because even being killed by you would be a blessing, but I'd rather have you alive. These words were full of shyness, more palpitating than the many words and much teasing that preceded them, and Xia only felt a parched throat and a dry mouth. The tip of Xia's heart trembled, then a fragrance came between his nose. It was Yen Yu lowering her head to kiss him again. This time's kiss was more intimate and gentle than any other time, yet Xia felt it was more passionate than any other time, making his heart tremble and subconsciously wanted to push away. Seems to have sensed his resistance, thought he was worried about the issue of innocence. Yen Yu kissed him in a soft voice body appeasement. Don't worry, I will not want you now, just want some interest. This fell, the slight struggle stopped, lips and teeth are full of lingering flavor. Before Yen Shui acted to save people, Xia returned to normal life. He went back to school to attend school again, the whole person in addition to a little more dull. This point is not good, overly prominent appearance so that he quickly became a small boy god existence. There were more and more girls stopping to look at him, and even love letters appeared in his desk. Without even frowning, Xia directly threw them into the trash. Xia knew that if Yen Yu knew about these girls' behavior, there was a high probability that they would suffer. But he didn't have too much sympathy, nor did he care about anything else. After going through this, his mind was much more mature and steady. Since life was already this bad, since he couldn't escape, he would just lie back and enjoy it. There was a driver picking him up and dropping him off outside the door after school, still sending him back to that original villa. I don't know what Yen Yu did, or Yen Shui was really disappointed in him, so she gave up on him and didn't show up in front of him for almost a month. Until one afternoon, Xia was returning to the villa with his driver as usual, and when they passed through the intersection, a turning vehicle crashed into their car that was traveling straight ahead. With a loud bang, the two cars crashed together, and Xia inside the car was stunned, and a moment before he fainted, he saw Yen Shui. When he woke up again, in front of him was the exquisitely decorated but unfamiliar room, with the sun shining in through the window, bright and warm. Xia rubbed his head and sat up, checking his body and found no discomfort. He remembered the car accident before he fainted, and seemed to have seen Yen Shui, but he didn't know if it was real or a hallucination. If it was just a hallucination, was he now received at home by Yen Yu? But why is the room here so unfamiliar? Wake up! The next moment, the door opened. Yen Shui's very representative long black silk legs took the lead and stepped in, bending back against the door and closing it with panache. Xia froze, rubbed his eyes, to determine that it is not a hallucination cannot help but reveal a smile. Yen Shui sister, is it you saved me? Yen Shui hooked her red lips and laughed. You really are threatened by Yen Yu, that woman. She excitedly sat on the bed, and the first thing she did was to raise her hand and pinch the white cheeks of that daydreaming teenager. Xia subconsciously wanted to move back, but in the end he didn't move. Just now, the image of Yan Yu's anger unexpectedly flashed through his mind. Yan Shui didn't notice the teenager's abnormality. The skin in her hand was delicate and felt excellent. She was satisfied and continued, "You can now get out of your misery and don't have to be under that woman's control. Your mother's side has been replaced with my bodyguards, she can't threaten you." Hearing her words, the first time in Xia Sun's heart was actually not happy, but slightly lost in the future no longer have the kind of life with Yan Yu. When realizing this emotion, he shocked himself. Xia Sun immediately unfolded a smiling face, "Thank you, senior sister. So, did you do the car accident?" In fact, the question Xia Sun asked in the beginning, was she the one who saved him from the car accident, rather than asking if she saved him from Yan Yu. "I don't know, subconsciously actually don't feel in the hands of Yan Yu as torment is imprisoned?" Yan Shui did not know that Xia Sun thought so much in his heart. Since being imprisoned by Yan Yu for a period of time, Xia Sun's acting skills are getting better and better, and now as long as he does not want to show his true emotions, the other party will definitely not notice. Yan Shui, well, at that time, I was worried that it would hurt you, but fortunately it didn't. Xia mood is really some complex, before only think of escaping from the small black house did not think of other. But now, although Yan Shui saved him, his situation is not changed much, is still under the fence. The fate of the other people are always in control. This world is really a combination of small cages into a big cage. "Sister, where have you been this month?" At this moment, Yan Shui get along without the initial ambiguity from the ease. Xia Sun decided to say something to get back to the old feeling, first from their own curiosity about things to start with. Yan Shui curved her lips and smiled, "Why, miss me?" She is still the same as before, jokingly teasing him. Xia Sun's cheek slightly flushed, gently lowered his eyes silent. Yan Shui thought of that one thing, flesh eyes visible blew me a little, I also suffered a car accident. I did not expect her to try to kill me. Xia was slightly stunned, worried, "Car accident, senior sister, are you injured?" The other side was also apprehensive. What did Yan Shui mean by that? This she, who is she referring to, Yan Yu? The thought that the two sisters may really turn against each other because of themselves. Xia's mood at the moment is the same as when he was first imprisoned. This kind of emotion Xia did not deliberately cover up. Yan Shui laughed, "I'm fine, just a broken hand, recuperate for a month has been almost good, and my driver died." Said the last sentence Yan Shui slightly narrowed up, with a few eerie coldness, "I will sooner or later for his revenge." Chapter 42 There are other hidden feelings. Is it because of me? Xia Shui hung his head low, and his heart was incomparably guilty. Yan Shui's sullen mood because of the soft and sticky voice of the teenager and become a little better, and pinched his cheeks, maybe too strong hand, actually left a small thumbprint on it. The color of God cannot help but obscure some, however, thinking of Yan Yu may be forced on him, he does not want to be the same person as her, changed to pat the shoulder to pacify. "And you have nothing to do with it, Yan Yu is a madman, since childhood she has always been used to seeing me." Xia said that the words originally have the intention of testing, "Want to see if it is Yan Yu, I did not think it is really." However, there is still a voice in the heart said that may be a misunderstanding, but may be. She didn't even have to fight with herself to use Yan Shui's identity to trick herself into going to the villa, and then imprisoned him, and then used her mother to threaten him. Pile after pile proves that she is a ruthless person, there should be nothing she can't do. Xia is like being caught in a tangled vortex, struggling not to get out. Reason tells him it's not like that, but the reality makes him can't help but be skeptical. "What do you plan to do?" Xia tried his best to suppress the waves in his heart. He should have been happy about this situation. It's normal for the sons of such powerful families to kill each other, whether it's over family property or something else, and if the two of them are fighting, they must not have much time to care about themselves. Yet he didn't want the two of them to come to this point. Yan Shui frowned slightly, full of annoyance about this matter. At present, no evidence has been found, and she does not admit that she did it, and even said to help me find out the person behind the scene. A look of righteousness, heh. Yan Shui snorted, "And now want to find the evidence that she is harming me. I do not believe that she is doing things without leaving a trace. Last time there was Shui Qingyu that witness, this time there will definitely be." However, as soon as her words came out, Xia Sun's mood, which had just been incredibly complicated, actually got a lot better. Could it be an enemy of the Yin family? In front of Yan Shui, Xia Sun didn't dare to say that what Yan Yu said might be true, and could only mumble uncertain-like guesses. "Yan Shui, impossible, my Yin family all around to make friends, every year charity are donated tens of billions of dollars, the economic development of the South China Sea has a lot of rely on the Yen group, who dare to mess with us is tantamount to isolation, and ultimately end up in bankruptcy. They don't dare and won't, the only people who can harm me are my own family." Although CSN, a foreigner, knew that the Yen family was a powerful family, he did not expect it to be so powerful and rich. She said these words, CSN also do not know how to say, can only contemplate, thinking of this matter in the end is what is going on? Yen Shui, moreover, the day of my car accident is exactly the day you go back to school, which makes me more sure. That woman does not allow me to see you, along with the previous nasty to me, finally decided to murder me as a pro-sister. Upon hearing this, Xia Sun was again in a heavy mood. Thinking back to Yen Yu's state at that time, but there was nothing unusual about it, all but admonishing him to stay away from those girls. Later also did not tell him about Yen Shui's car accident, at a certain period of time obviously feel that she is absent-minded, but she often to him her smiling face, and did not show too much emotion. Could it really be her? On the other hand, Xia Shui disappeared, Yen Yu's face was gloomy, and at this time, she was waiting for the driver to wake up in the hospital. He was seriously injured and suffered a concussion, and if he hadn't been rescued in time, he would have bled to death, but he should be waking up soon after he is out of danger. Despite guessing who it is, Yen Yu still intends to personally question the driver. After all, she still can't believe that Yen Shui really thinks of her as the one who harmed her, snatching Xia Sin away even if it's not enough, but also harming people in the Yen family. Sometimes she felt that she was quite smart and worthy of being her sibling, but sometimes she felt that she was too stupid. In her heart, is she really that bad? And then there was the question of who was the person who created the car accident for her? Was the purpose just to plant evidence to frame her? Not a single clue for a month. Almost an hour later, the driver woke up and learned from him that the one who took away Xia Sun was the second miss. Yen Yu called the other party directly and opened the door. Give Xia Sun back, I will not pursue the stupid things you did. The always gentle face gradually faded, full of eerie coldness. Opposite, Yen Shui did not deny, heard her cool voice, counter-laughed, also? He, Xia Sun is now my person. Also, don't always talk to me in a condescending manner. What do you mean by not pursuing my stupidity? What about you? Yen Yu, I said I didn't do it. I don't believe you unless you show me proof and find that person. Yen Shui lazily replied and pressed hang up when Yen Yu said her next sentence. Xia looked at the back of Yen Shui who was holding the phone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He wasn't clear about what the opposite side said, but he could guess from Yen Shui's reply. When he heard the last sentence, his tense heart slightly relaxed again. Perhaps the murderer is not really Yen Yu. He did not know why he believed her, obviously she showed that crazy and bad. Maybe it was because since the beginning Yen Yu did not cause substantial harm to herself. Chapter 43 The Shura Repair. When Yen Shui turned around, Xia Sun had already withdrawn her complicated look and smiled at her, but her look was a bit fragile. Sister, I've caused you trouble. Yen Shui quickly walked back to the bedside, reached out and rubbed a handful of his head, with a hint of punitive strength. Say what silly words, have said it is none of your business. But well. If you are really over it, then listen well. Yen Shui's beautiful face bloomed a touch of seductive smile, the corners of the eyes flowed out of a trace of evil, lips hooked up a touch of arc. Before you said that you want to rely on their own to get out of poverty, words may not be able to realize it. Even if I let you go back, Yen Yu will still continue to capture you, and now you stay by my side of the safest, you ultimately cannot go back to the former life. How could Xia not know what she said? A touch of bitterness grew in the bottom of her heart. Yen Shui, you do not have to have a psychological burden, you have a good face, this is your capital. The second young lady said boldly, I am willing to spend money for you, I am willing. This young lady has nothing else but a lot of money, don't ever feel sorry for me. Xia Sin once again felt the difference between people, felt that he was pathetic. Since he was a child, in addition to studying, he has been running around to make a living, saving money, thinking about how to live tomorrow, but there are people who spend money recklessly and only take it as a kind of fun. His eyes were lowered, hiding all the emotions. Yen Shui did not notice. I know. Wasn't happy about those words, because it wasn't like the other person liked him. Yen Shui here villa is not as remote as Yen Yu, there are sporadic rich residents around, and then walk some more to the busy business district. In that case, it really didn't seem like Yen Yu was imprisoning him and restricting her freedom, or perhaps she was certain that she wouldn't escape. After finishing his meal, Xia walked around the villa to take a break, and ran into gardeners repairing flowers and plants, as well as servants and the like. These 2 days fell on the weekend, which also gave Xia some time to get used to it. After a day, compared to Yen Shui's place, life here is indeed much more relaxed, and there is a lot more popularity here. As for Yen Yu's, during the time that Xia stayed there, apart from the driver who went to pick him up, there seemed to be no extra people in sight, as if it was a kingdom for the two of them. If he left, would Yen Yu be lonely? Xia Sun unknowingly had such thoughts. Yan Shui was in her room on the second floor, looking down from the half-open window at the teenager sitting on the bench in a daze, her glazed eyes flickering slightly. She had been quietly observing him for a long time, discovering the teenager's abnormality. He seemed to be more silent and reticent than before, even though she had teased him appropriately throughout the day. He just laughed, not as soulful as before. Those eyes, although still clear, were too calm, somewhat like the appearance of a pool of stagnant water. Yan Shui's hand at her side tightened, thinking to herself, what in the world did that lunatic Yan Yu do to him? It was because of this that she let him wander around today, just letting the bodyguard keep an eye on him, not forcing him to do anything. After watching for a while, her cell phone vibrated. Yi took her gaze back and went inside to take care of things. What she didn't know was that the heavily guarded villa was still being quietly broken into by a person in the evening. Xia sat in a daze, blowing the cool night breeze. The thoughts in his head became more and more mixed and chaotic. The most was the face of Yan Yu, who he hated the most before. He shook his head and stood up, wanting to go back to his room, who knew that a person suddenly came out and pulled him into the darkness, pressing him against the wall. Xia subconsciously wanted to shout out, but his mouth was covered, and a familiar voice came out, "Don't shout, it's me." Warm breath sprayed on his neck, and behind him was pressed against the cold wall. Between the heat and the coolness, it suddenly brought a wave of trembling in his body. Xia unexpectedly looked at the person in front of him. Is a woman's slightly haggard face, but not only does not reduce its beauty, but also has a kind of morbid beauty, a pair of beautiful eyes containing hidden anger, dangerous and exciting. Xia's heart thumped. The eyes blinked as if to indicate that he would not shout. Only then did Yan Yu release him. Xia asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Yan Yu's fingers traced over the teenager's delicate features, lingering an ambiguous opening. "Of course I missed you. I mean, how did you know I was here?" "Of course it's because I have a heart-to-heart with Xia-sun." Xia-sun's face exploded red all of a sudden. Fortunately there was the cover of the dark night that kept him from being too embarrassed. The other party just two simple words, have not even more excessive action. He unexpectedly full of red face. Xia-sun think he is too useless. "Xia-sun, were you thinking of me just now as well? I'm going back with me, okay? I'm so lonely living alone in the villa." Yan Yu's lips moved slowly, resting on Xia-sun's ear. What she said was true. Without him by her side, every moment was hard. Xia-sun moved, eyes flashed slightly, mouth said, "I did not think of you." Who knows, just gambling such a sentence. 2 minutes later. "Yan Yu, how about now, did you miss me?" Xia is very angry, obviously looking so gentle and delicate a person, how to be so overbearing. Not at all pleasing to the eye. He said, "I don't want to." Then again blocked breathing. Yan Yu asked again, "Now want?" Xia hurriedly nodded. "Where is Xia?" Suddenly, Yan Shui's voice rang out abruptly. Xia returned to his senses at once and opened his eyes, tense. This was the garden, and where they were was a blind spot blocked by a clump of violet vines. The light didn't shine through, but if they walked by and accidentally looked in, they could still find it. A female servant said, "I don't know, I just came here, didn't see anyone, is not here?" Yan Shui was slightly puzzled. "Maybe. Miss, do you want me to help you look for it?" Yan Shui frowned. "No need, I will find it myself." "Oh yes, you go take the clothes he changed out of yesterday and burn them." The maid was puzzled. Miss, the clothes have just been washed, not bad, It's still new, isn't it too bad to burn it?" "I said burn it, I don't like it." Yan Shui's tone was resolute, not to be trifled with. The maid saw Yan Shui insisting and had to nod and leave. Then Xia felt Yan Shui's footsteps approaching this way, and his heart thumped as if it was about to jump out of his chest. What would happen if they found out? Will the relationship between the two sisters become even more frosty? What if Yan Shui gets angry and wants to hurt Yan Yu later on? Xia didn't even realize that what he cared about at the moment wasn't himself, but these two women. For Yan Shui, he could still explain it by saying that he liked her, but what about Yan Yu? In fact, without his knowledge, that heart had already faltered. Yan Yu's heartbeat was also speeding up, yet unlike Xia, it wasn't that she was nervous about what would happen if Yan Shui found out, but rather a brilliant idea came to mind at this time. Slightly. Chapter 44 Mysterious Man Repair. At this time, Yan Shui was just a meter or two away from them, and as long as she walked a little further and was a little more attentive, she would be able to see them clearly. At this time, that heart in Yan Yu's chest was thumping, suddenly looking forward to that kind of scene somewhat. However, Yan Shui just stood there for a while before turning around and walking back, muttering to herself, "It can't be that she's going back to her room, right?" Hearing the commotion, Xia's taut nerves suddenly loosened up a bit. But a breath did not relax to the end, say? Yen Shui, who had been walking for several meters, suddenly heard a slight sound and turned back in confusion, her eyesight falling right at the violet vines. Xia's heart was in his throat. Yen Shui took a step closer, staring suspiciously at that spot. Just now she should not have heard it wrong, but now how come there is no sound again? But there was still a place to go and take a look. Seeing Xia sitting alone on the bench earlier and fuming, maybe it was possible that he was now hiding here and crying. But just when it was almost time to see the two, the cell phone suddenly rang. Originally, I didn't intend to answer it, but at a cursory glance it was an unfamiliar number. Yen Shui frowned, but still pressed answer. Hello, it's Miss Yen Air, right? It was a voice that had been processed using a voice changer, low and muddy with a lazy tone. Yen Shui stared at the violet flowers fluttering in the wind. Who are you? Second miss can call me R. R said calmly, I am here to talk to you about a cooperation. Yen Shui snorted lightly. You are changing your voice and using a code name. What, your voice and name can't be seen? And what makes you think you can cooperate with me? Yen Shui finished speaking and hung up directly. But soon the number and again called again. Yen Shui directly pulled black the results and quickly changed a number. The main hit: you do not answer to harassment. Such a strange thing naturally also attracted the two people in the dark. Yen Shui was the other side of the phone bombing haunted, turned annoyed, took a deep breath, finally picked up. You have finished. I really want to cooperate with the second miss. Yen Shui, cooperation what? Are you safe there? Yen Shui, I'll turn off my cell phone if you keep talking nonsense. Second miss is really frank, or lowly laughed twice, before Yen Shui's patience ran out, finally cut to the chase. As far as I know, a month ago second miss had been in a car accident, right, and the culprit was still Miss Yen. Yen Shui hadn't expected the other party to say anything that would interest her, who knew that he actually knew this. It wasn't hard to learn that she had been in a car accident, but whether the culprit was Yen Yu or not, so far there was no evidence. She was only relying on speculation, but this person actually said it with such certainty. I don't understand what you're saying. The murderer wasn't found out. Yen Shui is not stupid. Even if she wants to deal with Yen Yu, that is her business. The internal affairs of the Yen family, this are so bizarre, there must be some conspiracy. Oh, I can understand that second miss is wary of me, but I have evidence that has been sent to your computer. This time Yen Shui was really a little surprised, but subconsciously still chose to believe in the annoying sister. How do I know you are not forging evidence? There is no panic over there. I didn't even know that your sister's relationship was so good. Yen Shui, you shut up. Anyway, what I said is true, believe it or not. Of course it all depends on the second miss. If you read it and think it is true, then you can call this number to contact me, and we will continue to discuss in detail. This time as the R initiative hung up the phone, the entire ease, as if in control of the whole process, let Yen Shui upset. But at the same time also think about the evidence of the matter. Suddenly, Xia came to mind. She was about to walk over to take a look, but felt that she shouldn't be there. Who knew that the next moment Xia actually walked out, his eyes were still red. Yen Shui was in a much better mood and laughed. You're really crying here? Xia did not dare to turn back at all, stiffly walked over, denied, I did not cry. Out loud some mute, let his words are very not persuasive. Only actually not crying, is cool to cry. Yen Shui see his footsteps hurried back, also followed him back. Xia walked in front of the silent sigh of relief. After experiencing such a thrilling scene today, Xia, who had been dead silent for a month, suddenly felt like he had been activated. After making sure that Yen Yu's sister would not be seen coming out, Xia then slowed down his pace slightly, looking around seemingly unintentionally, waiting for Yen Shui and himself to come out side by side. Sister, who were you talking to on the phone just now? Seeing Yen Shui's eyes looking over, Xia said with a little bit of weakness, if you can't say it, don't say it. I'm just a little curious. Just now you seemed to be very angry. Yen Shui's eyes flashed a different light, but there is nothing that cannot be said. I do not know which idiot said to cooperate with me, but also told me that there are Yen Yu harmed my car accident evidence, has been sent to my computer. I was about to go to see, together with the bar. Yen Shui smiled and said, the side of the Xia bright crystal and some moist lips, also seems to be a little swollen. Some unhappy said, next time when you cry, do not bite your lips. This face is my most favorite, I do not allow you to hurt it. Xia, who was warned by the bully, listening to this domineering speech, the corner of his mouth twitched. It's good that he wasn't seen, while worrying about that evidence thing. Chapter 45 Audio, suspected of being targeted by perverts. Yen Yu stood beside the violet vines, the dim light reflecting her beautiful face, her long eyelashes casting a row of small shadows under her eyes. Her pink cheeks were colored with a faint thin halo, her delicate collarbone was slightly raised, and her slender and elegant neck was even more sexy and charming. She gently licked her lips, where it seemed to still have some kind of residual charm. "Little guy, running so fast, are you that afraid of being found out?" she said with some pity. On the other hand, there are also things on the mind. The person who just called Yin Shui, who could it be? Just called the distance of not far, although some distance, but still able to hear some, roughly guessed that the person wants to deal with her. Which the other party mentioned evidence. What evidence can there be? It's not like she caused it that time. Originally, because yesterday Yin Shui created that car accident took away Xie, she has been disappointed in her, but today heard that she did not so quickly agree with the other party and have some relief. It's not that the other party may have any feelings for her as a sister, but there's always a little bit of brains, not losing the face of the Yin family, so gullible to outsiders. Slightly lagging audio came from the computer. Find more people never show mercy. Missy, do you really want to do this? It won't be good if Madam finds out. Don't talk nonsense, just do as I say. Where is the person? Run away. Has so many people cannot stop one person, all are waste. The audio is a recording of 2 phone calls in which there are always 2 main characters. One is Yenyu, and the other is the man who works under her, named De. There was still a small section of the audio up to here, so Xie and Yin Shui continued to listen. A little later came Yenyu's slightly empty voice. "Sister, don't blame the sister, who let you move the person who shouldn't be moved." Like talking to himself. Speaking voice tone and that kind of sickly perverted feeling, really like Yenyu set out. After listening to it, Xie's fair face was slightly wrinkled. Is this audio real or fake? From the information shown in it, it seems that it doesn't specify that the car accident was done by Yenyu. Xie subconsciously said this, and when he reacted, he realized that Yin Shui was staring at him with a hint of probing in her eyes. Hawk sister, Xie swallowed nervously. What are you looking at me like that for? Yin Shui leaned in closer to him, her beautiful heterogeneous pupils slightly narrowed, indeed, but the voice inside this audio is indeed that woman's voice. Although there is no indication of a car accident, but she did want to harm me, that person who should not be moved, talking about the little seeking you. She lightly hooked her red lips. Small search. You seem to be very defensive of her. Well, how? Is it possible that you like her? The voice with a little coolness. I do not. Xie wanted to say that he didn't like it, but for some reason, he skillfully changed the word. Don't be nervous. Yin Shui suddenly reached out and stroked Xie's forehead, the fingertips gently traced from the top to the bottom, and said gently. I'm not Yenyu, no matter who you like I don't care, after all, I just like your face, but during the period of my shelter, you're also not allowed to touch other women, and you can't be touched by other women either, got it? Slightly cool fingertips slid over his nose, lips, and finally landed at his chest and stopped. Gently caressing his firm pecs, whenever such a demeanor was performed, it caused Xie's heartbeat to uncontrollably accelerate, and the knot in his throat couldn't help but slide. The veins at the corner of Xie's forehead jumped and he was busy nodding. Already knowing that he couldn't escape these two, he could only make his life a little better. After spending a long time with someone as blatantly crazy as Yenyu, Xie also had some keen perception, and at this time actually felt that Yin Shui and Yenyu, in addition to being somewhat different in character, seemed to share the temperament of madness. Look at his reaction, Yin Shui satisfied. You seem to be quite interesting in other places. Xie. Don't be craving his body again, right? It's just that school sister Yin Shui is the one he liked from the start, and if he wanted to, he actually could, but she doesn't like him, which makes Xie have a slight loss. Thinking that he and Yenyu's school sister had done almost everything except the last step, he developed another trace of inferiority complex. He was no longer clean to her, right? In that case, it was good that she didn't like herself. Yin Shui's soft hand left his chest, re-sitting straight. Well, speaking seriously. That person just based on such an audio wants me to agree to his cooperation of not knowing anything, really a fool's errand. It's just that he was able to get that woman's call logs, as well as what she said at the end was also recorded. She's a pervert. I'm afraid that she's being targeted by another pervert as well. Yin Shui thought gloatingly. She directly blacked out the original number, and in order not to be disturbed, instructed her men to help her get a new cell phone and a new cell phone card, and by the way, she bought Xie a new smartphone and cell phone card as well. This night was the most relaxing night Xie had ever spent. Yin Shui arranged a room for him, probably not harassing him too much because of the audio, or maybe she really only saw his face and didn't care about his body. The room was luxurious, spacious and comfortable, and the large bed was comfortable to lie on. However, it was such a quiet night that he lost sleep. One moment it was Yenyu's senior sister lowering her head to him on one side, and then what if Yenyu was really being targeted by perverts? Pervert looking for Yen Shui school sister cooperation. The purpose is not want to get Yen Yu school sister? I don't know when I fell asleep, and then I had a night of dreams and nightmares. Yen Yu originally wanted to steal Xia back, but failed to do so, and was in no hurry at this time. Xia was not there, so she returned to the Yin family mansion and continued to investigate the car accident. Not long after Yen Shui called her, went back. The other party's voice was permeated with pleasure. Yen Yu seemed to have thought of something and was also in a pleasant mood. Why are you concerned about me as your sister again? How is Xia doing at your place? At this moment, the two are really like sisters who love each other. Yen Shui saw the delicate teenager who was eating across the table, raising his head in a droll manner, his cheeks bulging like a little squirrel, the corner of his lips raised. He is fine at my place, he prefers my place to yours. Yen Yu, then thank you for taking care of him for me. You wouldn't just say this to me, would you? Yen Shui Shomei frowned, and then suddenly loosened. No, I was kindly trying to remind you to check the people around you or the bedrooms as well as the rooms and so on, to see if there are any bugs as well as camera things. After all, I don't want, in some pervert's place to appear the video and pictures of my appearance. Doh! Yen Yu put down her cell phone, her face suddenly a little gloomy. There was no way Yen Shui would joke like that, so it can only be that she had heard or seen something from that person's hands yesterday. So, for a day, wherever Yen Yu had lived and stayed was checked, and finally 3 bugs were really searched. Chapter 46 Recruiting for School. Who the hell is it? Yen Yu was furious, and directly replaced all the servants in the villa. Monday, another school day. Early in the morning, Yen Shui was waiting by the door. Her slender jade legs were straight and her tall figure was eye-catching. She wrapped her hands around her chest and leaned against the door, looking at the white and handsome teenager, her big red lips slightly hooked. Let's go. Xia Sen stared at the red sports car outside the door, only to feel a lot of pressure. Sister, this will not be too high profile? Yen Shui was in a good mood and said, it is better to be high profile, it is best to let them all know that you are my person. Even if Yen Yu is at school, she has to take into account her own persona and won't come to bother you. But there is also a downside, you should know, my reputation is not very good, so. When Yen Shui said this, Xia keenly noticed a slight fluctuation in the middle of her complexion, which seemed to be self-deprecating, but it quickly disappeared. Xia was busy saying, I am not afraid of it, I was in high school before, and I came over the same way. He said in a low voice. Xia every time he thinks back, that period of time experience brings him a depressing feeling. Yen Shui looked at the teenager with some surprise, and his heart jumped a little fast at a certain moment. This was the first time someone said that they were not afraid of her bad reputation. Humming, Yen Shui walked over and put her arm around the teenager's shoulder. Even if you are afraid, it's too late, let's go. Xia was walked by her arm, staggered a little bit of footsteps, and finally came to the passenger side, was pushed into, and then the car door closed. The woman's movements were that of a crisp and clean, without dragging her feet. Obviously wearing JK clothing, a more tranquil and gentle outfit, but she was dressed like a queen. No, or rather Yen Shui herself was a queen. Beautiful looking, strong dry fighting, brash and overbearing personality, dad is a tycoon, top-notch rich second generation, all of these are standard for a queen. Xia thought a lot in his head, and for a moment his vision actually moved with Yen Shui's movement, forgetting to fasten his seatbelt. When he reacted, the woman had already approached, stretching out her white jade hand as fine as spring plowing to take the seatbelt beside him, and skillfully helped him to fasten it. The two people's breath intertwined, the distance is very close, so close that Xia can smell the fragrance emitted by her body and feel her exhaled nostrils. Xia's heart thumped non-stop. Yen Shui looked at the teenager's ears slowly dyed pink, not in a hurry to retreat, arms hit the reclining chair, almost circled him in the embrace as if. Just now it was on purpose, right? What? Xia slightly held his breath, hands on his chest to squeeze the seatbelt, as if this to increase their courage. A moment before reacting to what she asked, hastily said, no. Tilted his head to the side, hurry up, it's going to be late. Yen Shui couldn't help but bend her lips and sighed, why do you blush so much? Then turned around and sat upright. Sit properly, will not be late. Only after saying that, start, a foot of gas, the car is like an arrow off the string rushed out. Xia was startled and quickly stabilized himself. Yen Shui glanced at him and said with a smile, don't be afraid, I'm very skilled. Xia. This is not the same thing as skill or not. He has never seen driving a car like a game, just now all the shyness is gone, only nervousness, the car is so fast that people in front of the flying soul in the back of the chase. Sure enough, it was fast, less than 20 minutes or so. It was almost into the school boundaries. The speed of the car also finally dropped. Siasen felt like he was going to throw up, his stomach flipped, so he didn't pay much attention to the surrounding situation. When they just drove into the school gates, there are many students brushed over the line of sight. Luxury and beautiful eye-catching sports car is already eye-catching. The car is even more so, but when they noticed another boy in the car, they are slightly frozen. Hey, who's that boy inside? He's actually sitting in Yan Shue's car. Looking at him, he looks very much like a white boy. He couldn't have been adopted, could he? Fuck, he actually realized my dream. I do not serve I also want to be the goddess of adoption Then was a friend of the heart of a sentence, if according to the face value of the boy just now, you this look is difficult. Another boy. I fucking thank you Some girls are full of envy and jealousy glaring at the car. The school even so flamboyant, like who has no money like, not just a few more stinking money will come to show off, Yen Yu sister so excellent or low profile for 3 years. Hey, do not say stop, I heard that she is very bad to mess with before the painting college has a female student was her find, do not know whether it is a threat or something, that aggressive look yo. Just pretend, it has nothing to do with us. What do we care about others? Let's get to class. Well, oh yes, just now the passenger side of the boy although only saw a side face. But he is really handsome tisk tsk, really a pity You said that I also remembered, but I just saw his expression seems a bit bad. Do you think he could be forced to? A few people's conversation had already stopped, but when it came to this, they suddenly discussed the bad speculation in a low voice. Their expressions were constipated, so they knew that what they were talking about was not a good topic. About these things Yin Shui does not care at all, and Xie does not care a little. The car stopped, he ran to the toilet to vomit, only to think of the book bag has not been taken back, Yin Shui smiling in the toilet door waiting for him. I'm not sure why I'm so upset, but I'm sure I'm not. All of today's breakfast spit out. Wait a moment, I let someone to buy breakfast for you to go. Not a bit of heartache, consider it, meaning, your body are so well nourished, vomiting is nothing, after all, you always have to get used to it. Then, she threw her school bag into his arms, directly holding his arm. Let's go, where is your classroom? Xia Sun limbs slightly tense, and pay attention to the surrounding. This side of the first floor toilet is a bit remote, so no one at this time. Xia Sun breathed a sigh of relief. While slowly stepping his feet, he said, Sister, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend, you will make people misunderstand. I'd better go by myself. Saying this, he wanted to pull out his hand, but was held tightly by Yen Shui, the softness of his chest pressed against his arm, making Xia more and more uncomfortable. In fact, for Yen Shui said 3 times that he was her person, but she didn't like him, this thing really cared, only to feel uncomfortable in his heart, so when he said those 2 words, his tone unconsciously took on a kind of gambling type of component. Yen Shui, if you think so then don't, all the way to the time, the misunderstanding of the misunderstanding has been misunderstood finished, there may be some will also feel that you are being adopted, although said well this is not bad. Chapter 47 Tangled. Xia was a little stunned, the word adopted out, his face slightly white. It was like an insult to a man who had once been tough and determined to change his life on his own. But soon he convinced himself that it was all a last resort, that he had been forced into it. That made him feel a little better. About that he did feel better, but he hadn't thought about another tricky thing, which was that whenever he and Yin Shui were together, they would attract countless lines of sight. There was shock, envy, jealousy, contempt, and others, but the bad sights were obviously tempered, but the sensitive-minded Xia was still able to detect it. After passing in front of the uncountable first few classmates, Xia's expression was a little numb. Sister, can you let go of your hand, let's walk normally I'm not used to the sight of those people just now, and I don't like it either. Yen Shui looked at him with some surprise. You don't like them looking at you, said earlier Xia thought that she was going to let go of herself, who knew that when passing other students, when they raised their eyes to look at them, Yen Shui would have a cold face. What are you looking at? Her gaze was like a knife, forcing those prying eyes to retreat, and she suddenly lowered her head without saying a word. Xia was all stunned by this operation of hers. 7 or 8 minutes later, finally almost to the classroom, Xia was very nervous, all the way to feel a layer of thin sweat all over his body. He has never been in contact with so many lines of sight, at first uncomfortable, and then did not feel much. This is also a kind of progress. He thought that Yen Shui would enter the classroom with him, and then he could already imagine how surprised his classmates would be to see him and Yen Shui arm in arm, and then dozens of lines of sight shooting over in unison. It's scary just to think about it. However, Yen Shui was kind enough to let go of him, with a slight smile. Her beautiful face was incredibly heartwarming. Well, you go into the classroom, I won't follow you in, I'll find someone to buy you breakfast. Xia is still a little dull, the temperature faded, actually a little lost. Yen Shui raised an eyebrow, with a hint of teasing on her face. What? Do you want me to go in with you? That's fine. So we'll once again hold him into the classroom. Scared, Siasa and Arrow Step rushed into the classroom. The subtle sound coming from behind the door startled the students who were playing with their cell phones or talking with their heads down, and they all raised their heads, their gazes swiping to him. Siasa himself looks very high class. In the past, when wearing that kind of old shirt can be vaguely seen that kind of different temperament. But what temperament, as long as in poor touch, they will feel poor, do not care to look at him, but now are able to sweep two eyes, especially the girls' eyes that straight hookah. The classroom was silent. Outside the door, Yen Shui did not immediately go. The sunlight through the center of the hollowed-out school building, dappled sprinkled on her body, but the mood is dark and complex. The smile slowly retracted. She could imagine what kind of existence that teenager who was polished by money was in the eyes of his classmates. Countless gazes would spill over his body, especially those of the girls, with eyes full of inquiry and longing. This caused a pang of discomfort in Yen Shui's heart, feeling like something of hers was being coveted. It was as if her heart was being tightly wrapped by an invisible rope, getting tighter and tighter. But she merely liked his face. She shouldn't have cared who he liked or who liked him, as long as she didn't touch him. But that subtle jealousy in her heart grew quietly, as if restless worms were wriggling around in the bottom of her heart, causing her thoughts to become anxious. Staying for a while, she turned to leave. Instead, she encountered Shui Qingyu and her little sisters at the corner of the downstairs. At this time, they hadn't realized her yet and were walking up, talking to each other, surprisingly talking about Xia. Yunshi, you really don't like Xia? He's so handsome, he seems to be quite rich, it can't be for a test run before? Shui Qingyu sneered in her heart. Rich? Maybe it's still from that woman. She would like to mess with him. After all, the first time she failed still makes her unhappy, but she did not forget Yen Shui, that woman's warning. Unhappy as she was, she still didn't want to seek death. I don't know, but no matter what, these are none of my business anymore. Su Kanchan, then if you doesn't like it anymore, I can go after it. I feel that she has changed quite a lot in the past 2 months or so, and now she has really become so handsome. I kinda eat his face. Anyway, there is nothing to lose by confessing. What if I say yes? The corner of Shui Qingyu's eyes twitched. Kanchan, I advise you to forget about it. You can't be liking him, but now he hates you, worrying that I'll go confess and he'll accept, right? Su Kanchan said, half jokingly, but speaking from the heart. The bottom of her heart is a little unconvinced. Usually she is actually not much satisfied with Water Qingyue. If it is not Yin Shi and she is very good, she has no choice but to follow, or else do not really want to pay attention to this kind of person of Water Qingyue. At first, she liked her, but then the more she got along, the more she felt that Shui Qingyu was a well-hidden green tea. How could Shui Qingyu not hear the meaning of her words? Originally did not want to care about her, but was worried that after that woman came to blame her again. Can, I do not mean this. If you want to go after. Anyway, I do not have any opinion. She said what she had to say. She went to find death. Just go for it. Just you want to chase Siasat? Suddenly, a slightly cool voice came. 3 people looked up. Into the eyes of the first is the other party's long legs, then let a person jealous of the chest, then that cold face. She stood on the previous step up, bringing with her a sense of oppression. Su Kanchan did not expect to see that school sister here, being stared at by her eyes. There is a kind of creepy feeling. Hearing the other party's words, although it was very uncomfortable, but looking at the other party's face value that makes people ashamed of themselves, mumbling and did not say anything against. Shui Qingyu secretly snickered, did not expect to be personally caught by this woman, then it is none of her business. Fake smile pleasantries. School sister good. Why did you come to our school building? Yen Shui looked at her askance and didn't have a good expression. Didn't you tell her that Xie wasn't able to just play around? Shui Qingyu's expression stiffened for a moment. The other 2 both looked back at Shui Qingyu with an unknown glance, and then looked at Yen Shui with a bemused look. Su Kanchan was so oppressed by Yen Shui's aura that she swallowed her saliva, but still asked out, may I ask senior sister, does senior sister like Xie? Yen Shui paused for a split second, appreciating liking his face, but then how it didn't feel quite right, all of a sudden silent. Then her silence is liking in others, or they are already dating, which explains why Xie is so different now from before. Su Kanchan was a little bit scared of a character like Yen Shui, not to mention that the other party's aura was just too strong, and those rumors about her were scary. Busy lowering her head, senior sister sorry, I take back that thought just now. Yen Shui coldly grunted, retracted her line of sight, extraordinarily lazy, her small leather shoes clattered down the stairs. The 3 people saw this and were busy making way for her. However, Yen Shui had long ago not cared about these 3 passers-by. Her heart instead echoed the sentence she had just said. Did she like Xie-sun? Apart from his face, did he like him? Chapter 48 Troublemakers. The wind from the school still blew into the classroom. It was said that Yen Shue's sister did not show up for a long time, and when she did, she brought a white boy with her in the car, and a lot of boys had their hearts broken. The originally quiet classroom gradually became rowdy. Some people are angry to slap the table false, that little white man who actually climbed up my goddess. Just do not know A girl exclaimed, my best friend sent me a picture. Then she looked for a while, zoomed in, eked out, looked back in the direction of the last CSN, and then did not speak it. The little sister beside her saw that the situation was not right, stretched her head to see, good guy, it is not CSN? Speaking a little loud, she hurriedly covered her mouth, but still by the other boys heard. Unbelievably stretched his head to look at this girl's cell phone, then stared with shocked and envious eyes, then looked to the last position. The other boys, a bit disbelieving, also came over to look and then closed themselves off. The photo was a little shaky, and the side of the face didn't quite show the features, but the clothes and hair and all of that matched up. CSN left slightly fluffy hair, forehead hair put down when slightly covered the eyes, then by the wind blowing scattered to the sides, revealing some forehead part. The noisy classroom voice by small down. CSN, as early as when they were discussing it, he knew it was not good, but he did not say a word, originally intended to muddle through, who knew that there was actually a photo. However, he is very calm, despite being almost stabbed into a hedgehog by a line of sight, but he still quietly did his own thing without lifting, and the surrounding people do not fit in this group of people living like an autistic person. Other people look at his reaction to be suspicious, but then look at it as still very much like it, and this person heard them discussing also do not explain, if it is him, then he is too pretentious it, if not, do not explain a sentence, more pretentious. Siasa didn't realize that he just didn't want to cause more trouble before he didn't make a sound, but he was considered to be pretending. Then a little while later, hey, buddy, can I sit here? A boy suddenly took the initiative to get close to him. Without waiting for CSN to make a statement, the boy directly sat on the face of a smile, very familiar with the road, buddy, school has started for so long, you should remember my name, right? Who knows, CSN seriously thought about it and shook his head, sorry. The person in front of him looked somewhat familiar, but he really didn't remember, since school started so long ago, he almost never had any interaction with them, and he had no intention of getting to know anyone else. The dude wasn't embarrassed, I Wang Xiaoyang, you can just call me Xiaoyang. Xie looked at him, I don't know why, the problem of being embarrassed for people is guilty. Okay. Although he was not good at getting along with girls, he was even worse at getting along with boys. Besides, he could sense that the other party didn't want to genuinely know him, but that he was the other main character in that picture, the little white boy they just talked about. He came here for senior sister Yen Shui. After Wang Xiaoyang sat in this seat, the surrounding male compatriots all looked this way, then one or two or three and finally 7 or 8 surrounded the back row. 7 or 8 openings, that. Xie-sun, is it you who came on the bus with your sister today? What's your relationship? Yes, tell us a bit, how do you and your sister know each other, how did you climb up to him, good means A fat man said with some jealousy. It can't be because of this kind of pussy face, right? The other people, because of the fat man's words were successfully brought to the wrong side, took a close look at Xia's face, would like to ridicule a bit, who knew that looking at suddenly feel really fucking good looking, as if it's not a woman, and then they have low self-esteem. If the older sister likes to look so good, then they will not have to spend a lot of money to plastic surgery to have a chance? Xia heard his malice, if it was before he wouldn't have counted or said much. But this time, I don't know why, perhaps it is because the school sister has also been emphasizing that it is only because of his face that he saved him, the bottom of his heart has long been accumulating a resentment. Suddenly raised his head and fiercely glared at the fat man with a casual and lazy posture, yes, it is because of this face, I have such a good face, do you have it? Sparse hair half covered his eyes, making him look a little gloomy for a moment. The fat man suddenly shivered, was disliked too much to say, only ferociously stood forward, clenched his fat fists, and then was persuaded by the others to go down. Not forgetting to shred to get himself a step, if not for the face of fellow classmates and Yen Shue's sister, I would have long called up, not just climbed up to the school sister, there is still a day to be dumped. Xia is too lazy to care about him. And just happened this unpleasant, the crowd is a little embarrassed, they actually just want to inquire about what way to get close to Yen Shue's school sister, the result is that the fat man stirred up. The others even asked, hey Xie-sun, are you guys really dating? Are you living in Yen Shue's house now? This outfit of yours couldn't have been bought for you by your senior sister as well, right? When these words came out, the other people's eyes were different, no wonder they said how Xie-sun suddenly changed so much. The air pressure on Xie Sun's body is getting lower and lower, and also chagrined how the class is still not in session. This is my personal matter, it has nothing to do with you guys. Xie Sun said in a cold voice, you want to know to ask yourselves, don't dare to don't beep. Then looked at Wang Xiaoyang who was sitting next to him, you don't sit next to me here, not very welcome. Everyone gathered around because he came, have to let this person go. This dude just had a friendly face, and when he saw that he didn't get any useful information, he went back to where he was at the beginning. The others first had a few still uneasy to inquire about something, until Xie Sun didn't say a word, then they all went back to their seats. At this time, an unfamiliar male student approached their class, Xie Sun is there, school sister gave you breakfast. With his words, the hearts of the others really all exploded, the car is really Xie Sun ah. Turning their eyes to the beautifully packaged food, they stared with envy, watching as Xie Sun answered, and then the boy walked over to him, and he took it and said thank you. The crowd thought that things would end here, Hu Nu cleared his throat and said, all male students, female students, just now Yan Shue's senior sister had words for me to bring. She said that if any of you dare to bully Xie Sun, or harbor any other thoughts, you should first think about whether or not you can carry her fists. This time, regardless of gender, you'll be punched. The words have been brought to you, I'll leave first. That boy felt so good after he finished speaking and walked away in style, the first time he was used as a messenger and delivery tool, he felt that this trip was worth it. God knows how happy he was when his senior sister entrusted him with a casual finger. Chapter 49 New Character Debut. Just because Yan Shui brought him to this school this matter, Xie Sun more or less experienced to see some of the human warmth and coldness, bullying softness and fear of hardness, falling down the well. Will be the ugliness of the human nature to show to the fullest. He did not much disappointment, after all alone, in his mind these people are not good, from childhood to the age of selfishness, so it is normal. Regardless of the surrounding sounds of talk, murmurs, stayed quietly until the afternoon, and then rode back with Yan Shui. Yan Shui looked at him slowly said, don't be unhappy, today's bullies you I let them suffer the price. Xie staggered back to his senses, senior sister actually do not have to, they love to talk about it go ahead. But I don't like to hear it, and I have already asked someone to do it. Yan Shui said as she drove, I really didn't expect them to be so idle, knowing that I was with you even dared to speak ill of you, this kind of person deserves to be taught a lesson. Do you blame me for all this today? After all, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been subjected to so much gossip. Yan Shui asked tentatively. Perhaps sympathetic to the teenager's rough day, Yan Shui's car slowed down on the way back. Xie returned the line of sight back to the right, looking forward, eyes slightly flickering, low answer, no blame, these things are just like that, at least they are not clear about our relationship now, no matter speculation, only dare to talk about it behind our backs, in fact, they do not dare to hurt me, to be able to because of the reasons of the school sister a lot less bullying, which has been very good. In fact, Xie still has some discomfort in his heart. What Yan Yu used on him was coercion, this behavior of Yan Shui today is said to be bullying, in fact, it is also a kind of coercion, forcing him to appear with her is what attracted so much discussion, making him the focus of the school for a while. But now in the other party's car, he was afraid that if he accidentally made the other party angry, a drag race, he would have to spit out his dinner again. On this side, he and Yan Shui were getting along harmoniously, and apart from that one not so good topic of conversation, the atmosphere was quite relaxed, but Yan Yu's side was not quite the same. She really didn't expect Yan Shui to expose her relationship with Xie Sun first, after all, he cares about him that much, doesn't he? Isn't he afraid that his bad reputation will affect the teenager and make him talked about at school? But the reality is, many boys powder her hopelessly and turn their attention towards Yan Shui who is more like a normal human being less perfect. Who knew that before they even started to act, the other party had a little white boy beside them, so this time for this little white boy Xie's resentment was very big. All irrational behavior comes from jealousy, not Yan Shui's bad reputation. Thinking about the teenager, after only one day of not seeing him, she is itching to climb the wall tonight. Yan Yu, do you have anything you want to suggest about this planner? Hearing the sound of talking, Yan Yu returned to her senses. At this time it was the time for the student council president and the ministers of each department to have a meeting, and as the former president, she came to listen in and give advice, and no one else realized that she had long since gone off the deep end. There was only one person who saw it, the chairman who organized this meeting. It was a tall, somewhat handsome boy, with a pair of glasses on his face, looking gentle. Dissatisfied with Yan Yu's wandering off, he took the initiative to cue her, but his expression didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, there was a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely easy to get along with. Yan Yu was lost in thought the entire time, and didn't listen to much of this meeting at all, but wasn't flustered at all, first revealing a calming smile, and then throwing the question back. Chairman Chen is the president of the student council. Even if you want to suggest it, it's also you who suggests it first. Chen Wei's eyes lightly narrowed for a moment, the arc of his mouth widened a bit. I don't have any very good suggestions, but I feel that this program is still a little short of something. I think it's the excellent you. Surely you will come up with a perfect suggestion, right? Hearing this, Yen Yu only put her eyes on that person, just now has been busy walking away, so pressure did not see this person, now a careful measure, at first glance with a soft temperament, but how this person looks so strange. Yen Yu's intuition has always been accurate, and she doesn't have a good feeling about this boy with some elegant temperament. This Chen student, why do I feel as if you have some opinions about me? Are you questioning my ability? If it is, then I don't have to prove it to you. If it's not, then please speak properly, okay? Don't think that a smiling face makes it impossible to hear the meaning of your words. Yen Yu was smiling, her tone was gentle and soft, but the words she uttered were not polite at all. And the fact that she addressed her classmate, not the chairman, made the words somewhat intriguing. It showed that she didn't recognize him. Also, if she didn't have something to voluntarily step down from this chairmanship, this position wouldn't have been Chen Wei's turn to sit. Chen Wei froze, then a trace of surprise flashed under his eyes. He did not expect the usually docile Yen Yu to become aggressive. He also did not expect Yen Yu to see through his purpose at a glance, or too anxious it. The woman he had his eyes on, how could she be ordinary? The other ministers didn't dare to speak even when they saw the two men in plain sight, so they quietly watched. Chen Wei smiled, skillfully put away the trace of dissatisfaction. You misunderstood. How could I have a problem with you? Well, just now I thought of a proposal. What about this National Day performance? More than 10 minutes later, Yen Yu finally came out from the office building, footsteps a little hurried. She had to go back to the Yen family mansion to deal with some things, to see how much time is left before deciding whether or not to go to see Xie-sun. The result was that Chen Wei tripped up again. Yen Yu, just sorry I am not trying to target you, is that I can see that you are distracted. As the organizer of the meeting to control the scene, the heart is a little uncomfortable as normal. He said as he followed Yen Yu, choosing to be truthful. Sincerity is the surefire way to kill. Yen Yu, okay, I know. Yen Yu returned somewhat coldly. Chen Wei's eyes darkened. Are you still not forgiving me like this? The more this is said, the stranger it gets. Yen Yu frowned and gestured for him to look at the classmates beside him who had lowered their heads to gossip after seeing them. I just don't want people to misunderstand. If it spreads to her family seeking there's no telling what will happen. Chen Wei, harm, what's wrong with that? We are innocent. What other people say, that's other people's business. Yen Yu, oh, then you have something else? If not, please don't follow me. I'm in a bit of a hurry, you're disturbing me. Chen Wei secretly gritted his teeth, face gentle. Sorry, I did not think, then you go first. When Yen Yu walked away, he stared at her back, a hint of infatuation and greed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. You should have been clean and pure to be the moon in the sky. How nice, cold and indifferent to everyone, equally equal, but why, chose that boy, and also with other women, not clear. Since this is the case, then the next step Far away in the Villa Xie, I do not know how the eyelids suddenly jumped several times in succession, only thought it was caused by insomnia, did not care much. Chapter 50 Sudden Confession, Male and Female Friends. What's wrong? Yen Shui noticed his abnormality and frowned slightly, her gaze locked onto Xie. A few moments of worry could not help but arise in her heart. Xie, however, just lightly smiled and shook his head. Oh, nothing, just that his eyelids are always jumping. This should be nothing to be alarmed about. Yen Shui, after hearing this, showed concern and was about to take the cell phone next to the dining table, so I'll call the doctor to take a look. No, Xie quickly waved his hand, nothing big, maybe yesterday did not sleep well, today early rest will be good. His current physical condition is much better than before, although he is still weak compared to other boys in terms of strength. But in terms of health, Xie still knows his body better. That's fine then. Yen Shui propped her arms on the tabletop and stared at the eating teenager. He chewed in small bites, eating more elegantly than the average girl, and with his white, high-value handsome face, it was simply pleasing to the eyes. If she didn't have such an attractive face, she wouldn't have looked at this teenager a long time ago, right? Little seeker, do you have any favorite girls at school? Thinking about the 3 people she met today, Yen Shui was not happy in her heart, but she did think about what the other girl asked her all afternoon, which was the matter of whether she liked Xie-sun or not. Right now she still felt that the reason she was so demanding and possessive of Xie-sun was purely just because of this face, before and still now. But it doesn't stop her from also trying to accept him and change the relationship. But if he had another person he liked, it wasn't impossible for her to fulfill him. But during the time she was still interested in him, he still couldn't have contact with other girls. Xia's hand holding the chopsticks gave a start. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his eyes to meet his senior sister's eyes, but a moment later he shyly lowered his head. Senior sister. Don't you already know, the person I like? It has always been you. He still summoned up the courage to say the words that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. The look is a little lonely. Because he knew that his schoolmate did not like him. Although Yan Shui knew, but also heard Yan Yu said, this is the first time Xia clearly admitted, which makes her heart a little uncontrollable missed a beat. Today, the depression hidden in the heart gradually dispersed, as if the clouds saw the sun. I know, so only to see the woman's red lips, said the words that shocked Xia-sun, do you want to be with me? Xia-sun? Sister, you. The eyes flashed with incredulity, but the heart welled up a burst of sourness. School sister, you really do not open such a joke, I will take it seriously. However, Yan Shui's face was serious. I am not joking, do you still remember our first meeting? I said I would be responsible for you. I don't hate you at all, and you like me, why can't we be together? Anyway, those people in the school have pretty much spread the word to each other, so why don't we just sit down and have a relationship? She hooked her red lips, her smile was voluptuous, like a blooming rose, instantly attracting Xie-sun's sight, almost shaking his eyes. His heart began to thump, and the food in his mouth suddenly didn't smell good, but fortunately he had eaten almost as much. Xie suppressed his agitated heart and found a bit of sanity, but... Aren't you not fond of me, senior sister? He waited uneasily for an answer. Yan Shui, I don't know about this, but I like your face, it can be counted as me liking you. There are always people who say there's no reason to like someone, but I think it's definitely not. Let's say the reason I like you is that you're good looking. So quickly say, do you want to be with me? The opportunity is only this time, oh? Yan Shui tailed his voice upward, and his eyes were slightly narrowed like a fox. Xia still unbelievably asked again, really? The voice trembled slightly, and the eyes flashed with surprise, as if the whole world had become bright in this moment. Seeing the teenager so careful, a little heartbroken yet. Yan Shui smiled slightly, the look on her face was gentle. Of course it is true, when have I ever lied to you? Xia thought about it indeed, all the uneasiness melted away in this one sentence. He wanted to say yes, after all, he really liked Yan Shui, from the moment she saved him. And who's to say that it wasn't because of her appearance that he liked her? He was about to say yes, but Yan Yu's figure appeared in his mind out of place, and it was as if there was a force in his heart stopping him from opening his mouth. I don't know why, as if agreeing to it would be betraying her, but clearly he likes Yan Shui from the beginning. Xia felt that he must have been controlled by her for too long to be like this, rejecting other possibilities. Making a strong effort to shake off the face in his mind, he raised his head. Xia's gaze was like a torch, and he said to Yan Shui seriously and firmly, Senior sister, I like you, let's be together. These words were like the long-suppressed emotions in his heart had finally found an outlet, instantly releasing them. He is a boy, should not be like a little girl, like twisted, like to boldly say, brave together. Confession at the dinner table, this is really a novel way of confession. Yan Shui looked at the teenager's gradually red warm face and neck, smiled, and re-picked up her chopsticks to clip a piece of vegetable into his bowl. Okay boyfriend, eat. Eat and rest early, I am also tired. This sentence boyfriend, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples, and the latter sentence that meaning words, Xia-sun ear root quickly read. Xia-sun's ears quickly reddened. His fingers nervously pinched chopsticks, his head is still dizzy, happiness came too suddenly, at this moment still cannot believe the fact that he already has a girlfriend. Obviously, one moment he was still worried about whether his senior sister liked him or not, but the next moment she even sent him a request for friendship, and the reason she said made him understand. The face was his, belonging to his strengths. The school sister liking his face was liking him, like he liked the school sister because she saved him for the same reason. Yan Shui saw him with a cute look, the corner of her mouth unconsciously hooked up a smile, sighed, seemed to feel a little lost at his refusal. Well then, put it away if you can't eat it. Xia of course detected that she was unhappy, but did not show it much, and immediately put the chopsticks of food up into his mouth, although full, but of course the school sister will eat what she gives. He smiled gently. The teenager's smile was green and clean, like a warm wind. Yan Shui's heart is simply going to melt. Looking at the teenager's lips, his eyes flashed brightly, with a hint of essence, little seeking, how did you become oily, you were seducing me The corners of his lips were raised even more brilliantly. Xia innocently shook his head, no I'm just being honest. And I? How did I seduce? He pursed his lips, and thought in his heart that it was clear that his schoolmate had been secretly teasing him, but his heart was full of joy. Chapter 51 Come to him again, unpleasant. Yan Shue's independent villa is actually not very far from the Yan family mansion, but the road is complicated, and it took an hour to go around the bend. In order to see Xia Xia, even though she was tired, Yan Yu wanted to come and see him. She knew that the opportunity for close contact like last night was definitely not much, and when she came here she didn't think she would bully him or at most kiss him. But the scene at that time, she just liked to challenge the excitement. Today, just want to simply take a look at him. Yan Yu had long ago mixed in her own people among Yan Shue's people, so it was convenient to enter and exit the villa, and there was no need to really climb the wall. In the living room, two maids came up to clean up the tableware. Xia Sun was about to get up to avoid it, when a note was shoved into his hand. He was stunned for a moment and glanced at Yan Shui in a panic. She didn't look this way, so the scene just now wasn't seen. Xia Xia clutched the note in his hand as if he was holding a hot potato. Although he didn't know what was written inside yet, he always felt that it wasn't good, and it was probably Yan Yu again. He hesitated to throw it away or give it to Yan Shui, but a voice in the back of his mind said no. He was so lost in thought that he didn't even realize that Yan Shui had walked up to him. "Hey, boyfriend, what are you staring at? Aren't you tired?" She walked to his side and exhaled like an orchid. Xia Sun back to God, hand down to hide, with gentle good behavior to cover the panic and weakness. "Sister, I am still a little full, want to sit on the sofa for a while before going upstairs." The young man was just being confessed to as the brain-dizzy absent-minded look, so Yan Shui did not suspect anything, but instead think he must be shy. "I'm not going to make things difficult for him, so I'll go upstairs and take a shower first. You also quickly come oh." The delicate face carried a hint of cunning. Xia Se's heart jumped 2 beats faster, not sure if he had understood the meaning wrongly. "Senior sister, will. Too fast, we have just." "Thought of what?" Yan Shui teasingly looked at the teenager dumbfounded look, laughed. "I am letting you go back to your own room to sleep. This young lady does not want you others to sleep in the same bed, who knows if you will snore." Said, and Xia Se stunned and a little lost under the gaze striding long legs up the stairs. Subsequently, Xia Se in gentle smile, this is his favorite girl, reserved, measured, rather than. Thinking about it, he lowered his eyes and looked at the clenched hand on his side, and then looked at the maid just now, at which time the other party had now disappeared, and should have packed up the cutlery and gone into the kitchen. At this moment, the living room were quiet. He walked to the sofa and pretended to sit down, and then quickly opened the note. There are only 3 words on it: the back garden. Xia Se frowned. "Yan Yu, this is crazy. Where there is no memory of the wrong words, the window of Yan Shue's room can be seen just right, if it is found. And he now has a girlfriend, no matter how it was before. Now Yan Yu is equivalent to his sister, he can no longer have any involvement with her." Thinking that the other party would always make a move on him, Xia Sun decisively tore up the note before throwing it into the trash can, then turned around and went upstairs. Only in his heart, not only was there no relief, but there was a worry that if he didn't go, would she be there waiting all the time? By the way, yesterday he didn't know how she went back. Would a girl be in danger? But quickly refreshed, she is the Yin family's eldest miss, followed by a crowd of bodyguards. How could something happen? Besides, what was he worried about her for? She was a kidnapper. Although in the end did not hurt him, and let him go back to school, food and clothing, but that time of fear and fear are real happen. Xia Xia wouldn't get over it. So the originally soft heart hardened back again. But what he didn't expect was to return to his bedroom and be dumbfounded. On the bed, Yan Yu was dressed in a competent light black suit, and her original long black straight hair was rolled into a big wave, shortening the visual effect a bit and making her look like an extremely mature professional woman, which added a lot of charm to her again. She sat on the side of the bed and looked at Xia Sun, who opened the door with a smile. "I knew you wouldn't be so good." Xia Sun had the urge to rush out of the door, but he was worried that this woman would alert Yan Shui, and he couldn't say anything at that time. Silently shut the door, "But the whole person is vigilant. How did you come up here?" "Here." Yan Yu raised her delicate chin and gestured in the direction of the window. Xia Sin's shocked forehead, eyes inadvertently revealed concern, some angry. "You do not want to die, so high if you fall, how to do?" Yan Yu was not seen for a long time to dare this to him ho teenager, before he trained him good, but only came to Yan Shui these 2 days. He is back to the lively nature. "Say not jealous is false." "Are you worried about me?" she asked with a smile. Her eyes were so gentle, like a pool of water. Xia Se's eyes flashed lightly. "I'm not, I'm just worried that if you fall down and get caught, you'll drag me down too." "Yan Yu, isn't Yan Shui very respectful and sympathetic to you? She definitely won't blame you." "Xia Sun, she is not, but I do not want her to misunderstand." Yan Yu was pleased with his change, but would not want to hear his mouth always mentioning another woman, still full of concern. "Xia Xia, enough, come here," she said, You don't have to be so vigilant, I just want to see you and talk to you, I'm not doing anything. What she said was true, she was really tired today. Although it was said that his dad and mom had handed over most of the company affairs to their right-hand man to act as their agent before they went abroad on vacation, there were times when the Yin family's current family members were needed to step in. His mom and dad were not there, and Yin Shui did not care about these, only she came to manage. This was also the reason why she came straight here today in her professional attire. There was no time to change down. Late to worry about him resting, she looked at his class schedule, Tuesday except for the early 8, all have classes. She had delayed his class before, and now she couldn't delay it anymore. Xia, however, frowned at her commanding words, you can say whatever you want to say so. He definitely did not go over there, who knows what she would do to herself. Thinking about that scalp-tingling feeling yesterday, although it was very cool, but the spirit is highly tense, a few more times should be dead. Seek, it's only been a few days, why are you so cold to me? It wasn't as if Yin Yu hadn't noticed how wary and defensive the teenager was of her, just like when she was first kidnapped to her home. She smiled, her rose-colored lips curving up gently, what haven't you and I done? I've seen all of you, it's too late to keep your body now. Xia was furious and annoyed by her words, Yin Yu senior sister don't talk nonsense, we obviously haven't tea. That is not important, he doesn't tea go over Yin Yu stood up by herself, we will sooner or later. The unique perfume smell slowly drifted into Xia's nose as Yin Yu approached, and Xia's body became tighter and tighter. Yin Yu stopped when she was only one step closer to him, and she looked at him gently, I thought about bringing you back, but lately I'm not very safe around, so I'll leave you here first. Who planted the wiretap hasn't been found out yet, I don't know if there is a traitor within the Yin family or someone lurking around her, Yin Yu doesn't want to involve Xia for the time being. Compared to her involvement in company affairs and the occasional contact with powerful families for banquets, Yin Shui's presence is lower, and her enemies are not complicated except for those mongrel gangs that don't have much of a climate, but there are more dangers around her. Xia did not quite understand what she said in the latter sentence, but he felt that today's Yin Yu's words should count. Despite being dissatisfied with her sentence of what sooner or later, he still asked. What does unsafe mean? Oh yes, you should have listened to what Yin Shui's senior sister said, right, and check if there are any suspicious things in the house. He was still a little worried. Yin Yu smiled faintly at the words, her beauty was equally seductive, and she found out 3 wiretaps, but Seek does not have to worry, I will protect myself and find out the black hand behind the scene as soon as possible. After a pause, do you know why Yin Shui suddenly reminded me of this matter? Did she see or hear something? While asking, he did not move to observe the teenager's expression. Xia's eyes flashed gently for a moment, not answering immediately, but as if after some thought, before lifting his eyes to look at her seriously, before I tell you about this matter, can you answer me a question first? Yin Yu, what question? You. Xia slowly opened his mouth, a little nervous, did. Create a car accident to hurt Yin Shui's senior sister? Chapter 52 Angry. Yin Yu frowned when she heard this question, you don't believe me? Xia quickly shook his head, no, I believe you, but I want you to say it yourself. Yin Yu sighed, but still came over and touched his cheek, Xia-sen, everyone else cannot believe me, I do not care what other people say, but you cannot. Good, you listen, I now clearly tell you, this matter is not my doing, I am also investigating. Her voice is gentle unlike words, this is the only time, I allow you to doubt me, but the next time, cannot be allowed oh. She finished and smiled again, only that smile seems to reveal a faint melancholy. Especially after sensing the teenager's movements of trying to avoid, her smile stiffened, Seek, why are you a bit strange today? Did yesterday scare you? Xia-sen did not say anything, she acquiesced, her smile finally eased a little, loosened her hand, alas, you really cannot be scared then before it is pretending. Well, do not scare you, now you can say it, Yin Shui what she knows? Xia felt her retracted hand breathed a sigh of relief, just now he really cannot help but want to avoid, but then, will certainly be even more angry with her, so he still hold back. This will only say, there is a mysterious person to Yin Shui's senior sister sent a section of audio, inside is a section of audio you find people to hurt her, only did not directly mention the car accident. He seemed to want to have some kind of cooperation with Yin Shui, but Yin Shui didn't agree, that's all. There was a touch of complexity in Yin Yu's complexion after listening. It wasn't that stupid. She hooked her lips and spoke. Xia heard this hard as a little bit not taste, school sister, Yin Shui's school sister is actually quite concerned about you, she knows this thing, without much thought, directly call you, in fact, I think you do not have to. Shut up, Seek, Yin Yu's eyes became a little stern, this is between me and her 2 people, do not need a third person to interfere, even if you are the person I like. Sia-sun had never seen this kind of cold look in her eyes, and suddenly froze for a split second, and when he reacted, Yen Yu had already left him by a few steps. I am sorry, Sun, I am not trying to be angry with you on purpose, it is just that you do not understand what is going on in it, so do not try to intervene. Her eyes became soft again, like that look just now was an illusion. Today you and I are both in bad shape, so let's both calm down and cool off. I'll leave now, good night. It wasn't until Yen Yu left the room that Sia froze back to his senses. He had never seen his senior sister have such an obvious angry moment. It was the kind of serious anger. Moreover, she used to flirt with herself no matter what. Today she actually left so dryly. Could it really be that he said something wrong somewhere? Sia began to self-reflection. Guilt? Then only to think of the school sister, so down the window will not be dangerous. Hastily a few steps to go over, but at the moment there is no one outside. The night wind blew over some warm. Looking at the street lamp dim light, alone, even seemed a little lonely. Sia mood slightly heavy. Button. Knocking on the door sounded. Sia only back to God, snapped the door open. Yen Shui, hair slightly wet, walked in, head also draped with a towel. She was wearing a close-fitting pajamas, and her pajama pants were shorts, revealing her legs to be thin and white, without a trace of extra flab, looking good. What are you doing standing by the window? Looking at the scenery? What's there to see? Yen Shui muttered and came over to help me blow dry my hair. The tone wasn't commanding, it was natural and intimate, like that feeling between a young couple. With that, she walked to the end of the bed and sat down, her legs naturally folded, slightly bent over and wiped the tips of her hair again, then took the hood off and threw her hair back. Sia stared blankly at her movements, with an unspoken beauty, looked for a moment and found that she was going to look to her side, before hurriedly getting up to go to the bathroom to get a hairdryer. When he came out, he realized that Yen Shui was looking his way, and slightly nervously squeezed the handle of the hairdryer. It was his first time to blow dry someone's hair. If he did it badly, would it leave a bad impression? The not-so-good emotions just now had been taken over by new ones, and Sia temporarily put those worries into his heart. The more he walked over, the more his heart beat wildly, surprisingly not much calmer than when he was confessed to. Why are you walking so slowly? Hurry up, it's hard to blow out my hair, I'm sleepy. Yen Shui, because of dissatisfaction, toothed her lips, with a hint of petulance, and then covered her lips with her hand and elegantly yawned. Good, right away. Sia rushed over to plug the hairdryer, next to a plug that happens to be ready for work. He trembled hairdryer strength and temperature to open, first in the hand to try a temperature, before slowly moving to the head of beautiful wet hair. He lowered his eyes and focused on ruffling Yen Shui's hair. Under the action of the hairdryer, her hair is very soft and smooth, gently sweeping over his long fingers, itchy, some tingling, and there is a wonderful feeling in the bottom of his heart. Sister, is the temperature okay? Will it be too hot? Sia thoughtfully inquired. Because the other party's scalp was really white, it seemed to be very fragile, like the temperature would burn them if it was too much. Yen Shui enjoys half squinting her eyes as she enjoys his service. It's very comfortable. There was so much strangeness in this statement. Sia was already a semi-veteran driver, so there was so much redness on his face that he hurriedly discarded the distractions. Hearing the other party praise him, suddenly an inexplicable sense of accomplishment surged through his heart. His fingers continued to gently stroke, taking care of each and every hair so that they could get the most suitable temperature and wind. He was very serious on his side, yet Yen Shui was really sleepy, and in no time at all, her eyes started to drift, her head gradually leaning to the side, leaning into Sia's arms. Sia first stiffened for a moment, and then stood still to let her lean. The hair on top of her head has been blown dry, leaving the end of her hair. Sia was careful not to let her lean to the wrong side, and at the same time, he was still helping her blow dry her hair carefully and meticulously. About 15 minutes later, the hair all blow dried. Sia only then turned off the hairdryer with a sigh of relief, found Yen Shui breathing long, seems to have slept very well. She had white skin like tofu, long eyelashes like a fan, and her face was almost the same as Yen Yu's as she slept quietly, so there were twins who looked so much alike? Sia carefully helped her to lie on the bed, but there is still a large part of the leg hanging down below. Dropping his head to look at his own much sturdier hands and legs, perhaps he could princess carry his sister back to her own room. Thinking of that time in the rental house is not in the use of their own, Sia suddenly called up the reel. The man said no can, but cannot really not. Chapter 53 Punishment Micro Revision. He first fiddled with his princess hug position before he was going to move his schoolmate. But looking at the other party's close-fitting clothes, no matter which place he touched, he couldn't lay his hands on it. In the end, after a simple calculation, his heart sank. One hand passed through the other party's shoulder a little bit below the place, the other hand is around the other party's knee, and forcefully lifted. The senior sister was then so by himself to pick up. Although there was still some effort, but compared to before, it was already considered a lot easier, and his heart did not have that kind of dull and uncomfortable feeling anymore. And in this time gap of lifting up, he was even able to spare his extra mind to feel the soft and delicate body of his senior sister. During this time it was permeated with the nice scent of shower gel and shampoo, so delicate and soft that one couldn't help but be moved. Yan Shui still sleeps deeply, seems really tired, no sign of waking up at all. The body is soft, long hair naturally hanging down, soft and incredible, a whole and fragrant and delicate. Xia Se, in order to keep himself calm, he tried not to look at the person in his arms, but turned around and wanted to go outside. But after turning around, he was dumbfounded. Just now he actually did not open the door beforehand, and now holding the schoolgirl to open the door for fear that it is a little bit of a struggle, but he put the schoolgirl down again, and then go to open the door, and then the schoolgirl to hold the schoolgirl up again, then I'm afraid that will be even more strenuous. So he still chose to walk over. Luckily, his physical strength and endurance was good enough to support him until he opened the door and walked out, and Yan Shui's room was not far away from his, and the door was still open, so Xia Xia put his sister into her own bed without any problems. But he himself was also very tired. His hands are still being pressed by Yan Shui, gasping for breath before he was about to pull his hands out, but the sister suddenly frowned and wooed, and then directly turned around and embraced his upper arm. The bed was soft, and so was Yan Shui, so Xia Sen didn't feel any pain. Xia Se only took out the hands under his knees, and the other hand was being held by Yan Shui's pressure. And even rubbed his cheek intimately, and his mouth was slightly ambiguous, boyfriend. Like your face. Xia Se just happened to be very close to her, and heard all these words in his ears. Unconscious confession is the most deadly. Almost instantly, Xia Sen's heart jumped several times, staring at the woman's white-side face. Ghostly slowly lowered his head. Until the warm cool touch came from the lips, Xia Se woke up as if in a dream, pupils slightly trembled. This was the first time he kissed someone, just a simple touch on the cheek like this, and his heart beat that fast. This kind of feeling let him gradually at ease. This is only right, he preferred a healthy relationship, rather than forced, from the heart is what his heart most want. He was in Stockholm, he didn't like Yenyu, he didn't, those were just illusions. It was only at this moment that he dared to admit the feelings that weren't true feelings, yet despite this, recalling the indifferent expression that Yenyu's senior sister had just left with, his heart couldn't help but slightly tighten up in pain. Joy and sadness didn't seem to contradict each other. At this moment he was genuinely feeling joy and excitement for Sister Yan Shui, but he was equally sad and guilty for Sister Yenyu. Xia Xia felt that this was a very bad feeling, very much like the sign of a scum. Now that Yan Shui was his girlfriend, his heart should only be filled with her sorrow and joy. Even if he was worried about Yenyu, it should be because she was his girlfriend's sister and nothing else. Xia Sen closed his eyes today and took several deep breaths, letting all those mixed emotions of his slowly calm down, before opening his eyes and carefully observing the person in front of him, sleeping adorably and without any bad habits. Shallow breaths hit his short sleeves, carrying a slight heat and moisture. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of Xia Xia's lips. His girlfriend was so beautiful and cute. Since Xia Xia knew the identity of the two sisters as twins, he never used either of them as a double, and never confused the two. Every time he was awake to recognize who was who in front of him, and even though he occasionally sighed at their resemblance, it was just that side. This was something that Xia Sun himself was surprised at. At the moment, there is nothing in his mind, only the quiet sleeping face in front of him, his girlfriend, Yan Shui. Early in the morning, Xia Xia was woken up by the numbness and pain in his arm and the soreness in his whole body, only to realize that he had fallen asleep on the side of the bed. And only when he moved, Yan Shui also woke up. Frozily looking at the handsome face of the teenager close at hand, in a good mood, "Little boyfriend, why are you here?" Yan Shui stared at the big eyes. At the moment there is still some water vapor, foggy, which is slightly inconsistent with her usual image of the imperial sister, like a little lamb, but very cute. Feeling pressed against something, my own back seems to be a little sore as well. Before I realized something, I go, it can't be that I fell asleep yesterday while blow drying my hair, right? And you let me sleep all night with my hand pressed against yours? Doesn't it hurt, dumbass? Yan Shui said in a good-natured and amused manner. In a hurry, she pulled his hand out. But Xia Xia hissed at the soreness coming from his arm. Yan Shui looked at his face was not very good, busy worried. All right, wanna call a doctor? Xia Xia. Some aggrieved and helpless smile. Sister, why do you have to find a doctor for everything? I just have numb hands, rest will be fine. At this time, Yan Shui sat on the bed, Xia Sun half kneeling on the bedside, the two up and down some distance, Yan Shui Xia Sun into a kind of condescending posture, a sudden surge of impulse. Yan Shui pointed to the side of the bed, you sit up. Do what? Xia Sun froze in disbelief, but still did stand up. The girlfriend's orders cannot be disobeyed. Xia's son had already accepted his status very well at this time. Yan Shui first pinched his shoulders and pressed his back, and then helped him gently pound his arms with just the right amount of force. Xia felt so comfortable, even so comfortable that he grunted slightly and his eyelids started to get sleepy. But suddenly, Yan Shui's hand movement stopped, his body slightly twisted over some, under Xia Sun's uncomprehending gaze, the corners of his mouth with a smile, one word said. Because you last night's stupidity to make yourself difficult for a night, so I want to punish you. Before Xia thought about what the punishment in his mouth was, Yan Shui's gentle lips covered over, domineeringly printed on his lips, soft and sweet. Xia's eyes could not close in time, surprised and slightly staring. Yan Shui was dissatisfied, gently covered his eyes with her palms, with a commanding tone of, "Close your eyes. Feel my punishment carefully." Chapter 54 The Unrest Under the Peaceful Life. Where is this any punishment, clearly a reward? A kiss ended and both of them were panting. The two of them were just lying quietly on the bed with their sides facing each other. Yan Shui cupped the teenager's face with her hands, seeking, "I will call you seeking, okay?" The line of sight kept wandering over the teenager's lips. The teenager's appearance at this moment was particularly cute, the pink red lips seemed to be tempting to pick. Yan Shui swallowed her saliva and stuck out her tongue to lick her own lips, but did not make any further movements. Xia was a little embarrassed by her gaze. Thinking about this name, she said, pursed her lips slightly, "But this is very much like a girl's name." "Then change the name, baby?" "Baby, how about this name?" The more Yan Shui savored it, the more she felt like it. "I think is quite good." Compared to baby, Xia is more suitable for other occasions. Although Xia didn't care so much about other people's gazes anymore, but words like baby, he was fine with calling his schoolmates, but his schoolmates always felt a bit ashamed when they called him baby. Yan Shui seemed to have guessed his mind, hooking her lips to reveal a wry smile. "That's good, call her baby in private, but call her Xia at other times." Xia looked at the woman's delicate and attractive appearance, like a gorgeous begonia flower, endured the cut of her soft small hands, helplessly compromised. Senior sister can be called whatever she wants. But a moment later his eyes also suddenly shone brightly and said, "Then I can also call school sister's name, Shui?" Yan Shui listened to the name that came out of the teenager's mouth, or feel that this name is a little strange, all set her off tenderly. This is detrimental to her majestic image, not allowed. She refused dryly, making Xia a little lost. Yan Shui sensed the teenager's unhappiness, pinched his cheeks. "Do not want you to call, is this superlative I do not like, and my image is very inconsistent. Well, I still prefer you to call me a senior sister, or call Yan Shui, called baby can be." Xia's face slightly red, that or called a school sister, called the habit. A moment to change the mouth is more difficult. But Yan Shui seems to have thought of something. "Some not Kai-sen, then you cannot later just call me a senior sister, cannot use this name to call other people." Although there is no name here, but Xia understand who she is talking about. "This is a request from your girlfriend. Oh, you will not disagree, right?" Yan Shui said in a weird way. Xia was still hesitant. The word girlfriend pulled his sanity back and nodded seriously. "Good. Academic sister." The two lay in bed for another short while, and it was about time before they washed up and ate breakfast together. Yesterday's atmosphere was slightly dull, today is how relaxed and cheerful. The two arrived at school still in a very rakish way, attracting the attention of the entire school. However, for some reason, the mouths of these people were much quieter than yesterday. But if you look at the school confession wall, you will find the reason. Yesterday there were several people who were beaten up, or attached to the picture anonymous posting. It reads, "There are people who are not for you to talk about or mess with. Be careful of the trouble that comes out of your mouth. This is what you will get." From these words, we know how crazy this person is, who can say such crazy words. Besides that one, who else is there? Then the students also know from this post side by side that Xia is Yan Shui's person, can't afford to mess with him, can't afford to mess with him. When Xia arrived at the class, everyone looked like quails, especially the group of boys from yesterday, no fat guy in sight. Wang Xiaoyang dawdled again and came to his seat. Xia looked up at him expressionlessly and said nothing back. As a result, the other party did not sit, whispered to him to apologize. "Xia, yesterday's matter is sorry. Are the same classmates, you are generous." Let Xia a little puzzled. But then he thought of what Yan Shui had said yesterday, that he had sent someone to teach some people a lesson. These things should have been spread out, and that's what made them so panicked. Xia's heart suddenly felt warm. No one had ever stood up for him before high school. This kind of being protected seemed like a good flavor. He only answered coldly and went to do his own thing, leaving Wang Xiaoyang on the side not to be. Originally also wanted to flatter a bit, the result was that he was this word to block all the words. No way, a moment to pull the bell, directly back to the seat. At noon Yan Shui sent someone to bring Xie love bento, and she herself did not show up. Xie began to have the emotions of expectation and loss. After a week of this calm and normal life, the school held a postponed National Day performance, requiring all colleges to participate. Xie was a little disappointed because Yan Shui was not included in such an event. Xie had learned that even though she often came to school, she didn't go to class, nor did she participate in the activities, and the reason why she frequented the school was mostly for herself. Recently, it seems that the mysterious person has become active again, always making harassing phone calls. Yan Shui have gone to deal with this matter to go, intending to uncover this mysterious person. Following the class to the designated area to sit, Xie was bored in flipping through his cell phone. For what recreational performances, he is not interested at all, but what is the result of the painting competition, he was quite looking forward to, when he roughly drew a picture, do not know what level. Xie did not feel that he was able to prize, and only hoped to be able to appreciate the paintings of outstanding painters. I don't know how much time passed, all the talents from all the colleges came together before the repertoire was to begin. First, the host came on stage to make the opening speech. Xie was lowering his head to draw on his cell phone, who knew that a unanimous gasp suddenly erupted around him. Wow, too pretty, right, really like a princess. Goddess Yenyu, I declare you, a girl called out in excitement below. Hearing Yenyu, Xie first froze, then raised his head, and saw that not far from the center of the stage, stood a male and a female host. The girl was Yenyu. Today, she wore a burgundy strapless gown with a string of white pearls around her neck, appearing to have snow-white skin, a long neck, and long hair that was slightly curled and draped over her shoulders and behind her back. Wearing a big red bow on top of her head, her makeup was exquisite and colorful, the whole person looked like a beautiful and noble princess. The man beside him is also good-looking, tall and straight. And the two people seemed to have an inexplicable match. Xie suddenly felt a bit of an eyesore. He wanted to keep his head down and continue painting, but for some reason, he didn't want to miss the person on the stage who seemed to be glowing. The two said some opening remarks in a single word, then read out a list of performances, and then walked on. It wasn't until the figures disappeared behind the curtain that Xie came back to his senses. Faced with the loss of temper just now, he was a bit chagrined. He has a girlfriend, it's senior sister Yan Shui, what else was he thinking about? Maybe it's because she didn't come over to him after that night, and there was some unpleasantness between them that night, leaving some unresolved issues, that he put it on his mind so much. Xie tried to convince himself like this. Chapter 55 First Prize. Yenyu, you are so beautiful today. Although Chen Wei was standing upright and straight, his eyes kept looking diagonally. Yenyu could feel the other party's blazing line of sight without turning around. Frowning slightly, she spoke coldly, wearing such a beautiful dress is not for you to see. Chen Wei's eyes darkened for a moment, and was not repelled by her indifference, continued to stalking. How do you have such a big opinion of me, not just the last point you once, girls do not be so petty. Yenyu did not say anything. He said to himself, I just heard, there are a lot of people under the stage praised us as a good match. Yenyu then turned back, cold greasy glance at him, Chen Wei, do not be too much. Then the line of sight up and down glanced at him, eyes extremely disdainful, how and you like this also deserve an eye match. Yenyu, you. Well, it is my turn to read the words. Yenyu did not pay attention to Chen Wei's angry expression, turned around and walked out with an elegant pace, leaving Chen Wei alone in the same place looking at her back obsessively, even forgetting his anger. Inside the sinful stupidity. He just loved this icy clean and lofty look of hers, it was just a pity that someone had made her break the exception, which was bad. When he went on stage for the second time to read his words, his eyes quickly swept down the stage, but there were too many people and didn't take fine out. Instead, Xie kept watching him, and even at a distance, the man still gave him an uncomfortable feeling. This time Xie made sure that he wasn't sulking because of Yenyu's senior sister, but this person, like there was a wave of malice coming out of his smiling face, a very unreasonable feeling, but it just felt strange. Finally, the performance was over, and the last part of the program was to award some prizes for the competition. It was almost time for the painting competition. Yenyu's voice was gentle and had a nice tone. The next awards to be presented are the awards for the painting competition. First prize, Xie. Second prize, He Weiwei. Third prize, please ask the students whose names are read to come up to the stage to receive their awards. Xie was watching intently. When he heard his name, he was a bit incredulous. It wasn't until the reminders of other students came from around him that he got up like a dream and went to the front. Some of the students who had only heard his name, but had not seen others, suddenly looked toward the stage, whispering. He is Xia, looks okay, is a bit of mother, a boy so white? A boy so white? A bit of masculinity is not there. Most of these voices are from the boys. Then there are others. Hey, if he's really with Yen Shui, does he know Yen Yu? Sister Yen Yu and Yen Shui are twins, they wouldn't like this type too, right? Soon there were voices of denial. How could that be? Yen Yu is uniquely beautiful, it feels like she doesn't like anyone. Even if she did, she would prefer a more mature man, not a white boy like Xie-sun. Even if it was Yen Shui, most likely she was just fresh to him. Xie-sun could vaguely feel the lines of sight that followed him as he walked onto the stage, as well as the whispered voices of the people around him, but he stood straight and excluded all of these voices as he slowly walked towards the stage, his head held high and his pace firm. Because he knew that what they said was wrong, he just knew Yen Yu, and Yen Shui also knew Yen Yu liked him, and the schoolmate was now his girlfriend, knew or not, I don't know, it's just that over this week, their feelings were better. But these, he didn't need to explain to these people. But this feeling still had some dark pleasure in it. People obviously think the least of you, but you're the most competitive. His pace more and more determined, a moment of self-confidence on the body, the whole person is glowing light, with that handsome teenage face, in the stage light has a fatal temptation. Hey, you really don't say, how do I feel this Xie is quite handsome? Sister, you are not alone, I also feel that he is very good looking. Another new wave of voices emerged from the stage. And Xie-sun didn't even have time to pay attention to it, he stood up to the front of the stage, and a few other people. Today he is a simple white shirt with loose blue denim, like a handsome boy next door, there is a fresh flavor, and the other people stand together as if they are not a layer, there is a sense of high class. There are a lot of girls under the stage are looking infatuated. At this time, Yen Yu, who stood not far away after hosting, saw the situation under the stage, and then looked at the boy on the stage. She was in a position where she could only see his back, but he was also tall and good looking. Seeing her own teenager being watched by others, and may even like or even as dream material, she can't help but want to cut people. Without thinking, she directly walked up. Xinwei, who was staring at Xie, steeply realized that the person beside him had moved, looked back, frowned, and whispered, Yen Yu, it's not time for you to make an appearance. But the other party ignored him and went straight ahead. The mood became even more gloomy. The staff member on the other side who was unwrapping the award saw the beauty school sister walking over, her heartbeat was about to miss a beat. School sister, is there something wrong? Yen Yu handed her the microphone and only smiled faintly, please hold it for me, I will just award this to him. The award doesn't need to be given by a teacher, it's just given by these student council staff, it's replaceable. That person, despite being a girl, was also mesmerized by Yen Yu's smile. Yen Yu's beauty had already reached a level where she could cut off men as well as women. And the people under the stage all looked curious when they saw that Sister Yen Yu actually took the initiative to take the award and walk towards those in the center of the stage. It was reasonable to say that the host didn't need to do this job. Or rather, the crowd had a vague guess in the bottom of their hearts and couldn't believe it. Until Yen Yu personally handed Xie-sun the award and the $3,000 bonus card. The people on the stage and the few second and third place winners around them all exploded. How come they didn't know that there was a school flower girl giving the award for the first prize? Schoolmate, congratulations. Yen Yu's face with extremely beautiful makeup slowly revealed a smile, and that call a schoolmate was really nice to the extreme, making the people next to her envious and then jealous. Xie completely did not expect Yen Yu to give herself an award, and just now when he received the prize medal, she actually secretly touched her hand. That slow rubbing sensation tickled one's heart, especially in front of the eyes of the people on stage. His face flushed red and his eyes dodged, thanks. Around the other few. The goddess gave him an award and all he said was thank you? He didn't say a few more words? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to say anything more. Xie-sun next to the side of a boy slightly probed the head, mood a little excited said. But the goddess just gave him a faint look and gave him a coldum. Nonetheless, this was enough for him to brag to his brothers for a long time. Yen Yu left after awarding the prize, and when she missed Xie-sun's side, she said in a small but quick voice, 11 o'clock, see you in classroom 203. A faint scent drifted past, and Xie-sun drifted slightly out of focus. Chapter 56. Once the expectation was defeated by the reality. The 3-hour performance ended on time, the students of various colleges exited in an orderly manner, surrounded by noisy people. Xie was distracted. Xie-sun, congratulations on the award. Wang Xiaoyang squeezed over from another place and said with a smile. Xie-sun looked back at him and said thank you. Recently, this guy has been saying hello to himself when he has something to do, and it seems like he wants to get on good terms with him. The guy wasn't bad looking, inch-haired, a bit gangly, the type of tough guy that girls would normally like. Seeing that Xie was finally not that cold-faced towards him, Wang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Approaching goddess Yen Shui, Xie should be a good breakthrough. In fact, he preferred Yen Shui's type of goddess to Yen Yu's mild and rejecting but excellent in every way. At the beginning of the school year, he was hit by Yen Yu's face value, but unfortunately, the other party's character is not very attractive to him. If he is a little more open and uninhibited, it would be good. I did not expect that Yen Shui appeared in the back. The two goddesses are actually twins, so top beautiful people actually have two. Wang Xiang felt that this must be God's reward for himself. Otherwise, how to explain what came when he just thought of something? Isn't this fiction shining into reality, heavenly good fortune? Wang Xiang has been waiting for a chance encounter. Who knows that the goddess Yen Shui did not come to the school at all since that appearance, and the second time he just missed it. The third time he appeared even with Xie, it feels like the sky has collapsed. Xie does not speak. He took the initiative again. You are not, and Yen Yu's sister is also very familiar. Just now she actually personally give you the award. She is the former president of the student union. By the way, have you joined the student union yet? He had so many questions. Xie felt a little noisy. Seeing that his question attracted the gazes of other people in the neighborhood, Xie quickly replied, not very familiar. I don't know why she did that. I didn't enter the student council either. After saying that, he squeezed into a gap, and someone quickly proceeded to block it, not giving Wang Xiang a chance to flatter him. Xie knew that he recently did so because he and his sister close. The thought of his girlfriend was coveted by others, but also want to achieve a certain purpose through himself. The more he did not want to care about this Wang Xiang. In the past, he had also fantasized that he could have good brothers and friends in college, eat together and soak in the library together, but unfortunately, the idea is very beautiful and the reality is very cruel. Here everyone's family conditions are not bad. No one can look at a poor boy from a poor countryside. The first week he has already experienced that unbearable blank stares and stares. Now he was in the spotlight for some reason, becoming the tip of the wind, the existence that everyone wanted to know, but Xie hated this purposeful approach. After shaking off Wang Xiang, Xie began to worry about another thing, which was Yen Yu's words to him on the stage, 11 o'clock, classroom 203. It was now 10:55, so it was estimated that there were still 2 to 3 minutes before they could leave the doors of this auditorium based on the flow of people. When she said classroom 203, she didn't specify which building, so it should be this building. Reason told him not to go. Yen Yu most likely looking for him is not good, likely to make a move on him again. He now has a girlfriend, should be to avoid suspicion, should also be guarded like a jade. But there was another voice in his head that told him to go. That night she left like that, there must be anger in her heart. What he said made her think of something bad. He should have to go and apologize. After all, Yen Shui was his girlfriend, and wasn't Yen Yu his sister. Two voices pulled at him, and by the time Xie reacted he had already gone out and turned into the stairwell. Looking at the stairway, he couldn't help but clench his certificate and let out a soft breath. It's just a matter of going, just go. The big deal is to show the cards. He is her sister's man. Xie looked at his cell phone. It was already 11 o'clock, his heart tightened. Without much thinking hurried up the stairs and quickly found 203. It says Student Council President Office. Not the classroom? Xie hesitated in front of the door, but suddenly thought of Wang Xiaoyang's words, Yen Yu is the Student Council President. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing Yen Yu's unbelievably beautiful face. Seek, you are 4 minutes overtime. Her tone was slightly dissatisfied, and her lips with colorful lipstick were slightly pouting. Xie just wanted to explain, who knew that he was pulled in. Snapping the door shut, Yen Yu directly pressed him against the wall and her body pressed over. Warmth and softness and fragrant kisses were closing in. Xie did not expect her to be so direct without asking anything this time, and could only raise his head in a hurry as his red lips were sent up, and then the soft and moist lips coincidentally landed on the knot of his throat. A tingling sensation immediately spread from the contact surface. Yen Yu froze, did not expect that the teenager this time, but clearly avoided himself. Thinking of what flashed a trace of annoyance in her heart, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit on the teenager's white skin. Xie ate the pain, suddenly forced to push away the person in front of him, and Yen Yu sensed his movements and let go of his mouth, at the same time steadily holding the teenager's wrist. The first prize certificate snapped and fell to the floor, the sound seemingly abrupt in the quiet room. Xie couldn't break free, his eyes reddened with pain when he looked down. Can you not always be like this? Obviously very angry, but the voice with a hint of hoarse, to the good sound of the teenage voice added a trace of a different flavor. Eyes red and still with water vapor look so pitiful, let to want to pull into the arms of good care, and then ruthlessly bully. Yen Yu's beautiful glazed pupils flashed, or gave up that idea. Sorry, I miss you too much. Worried about annoying the teenager again, so softened his voice, a week without seeing, you do not want me? Sias thought of the week that he did not see, he thought many times that night she was not angry, indeed thought, just came also wanted to apologize to her, but after just the thing, he did not want to say. Do not want to. You let go of me. He said stiffly, with the struggle of the wrist, but unfortunately how to break free. Sias couldn't even understand, obviously the woman's wrist was even slimmer than his, why was it so strong? Yenyu sighed, if you answer what I will let you go, now cannot let go. Xia was even more exasperated, did you let me come here just to make a move on me? But his slightly red face but an ears made his words not much convincing. Then you guessed and still came over, doesn't that mean you're already prepared? Yenyu admired his vivid appearance, and although she was dissatisfied that he was resisting herself so much, she was in a good mood. I didn't think so. Xia tilted his head to the side. Originally, he wanted to tell about his relationship with Yen Shui, but now in this situation, he was afraid that if she knew about it, it would be even more difficult for him to walk out of this office properly today. Chapter 57 Gathering Together in a Room. However, Yenyu did not know whether she had seen through what was in his heart or sensed something, staring at his eyes. Xia, is there something you are hiding from me? Xia's heart jumped, but his face did not show any unusual emotions. I can have what can hide from you. I can't hide anything from you. Xia did not expect her to just let it go, a little stunned. The next moment, the woman actually took the initiative to let go of him, instead of gently hugging, searching, I am sorry, I do not want to force you, if you also like me how good it is, do not reject me how good it is. At this moment, she simply does not look like her. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that I have a good understanding of what I'm doing and what I'm doing. Xia's waist was gently embraced by her, such gentleness made his spine stiffen slightly, his hands felt like they were fixed by something, he wanted to push away, but he was a bit intolerant. If I don't take the initiative and don't force it, you will only get farther and farther away from me, so don't hate me, okay? Xia actually eats softness but not hardness, if the other party uses a strong stance towards him, he will rebel and loathe it, but when he pleads softly like this, he will soften his heart. And Yenyu's words were all sincere, she really had no choice. There was nothing she wanted before, but why was it so hard to want someone's heart? Thought it would be good to keep him prisoner, but the other party is a person not an object, besides, her little guy is a person with strong self-esteem, looking at the mute look of his eyes with no light in them, it's not what she wants. She didn't want to turn him into that taut kite, where the strings would break if they were tightened too much, and the result would be that the kite would be out of control and gone forever. A proper loosening of the grip would have an unexpected effect. I don't hate you. Xia's voice came out low, a little exasperated, to herself. Obviously she did that to herself before, should have hated, but couldn't. Not only that, but he couldn't see such an excellent her showing this kind of appearance. But Yenyu, you know, I have a favorite person, that person she is Xia did not expect Yenyu to surprise him when he relaxed, the next words were blocked in his throat. His eyes widened with the anger of being deceived, only to see Yenyu's lightly fluttering eyelashes like butterfly wings seem to be stained with some droplets of water, falling with the gentle trembling, dripping on his nose, slightly cool. Xia jolted. The force on his mouth was not heavy, warm and soft licking, cherry-sweet fragrance flowing between his mouth and mouth. Xia's attention was not there, still staring at the woman's tears, unbelievable. She was crying? How is it possible? Isn't he the one who should be crying? The anger that filled his heart was pressed to pause just like that, and doubt and slight heartache filled his heart, leaving Xia at a loss for words. This was the first time he had seen her shed tears, seen her reveal her vulnerability. But why? Clearly he had said he didn't hate her. Is it because he said he doesn't like her? In the quiet private office, the beautiful girl pressed the boy half a head taller than her against the wall and kissed him, tenderly and lovingly, while the boy was lost in thought, thinking about what the girl's tears were for. But suddenly, a knock on the door broke the beautiful picture. Xia suddenly woke up, slightly forcefully pushed away from the person in front of him, this time to absorb the previous mistake's operation, hands are placed on each other's shoulders. Yenyu was pushed away, a dark color flashed in her eyes, but it was well hidden, vulnerability reoccupied her eyes and looked at the teenager. Xia's heart was slightly flustered by her eyes, and he jumped away from the line of sight for a moment. Seeing this, Yenyu only slightly hooked the corner of her lips, her mood better. To the door, who is it? The eyes brought a hint of coldness again. It was all because this person had disturbed himself. But the other party did not say anything, still banging and knocking twice. This time Yenyu realized that it was not quite right. Who? Asked again. However, the other party still did not speak, this time even changed from a sharp knock to a tap, looking extremely impatient. Whoever knocked on her door at school was careful and extremely polite, they wouldn't knock so loudly, nor would they keep quiet. It was obvious that it wasn't those who came to her for business, and it couldn't be someone from the school. No, it could also be that person. Siase also realized that something was wrong. I don't know if it was weakness or something else. All of a sudden the thoughts were the same as Yenyu. The face that was just red and warm all of a sudden turned pale. If the person outside the door was Yen Shui, then seeing himself here, would he misunderstand? Thinking deeper, if it was her, suddenly coming to the school and still coming directly to 203, still so angry, did she know something? Will she blame Yenyu or will she blame him? Siase's brain at this time is blank, a time actually do not know what to do, stood frozen, the heart is incomparably regret the decision to listen to the words of Yenyu to come here. And at this time the person outside the door, really is Yen Shui. That what mysterious personer suddenly called her again, saying that Yenyu and Siasen are in some office, not directly stating what they are doing, but the words are straight to that kind of thing. Yen Shui of course believed Siasen, but did not believe Yenyu. That person dared to force Siasen the first time, he dared to force him the second time, other times she could not find the opportunity to do it, so she picked that kind of time when she was not there. Nonetheless, she still has some doubts about the authenticity of this matter, and feels that it is that are lying. Recently, she had just followed those numbers of his LD to summarize a piece of information, and was close to locking out his range. Perhaps her also sensed this, and made such things to trip up her mind, slow down the process, and then good to withdraw. Moreover, today's performance was held in full view of the public. How could Yenyu take Siase away, unless he volunteered? But how could that be possible? She already had everything that could threaten Siasen on her side. But still did not dare to bet. At this moment, knocking for so long the other party did not open the door, Yen Xia finally got impatient. It is me, Yen Shui, looking for you some things. Snapping the door open, Yenyu appeared with a gentle face. I will call the police if you speak later. Yen Shui swept a glance at her makeup wear, it was all perfect. Only then did her line of sight fall to the interface of the cell phone in her hand. The keypad displayed 110, indeed, it had just been entered and had not yet had time to be cancelled. Yen Shui pushed away from her into the office. The office is not big, only 4 or 5 square meters. The left front a desk, the right side of a sofa and a coffee table, the window placed green and a few pots of flowers. A glance to the head and there is no second person. Yenyu was pushed a mild disguise. Some cannot go on. Hey, you do not seem to have something. How like looking for people? What, will not think that Siasen in my place, right? Do you suspect him? Scanning a circle, did not see people. Yen Shui, heart relieved, turned back to Yenyu, pulled his lips. I will not suspect my boyfriend. Yenyu's face flushed. What did you say? Yen Shui, you don't know it yet. I accepted Siasen, now we are boyfriend and girlfriend. At this time, Siasen, who was hiding under the desk, for some reason, suddenly shivered. Chapter 58, a scary moment. Male and female friend? Yenyu raised her eyebrows and let out a disdainful light laugh. Yen Shui's lips slowly lowered, cold voice. What are you laughing at? Yenyu shook her head, indifferent, nothing, just wondering. Do you like him? Or the face? Yenyu's beautiful glazed eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. Since you were a child, how many beautiful things have you collected? Leaves, stray cats. Is your fondness for him the same as your fondness for these things? At those words, Yen Shui was slightly stunned. Among Siasie and his handsome face, she could already choose Siasie as an answer without hesitation, because the face is what Siasie carries, no contradiction. But the second sentence still stumped her. Which is her favorite? But quickly reacted to the fact that he was actually thinking seriously about the question asked by Yenyu, suddenly unhappy frowned. This is none of your business, anyway, you just need to know that we are together, don't move other thoughts. Yenyu, however, coldly grunted, the tone of light, even if it is moved and what can be done. You even to him as which kind of like cannot figure out, what is the basis of and he together, you do not deserve his like, Hollister France, also do not deserve to be together with him. Yen Shui rolled his eyes, do you deserve it, you do not even have his like it, even if I'm not clear, but we compared, how the more you do not deserve. Well, since he's not here, I won't waste any more time. Yen Shui turned around and wanted to leave. Yenyu's eyes sank, and when she was about to step out of the door, she did not slow down and said, don't what if Xie Shui is really here? Said sure turned around, and walked towards the direction of the desk. This sentence managed to stop Yen Shui's hurried steps. At the same time, Xia Sun's already thumping heart was about to jump into his throat. At the bottom of the narrow desk, he almost fainted from a heart attack. Was Yenyu trying to expose him? It was also true that he had lied to her when she asked if there was anything he was hiding from her, this would have been extremely angry, although it was said that she was acting calmly. If that was the case, he had cooperated with her the entire time by keeping quiet and voluntarily hiding here, even if he told Yin Shui at that time that he was forced to do so, how it was not convincing. By that time, their relationship, which had not been progressing easily, would inevitably develop a rift. Moreover, Yin Shui, to his own like is which can hesitate, should not believe him right. Xia just heard the words that say not sad is false. After all, a week of intimacy together, the school sister to him all kinds of good to make him almost forget that in this relationship, he is the one who is at the bottom of the situation. And at this time he should have been angry at Yen Yu's behavior, not she herself would not be in this situation today. But despite knowing that the culprit was her, Xia couldn't be angry with her at all. Whether it was the thought of the teardrops staining her eyelashes, or the heavy words Yin Shui had just said about her not being liked by herself, Xia heart was a little complicated, and a little hard to bear. Yen Yu is sick as a person, will also be difficult, will cry, because of him? She was so beautiful, like the bright moon, although there is light but not warm, through the faint light, in the eyes of the crowd of such a goddess will also be for him in tears, Xia heart how can not touch? In his opinion, it is not that they are not worthy, but that they are not worthy of them. Hearing Yen Yu's footsteps approaching this way, Xia couldn't help but breathe a few points heavier, but he was worried about being exposed and carefully controlled it to look hard. Although it was only a matter of time before he was discovered, a second to delay was a second. What do you mean? Yen Shui turned back, her face ugly. Staring at Yen Yu who was walking towards her desk, she glanced at the desk and said suspiciously, "Could he still hide under your desk? This place is just they're barely able to hide." When these words came out, Xia shivered. How could he guess so accurately? He could already foresee what kind of Ashura would come next. Yen Shui may believe in him, but she definitely won't look at him the same way as before, and the relationship between the two sisters will become worse because of him. However, Xia, who had already thought of all the worst outcomes, never thought that Yen Yu had not exposed him. But it wasn't. Only to see a pair of beautiful red high-heeled shoes reflected in front of the eyes, up some his slender white ankles, and then the burgundy dress skirt, decorated with a layer of exquisite lace, as walking over with a fragrant wind. Yen Yu had already walked to the desk here. Xia raised his head and was about to come out. Rather than letting her lead Yen Shui to see, it would be better to go out on his own and be a little more decent. But only to move, Yen Yu raised his knee against his head, good-sounding voice slightly teasing sounded, "Do you think it is possible?" This is back to what Yen Shui just said. Said also lowered his head to look down, just with Xia line of sight, the corner of the mouth hooked a smile like a smile arc. Then pull open the chair to sit down, lazy back leaning, hands clasped chest, looking across the street. Xia silently shrunk back when she pulled the chair, bent over and hugged his knees, sitting in the small space under the table, nervously swallowing his saliva, but in his heart, he was vaguely relieved. Yen Yu did not look like she wanted to expose him. Rather, it was like an angry punishment. Letting him suffer some pain. From both the spirit and the flesh. Yen Shui stood in place for a long time without moving, looking at Yen Yu's relaxed and easygoing appearance, her brows tightened. "I don't have the time to spend with you idly." She also didn't seem to think that Xia would hide there. After all, the table is quite small. Moreover, if Xia is there, why didn't he make a sound early in the morning? In fact, since a glance did not see Xia in the time, she more inclined to a possibility, are in lying. First, don't rush to go. That mysterious person's matter. How is the investigation? Yen Shui footsteps again, this time directly walked over. How do you know the mystery man? Yen Shui narrowed her eyes and looked at Yen Yu. Although she let some people investigate this matter, she did not mention anyone, let alone the person who crowned the word mysterious. Yen Yu, I naturally have my ways. I also know that he's looking for you to deal with me. Why don't you agree? Didn't you think that the person who caused your car accident was me? Hearing these words, Yen Shui angrily glares at her. Do you think I will be as heartless as you? Even if I have to deal with you, I will still find the evidence with my own hands and send you in. Yen Yu said with some disappointment, I thought you hated me so much that you would hate to let me die in the same way. Being killed by the closest person or something, Yen Yu thought, thinking about it gave her a feeling of her blood boiling. Xia under the table saw all of Yen Yu's reaction in his eyes, suddenly feeling that her previous behavior towards herself with all those imprisonments and whatnot, seemed quite normal now. After all, how her words sounded even crazier now. Which person would regret that the other party didn't want to kill them? Yen Shui didn't say anything, wondering what she was mad about again. Yen Yu looked at her eyes and suddenly laughed. Sister, so it seems like you are the more normal one, but why do you have to fight and brawl and not study well since you were young? If you behaved better, Mom wouldn't keep her eyes on me and I might be able to live an easier life. Chapter 59, Still Not Leaving, Still Want to Kiss? As Xia listened to these words of Yan Yu's with a bit of a grudge, a thought steeply arose in her heart. Could the discord between their sisters be related to this? In the recording, Sister Yan Yu was suspected of ordering other people to do something to hurt Sister Yan Shui, and even she was very disliked by her, because of that mother in the words, the mothers of the sisters. Before he was curious to use his cell phone to check the information of the Yin family has always been the richest position from the old generation, but then the old man's physical reasons for the decline, until the emergence of the schoolmate's father, the Yin family to bring a new layer of heights. In fact, the sisters are with their mother's name, the father is a son-in-law into the Yin family, he and the sister's mother Yin Jinjin love at first sight, and soon fell in love into marriage. Although Yin Jinjin is the daughter of the richest man in the world, she doesn't have the slightest bit of mistemper, she is kind and gentle, a gentlewoman, and it is reasonable to say that she wouldn't have raised her daughter to be so crazy. Xia felt that there might be some unknown secret in this. Yan Shui frowned. You less backtracking there, obviously mom likes you more, that's why she doesn't care how I am. Both are equally mom's daughters, but you get more of mom's attention, in that case, why should I listen? Yan Shui finished. This time she directly turned towards the door, about to go out when Yan Yu's voice rang out again. I did find someone to try to teach you a lesson before, but the car accident really wasn't my doing. Her tone was much more serious. I'm not saying this to you to excuse myself, I just don't want to let that disgusting person who was spying on me behind my back get away with it for too long. Yan Shui's footsteps lurched, and did not turn around, silent for a moment, before emotionless said, At the moment it is only locked to general range, I am about to send people to check. Subsequently, slightly turned his head sideways, his tone slightly slowed down, I repeat, CSN is now my person. If you still consider me your sister, don't hit on him. There was a warning in these words, but it was more of a helplessness and a request, just that her slightly cold tone couldn't be heard more. After saying that, she opened the door and closed it, and left. The office regained its silence, almost as if you could hear a pin drop, and then a sharp gasp broke the silence. Xia Sun was oppressively uncomfortable inside, learning. Sister Yenyu, can you move over? Yenyu was only then brought back to her thoughts by his voice, slightly tightening her fingers, her eyes retracted from the direction of the door but did not move out of the way, she slightly lowered her head and looked down at the teenager under the table. At this moment, a white face suffocated red, the end of his eyes dense with water vapor, the corner of his mouth is still stained with his own lipstick, closed because of the panic of just hiding rubbed a little ash, became wrinkled, as if he had been bullied. Yenyu ignored the name he just called, said, You seriously answer me a few questions I will get out of the way. Xia hard to tilt his head, so as to see her complexion, at this time Yenyu rarely serious. With such an expressionless face, her delicate features made her look extremely cold, only her eyes were filled with a hint of melancholy and faint sadness, making Xia slightly panicked about her next question. It wasn't that he hadn't heard what senior sister Yin Shui had just said when she left, in fact, it was also what he had wanted to say before he came here, but he hadn't been able to open his mouth. What would she ask? Well, Xia felt like he was having some difficulty vocalizing. Yenyu slightly tilted her body over to get closer to him. Seek, do you really not like me, even if it's just a little bit, or moved your heart? Her eyes were always locked on his eyes, her eyes were like the deep sea, thirsting for an answer, not letting go of any subtle changes in her emotions. Xia's hand on his side tightened violently, ignoring the rapid heartbeat, removing the original blush, face as usual, no, never. He said clearly and firmly, his voice penetrated a teenage boyishness and determination, I like. Only Yan Shui's senior sister. Really? Really? Not lying? No. Question after question, Xia responded freely, but only he himself knew how fast his heart was beating. If she suddenly reached for his heart, his lie would be broken. But no. Yenyu's gaze swept back and forth over Xia's frank and calm eyes, and finally just smiled gently, with a hint of faint sadness mixed into her smile. Xia, this is the last time I will call you this. She sat up straight and then stood up, pulling her chair back as if to draw a clear line of demarcation between herself and him. You come out. Xia watched in a daze as she backed away a bit, still not quite believing that she let herself go just like that, an empty feeling in his heart. Slowly moved out from under the table, because squatting for too long his waist was a little sore, his hands and feet were numb, almost fell. Then I heard Yenyu's somewhat light mocking voice, I didn't even realize that you didn't even call me a senior sister when you saw me this time. Even this title has been hijacked by her? You really listen to her words, there is really some jealousy. Xia held onto the table trembling slightly to stand still, looking towards Yenyu who treated herself with a slightly distant attitude in front of him, listening to these words of hers, his heart felt like it was blocked with a layer of cotton, smothered and uncomfortable. Indeed, he promised Yin Shui that the title of senior sister could only be called her. I'm sorry, Xia Shui mumbled and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yen Yu. Your certificate is in the drawer, take it and go. Otherwise I will be backtracking again later. She turned her back as if she had made some sort of determination. Xia's son looked at her slender and beautiful back and suddenly felt that he didn't seem to fully understand her. He had thought that she was a beautiful madwoman who was good at disguising herself, but he had no idea that she would still take into account the last words that Yen Shui had said when she left. Xia's fingers unconsciously scratched across the desktop, wanting to grab onto something, but only air flowed past his fingertips, and his heart couldn't help but surge with an unspeakable complexity. He took the certificate in his hand and whispered, I'm leaving then. HM. A slightly cold voice came over. Xia became even more uncomfortable. Xia decided to apologize before he left, that, Sister Yenyu, I still want to say that if I had upset you in any way that night, I want to say sorry to you. Yenyu didn't even take the teenager's apology in, desperately holding back her desire to possess him and let him go, but she didn't expect him to be so abrasive. Couldn't help but sigh, didn't I tell you I wouldn't be able to resist backtracking? Before Xia could react to what she said, the woman once again turned around to hold the frozen man in her arms, pressed her head, and kissed him again. This time, without waiting for Xia to push her away, Yenyu released herself. Looking at the boy who covered his mouth and stared at her incredulously, his lips hooked in a satisfied arc, still not leaving, still want to kiss? Suddenly, Xia's face exploded red, turned around and left the office as if he had fled. As for Yenyu, after Xia left, her eyes revealed a hint of vulnerability for the first time. Slowly touching her lips, the temperature and flavor of the teenager seemed to remain on them. Chapter 60 Hickey. Xia walked out quickly, his heart beating wildly. His mind was filled with images of Yenyu forcefully and passionately kissing him. Obviously he shouldn't think about it, obviously he should be angry, but his heart is vaguely leaping, even enjoying this feeling. Xia's footsteps were even faster, wanting to hurry to escape from Yenyu's influence on him. This was a mistake. Even if there were any thoughts now, they had to be extinguished. Walking too fast, not realizing that there was someone around the corner, Xia almost bumped into the other person. It's that male host who hosted the repertoire with Yenyu before, seems to be called Chenwei. I'm sorry. Xia took a step back and apologized before sidestepping around. When she thought of the image of this person standing together with Yenyu, Xia was vaguely uncomfortable, so she didn't want to have any interactions with this person. Chenwei swept over Xia's back that covered his mouth and left in a hurry. A hint of darkness flashed in the bottom of his eyes, thought for a moment, turned around, and followed. Xia came to the toilet, wanting to flush out the taste of the cherry-flavored lipstick in his mouth, and wash his face in the meantime, washing away the ambiguous feeling. Stuck the certificate on the edge of the window, did not dare to take a look at the mirror that looks like a fever like himself, quickly turned on the faucet, stooped down to the hands to cupped the water and poured it on the face, until the temperature fell down before stopping. Then rinsed his mouth, and waited until the sweet smell all dissipated from the mouth, only the tap water that slightly cool flavor, only hands holding the sink, not light and not heavy breathing. Your name is Xia, right? A gentle voice sounded from behind. Xia turned around and saw that Chenwei was holding his certificate and flipping through it, painting Major Class 2051, first prize, quite excellent. Xia was a bit dissatisfied that he was messing with his things, but he was kind and didn't do anything, so he held back that little bit of dissatisfaction in his heart. There are quite a lot of people who are better than me, I still need to continue to work hard. Shen Senior, you look for me, things have something to do? Xia politely asked. Apologize again for what just happened, just now really sorry, almost bumped into you. He had a manly intuition that Chenwei was here to find himself. Because he wouldn't mess with his own things if he was going to the bathroom, but he didn't rule out that he was like this. Chenwei smiled and put the certificate back in its place. Not just now, I just wanted to get to know you. He put his hands in his pockets and raised his chin. What's wrong with you? Face so red? The embarrassment in Xia's eyes flashed, and he lightly coughed. Nothing, it was too hot. However, when he turned around, Chenwei's eyes saw the red marks on his throat, his eyes darkened, and quickly returned to normal. Your neck? He asked with his eyes taboo. The fingers in the pocket pinched the fabric fiercely, as if it was pinched on Xia's neck. Surprisingly, how can? Xia steeply thought of something, turned to look at the mirror, and sure enough, there is a clear lipstick mark at the knot of the throat. Just now did not think about it. Even more embarrassed, hurriedly scrubbed with water, just lipstick is gone, but his skin is still red, think it was bitten out a little mark. Chenwei, I actually saw you go into Yenyu's office, did you guys know each other a long time ago? Your relationship. It seems to be quite extraordinary. Xie Sun's gaze at himself in the mirror paused slightly and moved to the person standing next to him. His expression hadn't changed much, but it always felt like he was angry. Could it be that he likes Yin Yu? It's also true that many boys in this school just don't dislike her. Xie Se also felt normal, turned the faucet off and turned around. You should have misunderstood. I have only met Yin Yu's sister a few times, just ordinary friends. However, after saying that he had no way to explain the mess he just made and that lipstick, he could only not explain. But he himself didn't have the obligation to explain too much. Xie Sun took his own things and smiled politely. Then, senior, I'll leave first. Chen Wei did not say anything, nodded. My name is Chen Wei. I am the president of the student union. If you want to enter the student union in the future, you can come to me. No need to interview. I can arrange for you to go in the department that you want to go to, and you can add credits. He was like a senior, speaking very gently. Xie Sen's heart suddenly a little guilty. Self-doubt just hard to his opinion is not a little big. But then he thought of something and said, isn't the president of the student council Ms. Yin Yu? Chen Wei, that was before. More than a month ago she voluntarily resigned from the position, and now I'm in charge. Oh. Xie nodded in slight contemplation. More than a month ago couldn't be the time when she was imprisoned. No wonder it was said how she had so much time to stay by his side. She actually resigned such an important position specifically because of him. The complex feelings in her heart surged up again. Xie Se hurriedly spoke to divert. Thank you, senior. No need. If I want to enter, will go to the interview by myself. Should not engage in special treatment, otherwise it is unfair to other students. After saying this, he politely nodded and turned to go. Waiting for him to completely leave, Chen Wei's face has been completely black as ink, his palms pinched and clicked. At this time on the other side, Yan Shui came out and was going to find Xie Sun. Having come all the way here, naturally, she had to go see him before leaving. Xie doesn't live in the school, and after lunch, he would usually go to the next classroom to study. Yan Shui knew Xie Sun's schedule and classroom like the back of her hand and would usually send someone to bring him a meal. Because Xie doesn't refuse to spend her money anymore, but he can't afford to use it, and every time he eats something, it's the cheapest kind, so Yan Shui directly has someone buy it for him, and Xie has no choice but to eat it. Now this time should be in the dinner. Yan Shui was in a good mood and walked towards Xie Sun's classroom. But when he arrived at the classroom, it was empty, not a single person. The time now was indeed lunchtime, no one was normal, but how could Xie Sun not be there? Could it be that the people he arranged for didn't deliver the food in time, so Xie Sun ran to the cafeteria by himself? But didn't he tell him to just wait in the classroom and leave the food to the people below? Or is it that the food delivery person was not in time today and Xie Sun was too hungry to go to the cafeteria by himself? If that was the case, and let Xie Sun eat the cheapest meal, Yan Shui felt like she would go crazy. Calling that person on the fly, she just wanted to start cursing, but the other person innocently said that she couldn't find Xie, so Yan Shui reluctantly didn't fire him. As he was rambling on about where Xie went, and was about to think on Yin Yu, Xie appeared at the door. He had already seen Yan Shui and was hesitant to go in, but the other party turned around and locked onto him. Xie Sun, where did you go? Chapter 61 The Punishment Game. Xie Sun has been remembering the marks on his neck, and his heart is weak. I came out of the auditorium and went to the toilet in the nearby teaching building. Yan Shui's anger slowly dissipated, and she walked over in a graceful manner and said half-jokingly, so long? It can't be constipation, right? Xie slightly hung his head, not at all. In fact, it is trying to cover the bottom of the throat knot. However, his skin was too white, and that little mark was obvious. Yan Shui's face rose up the smile then slightly stiff, staring at his neck, the tone began to sink a timbre. Neck how, don't not be mosquito bites it. She pulled him closer at once, hooked his hands on Xie's neck, eye waves flow, very ambiguous, however, the eyes of the bottom of the eyes with a hint of sharpness. Xie was so nervous that his palms were sweating, and he tried to maintain his composure. Not mosquitoes, the floor of the toilet was just mopped and a little slippery, and when he came out, he accidentally slipped and fell, and his neck was knocked by the door handle. Simply lie without a draft. Xie's heart panicked a batch. If not for the time in captivity in order to please Yin Yu had to pretend to be good, is considered to have honed the acting skills. I am afraid that at this time will be exposed to the cloven foot. Yan Shui did not see any panic on the teenager's face, and said suspiciously, really? Wasn't it because it was in Yin Yu's office? Xie's heart fluttered, nearly revealing himself. However, he still tensed his expression and slightly revealed a puzzled look. Yin Yu's office? How come? I don't even know where it is. Then as if he thought of something, his face turned slightly white. Do you suspect that I am like this because of her? You suspect me? Innocent eyes are full of hurt. Not waiting for him to play more acting skills, Yen Shui barred his lips. I didn't suspect, I just asked you. If you say it's not, it's not. She was also affected by what just happened. Xia Xia was blinded by her kiss for a moment, and his heart was relieved, but he thought of the classroom's surveillance, and the heart that had been put down was tightened again, and he lightly covered his mouth. Don't, there is surveillance. Just now will not be photographed, right? Yen Shui glanced in the direction of the surveillance, did not so called, do not worry, later I will go to let them delete this paragraph. But? Can it? Xia Xia asked a stupid question as an afterthought. But Yen Shui still answered him seriously, of course it's possible, the Yen family has donated several buildings and laboratories to this university, deleting the content of a surveillance is as simple as breathing. By the way, her eyes slowly moved down to his neck, with a hint of heartache in her eyes. Does your neck still hurt? Then narrowed his eyes. Which door is that door? I will have someone go and tear it down. Xia Xia said with some tears and laughter. No, it was my carelessness, I don't blame it. The main thing is that there is no such door at all. The conversation between the two suddenly became somewhat childish. Yen Shui heard it, but sank her face, unhappy, slightly raised her head, closed her eyes. You made my heart ache, punish you for kissing me, now immediately and quickly. Xia Xia slightly lowered his head and looked at the woman, close to the face, exquisite features that people cannot move their eyes. Her skin was delicate and fair, her eyelashes were curved, her nose was straight and beautiful, and her red and full lips were so tantalizing that people couldn't help but want to taste them. Xia Xia had just been forced at Yen Yu's place, but at Yen Shui's place, even though he was ordered, he was given the opportunity to take the initiative, and this feeling satisfied his heart to a certain extent. Xia Xia wanted to savor the tantalizing red lips close at hand, but he was also aware of the circumstances he was in. The cheeks that had just recovered their whiteness slowly climbed back to a thin red, his eyes slightly dodged, and he shyly said, Go back and punish again, okay? This is a classroom, it would be bad if someone came in. Just kiss, Yen Shui voice coaxing, Imperial sister deep low soft, teasing the heart, very quickly. Xia Xia is still not moving, her eyes slightly opened a slit, hucked lips threatened, go back to the punishment again, not a kiss so simple oh, by then it may be 100, it may be, eat you. Warm breath blowing on the chin, itchy, but triggered people unlimited reverie. The word eat makes Xie Sun's body tense, his heartbeat a few minutes faster, and his ears even redder. Don't, I'll kiss now. Shyly said a word. Slightly turned back is the door, what sound is not quiet, but the corner of the classroom has a surveillance. Xia Xia, but monitoring. I will deal with it. Yen Shui patiently re-said. She just wanted to ask for a kiss from the teenager anytime, anywhere, or to ask him to take the initiative to kiss himself. In fact, there is another reason for eagerly asking for a kiss, because her heart is vaguely insecure. How did Yen Yu know so clearly about the mysterious person? This she only told Xie Shui. There is no other explanation except that he told her. If it was in the past, or even a week ago, Yen Shui would definitely be angry. This was equivalent to a betrayal. But now, after only a week together, Yen Shui already had a deeper emotion towards Xie Sun, and didn't even want to reveal this possible betrayal. Only when she was kissed could she intuitively feel affection and love, and feel that Xie Sun was single-mindedly fond of herself. Xie Sun also has a longing in his heart, and after hearing her assurance, he still compromised, slightly lowered his head, and kissed the tantalizing lips. Just touched and was busy leaving, for fear of someone. But Yen Shui was prepared, and pressed the back of his head with one hand when he retreated, and the soft lips pursued and turned into the initiative. It's not enough to feel it. Yen Shui heavy pressure, this time nearly kissed the teenager dizzy, sweetness entwined with each other. The kiss eventually ended with Xia Sun stumbling. He took a step back, roughly panting, eyes full of grief. You lied, clearly said only a kiss. The teenage voice was colored with an ambiguous trill, making people want to bully even more. Yen Shui watched him retreat, but his mood was extremely good, the inner uneasiness was smoothed out, because the other party's heartbeat was superb. Yen Shui shrugged her shoulders, helpless, then fine, I was wrong, in exchange I was punished, when I go back I will let you kiss back. The exquisite and incomparable voluptuous face said this rogue words, but with a different kind of charm. Xia Sun faced shame, in fact, the body and mind have been unusually satisfied. Found that the door is still quiet, slightly relieved, looking at the woman in front of him, Xia Xia does not want to always be mouth to mouth, want to comply with the curiosity and desire of the heart for once, and then stammered, you say is true, change you be punished? Yen Shui looked at his cute and cuddly look, smiled favorably, of course. Xia Xia dared, then can it be replaced with another punishment? He really didn't want to be pressed and kissed again in the middle, he wanted to be bold for once and really take the initiative. Yan Shui did not expect him to say this. His eyes suddenly lit up. Some expectation has been soft and weak teenager will give her what kind of surprise? So promised, yes, it is all up to you. Xia's heart jumped twice. Such a domineering promise made him unusually excited. Afterwards, let Yan Shui pull himself toward the last table. Well, you have to eat. Wait, I will call to let someone send. Chapter 62 Premonition of Something. Knock knock. The gentle rhythmic knock on the door echoed in the empty office, breaking the silence. Yan Yu did not raise her head. Her voice was cold and resolute. Enter. Since Xia Sun went out, the door was left open. No need to go over to open. And later she will also have to leave. Because there was a hosting activity today, she came to this office again, otherwise it was already closed. Yan Yu's possessiveness is not only manifested over people, but also over objects. As long as it's something that bears her name, even if she doesn't want it, she won't give it to someone else again, so she will only be the last owner of this office. Chen Wei pushed the door to enter. A glimpse of that dazzling girl. Stand still, not quite dare to go over, do not want to intrude on the quiet. Yan Yu did not hear a sound, slightly puzzled, looked up and saw the face she did not want to see. What do you want from me? Yan Yu said rather coldly. While searching for various information on the computer, she had already started preparing her thesis, and could graduate any time afterward. Originally, she wanted to stay in school longer, because of a certain person, but now, there was no longer a need for that. Yan Yu had thought that she no longer had anything to care about, except for Xie Shui, whom she liked and wanted, and could do whatever she wanted. But when Yan Shui said those words, she realized that her pitifully small amount of affection was still there, trying to make her give up Xie. She could have done otherwise, but she did it anyway. Chen Wei, do you and Xie know each other? Yan Yu stopped tapping the keyboard and raised her head to look at him. What's it got to do with you? She was really finding this person annoying. But her voice never showed anger, it was still a bland voice. If there is nothing else, please go out and leave me alone. She had never shown too much emotion towards unrelated people, unless that person was too uneducated. Shen Wei is obviously this kind of uneducated person, not to leave, but instead came a few points closer. His face was full of smiles, and he said warmly, it is indeed none of my business. I am just a little curious. You, your sister, and that Xie, the three of you will be what kind of a relationship? The others should be just as curious as I am. Yan Yu's face stared, then slightly hooked her lips and narrowed her eyes. Chen Wei, don't think that I don't know what's in your mind. Don't you just like me? You don't just like me, do you? Are you saying this to threaten me? The voice was melodious, and vaguely revealed some kind of danger signal. No, Chen Wei laughed, there is no threat, I am just really curious. He looks so gentle, like he is really a person who has been wronged by the innocent. Yan Yu, however, laughed coldly and withdrew her sight, leaning back diagonally, elegant and noble at the same time. Then listen carefully, I like Xie, only he is with my sister, so I choose to give up, do you hear me? Do you want me to repeat it again? Chen Wei heard such a long paragraph, the original gentle facial muscles slightly twitched, showing a hint of stiffness, the arc of his mouth slowly lowered. You like Xie? Also give up. Goddess Yan Yu, you are a goddess, how can you like a mortal like that and still give up? He seemed to be a bit bewildered, yet it was only a moment before he returned to normal. Sorry, I just lost my temper a bit. He said apologetically, then added, don't worry, I'll really just be curious, I just learned about it, thank you for explaining. Before he was about to exit, he added, just now what you said about liking was too shallow, I just appreciated you. You're busy, I'll leave first. Said footsteps a little hurried. Yan Yu thought back to his just lost attitude, her eyes were thoughtful. This person, there is something strange. At night, everything gradually quieted down, yet Xie couldn't quiet down. As the color of the night grew thicker, the more time passed by, the heart in his chest beat more and more. He always still remembered that punishment, whatever it was that his senior sister said during the daytime, it was set by him. This matter kept him in a state of excitement for the whole day. Eating felt tasteless. He just wanted to wait for that opportunity to come. Let him have a good clean slate. He always remembered that he was a male, and even though he occasionally fantasized about being forced, it was more about wanting to take control of the initiative, either way, and control was an accomplishment for any male. Time to advance. Well, what do you want to punish? Yan Shui's pajamas today is a silk nightgown, not leaking and not translucent, yet the hidden arc is even more evocative and rattles the heartstrings. The girl's frankness and straightforwardness in turn made Xie more and more embarrassed. His red face, can you lie on the bed first? As a boy, he shouldn't be so shy, but he is easy to red temperature body, as long as a little shyness, face, neck, ears will climb the red halo. Yan Shui was actually pretending to be calm. It was rare for a teenager to show such a bold appearance, but his overly red warm face made Yan Shui doubt that he would be able to do it. Lying down on the bed as he said. Breathing was also slightly disorganized. And then what? Xiaxie's line of sight is still slightly dodging as it passes over the girl's body. He gulps nervously, and then whatever I do next, senior sister, don't resist, okay? Yan Shui's heart beat faster. What does this mean? I won't resist whatever you do. When she said this, Yan Shui's white face also climbed into a blush. Why is this so shameful to say? So he's going to. Then what if you backpedal again? Because of the first few times he rebelled, Xia Shui was not too assured and asked again. Yan Shui's heart in her chest was beating so fast for the first time. At the moment she was very curious about what the teenager was going to do, even though she had already guessed it, but she still couldn't believe that he was so bold. Obviously looking so shy and innocent. Heart tickled. So immediately made a serious vow, if I back out, I will agree to you calling me Shui Shui. Xia Se thought about how reluctant he was earlier for him to call her by this name, and thought that she shouldn't back out, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Then his eyes slowly looked from the woman's beautiful hair, eyes, nose, colorful red lips, and finally to the soles of her feet. Chapter 63. Two childish ghosts repair. The woman's toes were cute and tight, the nail caps translucent with a healthy pink color. The moment he gripped them, Xia Sen felt Yan Shui tremble lightly. The corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. Yan Shui's face was still translucent with pink color. Somewhat puzzled, she looked at Xia Sen, who was holding her ankle, with a hint of trembling in her voice. What are you going to do? Xia Sen said with a harmless face, of course it is to punish senior sister Ah. You said, I will not resist whatever I do. Saying that, one hand held the ankle tightly, and the other hand scratched at Yan Shui's white and tender soles. In the next moment, the bewildered Yan Shui burst out laughing. She twisted her body, laughing as she said, seeking, baby, stop this. This won't work. She wasn't afraid of anything, but she was just the most afraid of tickling. I didn't expect Xia Sen to come with this trick. Such a big person actually tickled the heart of the foot. It's so childish. But she's ticklish. Sister, you are not going to back out, then I have to call you Shui Shui. Xia half threatened to say, admiring by their own tickling has been twisting from side to side, cannot find a support point in helpless people. The bottom of the heart of the bad taste at this moment has reached its peak. It had always been himself who had been caught, and he had finally punished her for once. As soon as Yan Shui heard that name, she stopped begging for mercy, but failed to hold back her laughter. Ha, good Xia, really something. She laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes, learning to threaten. Ha, all threatened me. Right? Xia Sen, obviously, it's the schoolmate who promised. How come it's me threatening you again? Okay, very okay. Yan Shui conceded, thinking of his boldness. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to catch himself like this. But what he said can only be swallowed by himself, panting and asking, sh. When will it end? Xia finished scratching one and then the other. It depends on what the senior sister does? Xia was obviously having a good time and said with a bad smile. Yan Shui's foot center is now held in the other party's hand, and cannot resist, because it does not like to backtrack to hit the face. The brain is a little blank, so what do you say to do? Xia thought for a moment. When you make a mistake, you have to be punished. If you don't want to be punished, you have to admit your mistake, senior sister. Every time like a little petite wife is forced, Xia is now trying to find his man's dignity. But also only came up with the bad idea of tickling the soles of his feet. He was still a simple baby. Yan Shui seemed to have guessed his intentions and narrowed her eyes slightly. Baby, you're clearly getting a bargain. This time it wasn't guided by him. Xia blushed a little at her words. But this time, his brain cleared up fast and immediately said seriously, one size fits all. Anyway, you kissed a little more before, I can punish you for what you said. After saying that, he scratched on her feet again. Yan Shui felt extremely itchy and slightly shrunk her foot, but her ankle was still in the teenager's hands. In fact, with Xia Sen's physical strength and stature he couldn't control her at all, but because of that promise, Yan Shui hadn't moved. I clearly said that I was punished for being kissed. Yan Shui glared at him, but it was nothing lethal. Had she known that the other punishment he asked for was this, Yan Shui wouldn't have agreed. Xia was actually a little weak at this beating from her. Be a man and leave a thread, you will see each other in the future. Slowly stopped the action of tickling, however, the finger is still a bit without a bit of gently tickle the woman soft to the extreme soles of the feet, said, but I said to change to other punishment, senior sister you promised. Yen Shui, because the other party slowed down, was able to catch his breath, well, sort of I promised, but I won't admit my mistake, I just want to kiss you, I will still kiss a few more times in the future. If you have the ability, you can scratch yourself now and make me laugh my ass off in the past, otherwise I'll kiss later. Yen Shui laughed as she spoke in a domineering manner, not affecting Her Majesty at all. Xia Xia instantly felt a bit ruffled. His voice softened and he hastily admitted his mistake, senior sister I was wrong. Obviously all promised, but for the other party's backtracking, Xia Sun still had no way to deal with it and could only soften his voice to apologize. If I had known, I wouldn't have engaged in any punishment, but I was the one who suffered in the end. Xia Xia's soft voice with his handsome features, and that pair of deep eyes, like a soft and cute little puppy, especially pleasing to the mercy of people. Said while letting go of Yen Shui's ankle, his footsteps were moving back, that, I'll go back to my room first. Xia Xia had already felt Yen Shui's kind of hunting wolf eyes staring at her prey, and felt that it would be better to run away now. However, just as he stepped back off the bed, his waist tightened, Yen Shui got up as fast as she could and scooped him back up, throwing him onto the bed. Wide Simmons extremely elastic upside down a few times, a little sound did not issue, visible quality of good. Sister. Xia Kun was dropped and panicked for a moment, still a little dizzy. Yen Shui condescendingly stood, the next raised his foot stepped on his waist and abdomen above, not light and not heavy, the corner of the mouth hung with an evil smile, just now you play quite high well, now change me. Half an hour, Yen Shui as a queen, high above looking down on the people underneath the face of unpredictable. And Xia Xia was exhausted by the revenge, how to sleep over do not know. Finally came to a conclusion, in the future, or not too much to the inch. The next day Xia Xia slept until noon, good thing there is no class in the morning. Yen Shui was not in the villa, Xia Sen asked and learned that she had something busy to go. Xia Xia was able to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this news, and the sight of last night was vivid in his mind, and he was still extremely embarrassed when he thought back on it. The original was to find the dignity of the male, and then was trampled on. But this kind of small couples between the fight Xia Xia does not feel what, recalling even a little shy. After finishing the meal, by the driver to send him to school, looking at the window to scratch past the scenery, Xia Xia cannot help but once again think of what happened yesterday in the school. Originally, he felt that things had been resolved, and he was finally able to simply be together with the person he liked, living a peaceful life without all the exciting and tense scenes, always worrying about flipping the car. He can also feel at ease to study well, so that 4 years later have a good skill to earn a living, make money on their own, no longer rely on Yen Shui, like a real man to shoulder certain responsibilities. However, I don't know why, but even though the result turned out to be what he wanted, there was a hint of uneasiness in his heart. Perhaps it was because he was worried that Yen Yu would go back on her word. After all, yesterday she had said that she would let him go, but she ended up kissing him before she left. But looking at her appearance at that time, she should really not bother him anymore, right? Chapter 64 and Signed Invitation. Xia Sun's worry was in vain. The whole half month, Yen Yu did not appear in front of him again. However, the more this happened, the less still his heart became. Xia Sun slowly realized that he might really have some other emotions for Yen Yu, not because he had some kind of Stockholm after being locked up and imprisoned. But he was also clear that he also liked Yen Shui, and those heartbeats with her wouldn't lie. In the past, he would have thought that liking two people at the same time was scum, but when this kind of thing happened to him, Xia Xia felt very helpless. And fortunately at that time, the disguise was extremely good, refused to firmly own, at least will not hurt two women at the same time. He intends to hide this matter in his heart forever. Time passed in a flash for more than half a semester, during which Wang Xiaoyan was still constantly trying to get along with him, and in the end, Xia Xia really didn't want to be bothered by him, so one day he said something about his relationship with Yen Shui, and after that, Wang Xiaoyan didn't look for him to say a word. Sure enough, he coveted his girlfriend. When he was with Yen Shui one day, he mentioned that mysterious person, and naturally Yen Yu was also mentioned. Xia Xia's brain did not think much and directly asked about Yen Yu's situation. Yen Shui was jealous of a sentence, "You care about her so much, do you want me to send you over to see her?" I didn't see the imaginary Xia Sen heart or apologize, but instead saw him a little angry. I just casually ask, not care about her, but the school sister is someone who cares about it. The acidic flavor in his words was no different from Yen Shui's previous sentence. Yen Shui was puzzled, who? Heart early because of Xia Shui angry little look heart softened to a mess, or still remember Yen Yu's matter, only want to find out that person who messed with Xia Shui beat up. Xia Sun regretted it when he finished, because it always felt like a tattletale. A lot of people in the school were Xia Sun made a vague remark. Just because of Xia Xia's sentence, Yan Shui asked someone to find out which person had said something to Xia Xia or pissed him off or something, and Wang Xiaoyang was found out later. As a result, when school was over, Wang Xiaoyang was put in a sack and beaten up before being thrown into the alley. "Who are you people? Let me out." Wang Xiaoyang spoke indistinctly. Even though the weather was a little cool in late fall, it still felt stuffy inside the sack. Yan Shui leaned against the wall with her arms wrapped around her and glared at the bodyguards on either side. The bodyguards understood and rudely yanked the sack over Wang Xiaoyang's head, revealing his pig-headed face. Wang Xiaoyang originally wanted to curse, who knew that he would see Yan Shui's face. "Yan Yuo no, Yan Shui's senior sister," he said incredulously, lying on the ground like a dead dog, but desperately opening his swollen eyes, trying to see the person in front of him. A hint of joy gradually appeared in his eyes. But soon, realizing something, his face turned a little pale. Yan Shui also did not go over, although smiling, but a little creepy. "It is you who made my family seeking angry. Beating you up is to give you a lesson. I thought that I gave that fat guy in your class a lesson before, and thought that you would learn a lesson, but I didn't think that I still wanted to beat him up. Wang Xiaoyang, no senior sister, I just want to think about making friends with him, there is no other purpose." He still didn't want to annoy the goddess. Despite being beaten up, I heard that senior sister had gotten someone killed, but she didn't beat him to death, which was already very lenient. Yan Shui felt that this person might have some problems and didn't want to stay any longer, and coldly said, "No matter what your purpose is, don't mess with him in the future. Also, Xia Xin is my boyfriend, don't mess in front of him to say anything, otherwise next time, you two can't say whether you can still good hands and feet." After saying that, she turned around and left, and the bodyguards followed her lead. Wang Xiaoyang stared at the back of the other party who was determined to leave, and the dream of a good relationship was broken. Xia Xia was still ignorant of this matter until Wang Xiaoyang returned from a few days of vacation, and he also saw that the other party had injuries on his face, and he did not know how to suddenly think of that day. He could not have been beaten because of himself, right? But then thought that Yan Shui shouldn't be that idle. Soon put this matter to the back of his mind. As for Yan Yu's side, since that time she parted with Xie Shui, she spent the whole day writing and changing her thesis, and soon wrote a perfect academic thesis in a foreign language, which was directly exempted from the defense, and she would soon be able to graduate. In addition, she was also still investigating the mysterious person, but there has been no progress. Yan Shui's side had also made no progress, so the matter had stopped for the time being. But Yan Yu had been keeping herself busy, finding things for herself to do, just because she always thought of that person in her heart, and as soon as she stopped, she wanted to rebel against going to him and possessing him. This kind of strong thought was unstoppable once it arose, so it could only be temporarily overshadowed by other thoughts. "Student Xia, someone asked me to give this to you." When Xia Xia went out to get the hot water, a male student suddenly handed him a sticky note. Xia Xia was puzzled for a moment, didn't take it, and asked, "Can I ask who it is?" But in his head, he also couldn't help but wonder if it could be Yan Yu. More than a month finally came to him? He answered or not. The male student shook his head. "I do not know, it is a strange boy, he waited in our college, and then I went over and he let me help him to give this to you." The thoughts in Xia Xia's head pulled back a bit because of this sentence, male? After hesitating for a moment, he still picked up the note. Xia Xia didn't rush to open it, but took the hot water and walked into the classroom. After sitting in his seat, he looked around and saw that there was no one paying attention to him here, and only then did he feel relieved to look at the note in his hand. With trepidation, he unfolded the folded note. "I was impulsive that day, shall we meet again? 4:30 at the back door of the school cafe, don't worry, Yan Shui's side won't find out." There was no signature. But Xia Sun guessed who it was from the content. She really couldn't resist coming to him after all? His heart beat a little faster. But this time did not have a hot head, but seriously thought about the consequences of his going to see her. In fact, it had all been rejected so clearly that there was no need to see her again. But a voice inside urged him to meet again. Anyway, this time it was an appointment at a cafe, a place where people come and go, and Yan Yu couldn't possibly do anything to him? Or maybe she simply wanted to meet him? That's why she asked him to meet her in a public place to put his mind at ease. Because of this matter, Xia Sun did not listen to 2 classes. Until the end of the school day, he is still torn. In the end, he decided not to go. When the break, the opposite of the mess, it is better to pretend not to see it. But he waited for a long time in front of the school, but did not see Yan Shui or the driver to come. Suddenly thought of the words in the note. Yan Shui's side will not find out. Hidden feeling uneasy, sent a text message to Yan Shui, in? The other side after a while to return, sorry bao, on the way to the rear end occurred, is being processed. I additionally let the driver to come over. Xia Sen, are you waiting for someone? Suddenly, Chen Wei's voice rang.